could see the light they shed. She wondered if that light was the Gilbert equivalent of foreign language. She exhaled. "You hold Kateya," she said. "I'll touch the stones." "No. Kateya is a mortal child. I'm the chosen." "You have already said you do not understand what that means." "I don't understand what it means to you, no, or even to the ancients. But my arms are starting to ache. I think I can survive talking to a stone or three." Squawk. The familiar abruptly lowered his wing. In case his meaning was too subtle, he also smacked Kaylin's cheek with it. "Tell me again why I missed you?" Turning to Severn, she said, 3 bodies, 3 stones. Gilbert says both the bodies and the stones are alive." "I do not understand," Gilbert added, "why you speak of them as if they are distinct and separate." "They're not separate to you." "No." Kaylin grimaced, stepped forward, and placed her hand on the nearest stone. Her hand passed through it. The stones were not solid. They weren't speaking to her, either. "Fine. Gavin?" He nodded. Apparently the 3 dead men walked across the street last night, or the night before, and attempted to break into Gilbert's house. We don't have to cut them up, but I'd suggest we move them. "I'll mirror the request in." He stopped. Had he been Kaylin, he would have cursed. "I'll send Leanne to the halls with the request." But Gilbert shook his head. "If you mean to move the bodies, you can see. It will make no difference. This is where they are." Kaylin exhaled. "If I move—" "Yes. If you move, or any of your compatriots, save your familiar and Helen, who cannot. You move. Moving these 3 will not materially change anything. In any real sense, they are and will remain here." "Fine." She looked to Severn. "Elani or Tiamaris?" He tossed her a coin. Chapter 18. Kateya explained what a coin toss meant while they trudged their way toward Elani Street. Gilbert did not set Kateya down, but she seemed willing to forego the dignity of being treated like an adult for the duration of her explanation. "I'm not certain you're going to be invited in," Kaylin told him. Gilbert nodded. "Is this one of the buildings that looks real to you?" "Yes. Does it look dangerous?" "I don't understand the question." Given that Gilbert could confuse an attempted murder for an act of communication gone wrong, Kaylin supposed that made sense. The small dragon did not consider Elani Street worth much effort, and was sacked out across her shoulders. He lifted his head when she reached Eventon's door. It opened before she could touch the knocker. A wild-eyed Grethin stood in the door, the stalks on his forehead weaving like a drunk. He was dripping wet. "Kaylin!" She almost took a step back. "Are you going to stand in the doorway, or can we come in?" He moved. He moved back, and Kaylin understood why he was soaked. It was raining. Inside the store. The familiar squawked in obvious displeasure and bit Kaylin's hair when she was stupid enough to enter anyway. Severn followed. She was surprised to hear a familiar Aerian curse from him, although it wasn't loud. Gilbert, however, remained outside, which implied he had more common sense than Kateya was willing to acknowledge. He bowed, awkwardly, since he was still carrying the girl. Grethin said, "Eventon's not accepting visitors today." "I cannot enter without your permission. It would be irresponsible and very unsafe." Grethin looked to Kaylin. Eventon's apprentice was not at his best today. "I trust him," Kaylin told the Tha'alani youth. "Or at least I trust his intent." Grethin knew the difference, but he wasn't Eventon. "I'm not sure it's my permission you need," he said. Gilbert, however, smiled. "Your permission will do. But I'm not the keeper." I am uncertain what you mean by keeper. I am not uncertain about permission. If you are willing to grant me entry, I will enter. If you are not, I will wait. It seems less unpleasant outside," he added. Grethen muttered, "Tell me about it. Yes, if you're stupid enough to want it, you have my permission. I'm sorry about the rain," he added. The keeper was not, as the rain suggested, in the store. He wasn't in the kitchen either. "Where's Eventon?" Grethen hesitated. Kaylin assumed this meant he was in the garden, and if it was like this outside of the garden, she wasn't certain she wanted to enter it. She needed to speak with the elemental water, but water, when enraged, was like a death sentence. Eventon could be drowned in a deluge and survive. He apparently didn't need to breathe. Kaylin, Severn, and Katea did. She wasn't sure about Gilbert. He's upstairs." "He's upstairs?" Kaylin knew that there was an upstairs to the storefront. It wasn't a secret. A second and third story could be seen from the street. Neither had ever been relevant to Kaylin. She assumed that they were where Eventon and Grethen lived. Or she had assumed that, until now. "Can you tell him we're here?" "He's not—" Grethen swallowed water. Then again, they were all pretty much swallowing water until Grethen thought to offer them umbrellas. Kaylin noted he didn't take one for himself. "I can try." He hesitated again, and then offered Kaylin a very bedraggled smile. "I'm glad you're here." Katea wanted to know how it could be raining inside the shop when it was bright and pretty much cloudless outside. It was a good question, but Kaylin's best guess wasn't suitable for children, so she didn't answer. The stairs that led to the upper floors reminded Kaylin very much of the hall that led to the keeper's garden. They were sloped and rickety, and they had to be walked single file. They were also steep. Grethen, however, forged ahead without apparent hesitation. The hall the stairs ended at was a bit wider and seemed to be in better repair. It was not wet. The rain appeared to affect only the ground floor. "Has it been like this all day?" "It was worse yesterday," Grethen replied. "When did it start?" "Yesterday. Eventon was in the garden." "I don't suppose he had much to say?" Grethen flushed. "He wasn't happy with anything or anyone." And the only other person living with Eventon at the moment was Grethen. Kaylin cringed in genuine sympathy. She liked Eventon. She couldn't imagine actually living with him. That had never been more true than today. Not even her most creative nightmares involved waking up to rain on the inside of a house that still had a functional roof. The ceilings were shorter on the second floor. More than that, she didn't have a chance to see because Grethen continued down the hall to another flight of stairs. Judging by the dust on the handrails, these weren't used often. Kaylin glanced at Gilbert. His third eye, his unfortunately visible third eye, was open. It moved in a way that the other two, which looked comfortably human, didn't. He didn't seem to be worried, but he didn't set Katea down either. He stopped at the foot of the stairs. "Are you certain this is wise?" he asked. He didn't appear to be looking at Grethen. "Probably not," she replied. "But we're going to need to talk to Eventon eventually. Do you understand what a keeper is?" "I am not certain. I do not know the word in the context you have used it." No, Kaylin thought. He wouldn't. Katea wouldn't know it either. The keeper binds the wild elements that exist as an intrinsic part of the world. He stops them attempting to destroy each other, which keeps our world stable. I'd like to know your word for it. I'm certain you must have one. How so? You live in the world, even if you live in it differently. You live here. She followed Grethen up the stairs. The stairs didn't lead to Moore Hall. They led to a door. Like the door that led to the garden, this one was narrow. It was the width of the stairs. It was shorter as well. For someone Kaylin's height, this wasn't a problem, but a Barrani would have to duck to get through the frame. If, she thought, the door actually opened. Grethin knocked. This produced a very muffled but distinct, "Go away." This was not promising. Grethin looked down the stairs at Kaylin, and there was a bit of shuffling while they traded places. Kaylin's knock was nowhere near as timid as the apprentice's. "I said, go away." "Heard you the first time," Kaylin replied. "But we're in a bit of a pinch." "That is not my problem." "Actually, I think it is." The door opened to a very cranky Eventon. He was wearing his store apron, and tufts of wayward hair suggested he'd been pulling at it in frustration. His eyes were also bloodshot. "It had better be," was his sour reply. He had more to say. When he was in this mood, he always did, but stopped when he looked down the stairs. He exhaled inches of outraged height. "My apologies," he said, to Gilbert, as Kaylin had never rated apologies. "I wasn't expecting guests. I apologize in advance for the state of my abode." "I don't think he cares," Kaylin told Eventon. "He's not necessarily looking at the clutter the way the rest of us do." "I care." "Sorry, Eventon." "You did not pick a particularly good time, no. I would make tea, but the kitchen is—" "Flooded, yes." Kaylin exhaled. "What's happening?" "Would it surprise you to know I am not entirely certain?" "Yes, actually." "Then be surprised quietly." "Fine. This is Gilbert and Katea. Gilbert, Katea, this is Eventon." Gilbert bowed. He came dangerously close to scraping the floor with Katea. "I understand," he said, to Eventon. Kaylin didn't understand the word that left his mouth next. Eventon clearly did. His eyes, his normal human eyes, widened. "Kaylin," he said, although he didn't take his eyes off Gilbert. "What have you done?" Kaylin brushed past him and entered a room that she had never seen before. To her surprise, it was almost empty. There was a table, not a desk, against the wall. The roof angled sharply above the tabletop. The room itself was narrow. It had a window built into the steeply inclined wall above the table, and a small door that implied a closet. The floor was in better repair than the floors on the ground floor, probably because it didn't get as much foot traffic. The familiar squawked at Eventon, loudly. His mouth was an inch from Kaylin's ear. "What is it this time?" Kaylin asked. He lifted his wing, smacked her nose, and then held it in place over her eyes. For a translucent lizard, he had no difficulty conveying impatience and a certain long-suffering annoyance. Dragon wing made visible what normal vision didn't. There were words engraved in the sturdier wood of this room's floor. They were glowing, as if light had been poured into them. "This is the room in which I, for want of a better word, meditate." "Is the garden safe at all?" "Not for you, and not, I fear, for Gilbert. You wish, no doubt, to speak to the water?" She nodded. "Of course you do. It would have to be water, given the present difficulty. What has occurred?" "The long version or the short version?" "Start with the short version. It is what I have patience for at the moment." The water apparently carried Gilbert and Katea across time, maybe 10 years of it. Eventon raised his hands and massaged his temples. "Thank you. I'll take the longer version now." Eventon listened to Kaylin without interruption, which was unusual. He sent Grethen out to fetch bread, water, and something that looked suspiciously like wine, but otherwise confined his actions to nodding or raising a brow. This ended when Katea joined the conversation at his request.
"You said the water spoke to you."
"It mostly spoke to Gilbert."
"Mostly or entirely?"
"Entirely?" He nodded. To Gilbert he asked,
"What instructions did you give?"
As not many people were expected to give instructions to the elemental water, Kaylin was slightly surprised by the question.
"I asked that we be conveyed, in a manner safe for Katea, to Elantra. Those were the only perimeters you set. Yes, it did not occur to me to examine the details of the request. That level of granularity has seldom been necessary."
Eventon nodded, as if this made sense. "Eventon, how did the water bring him to here? I mean, to here, now?"
"That is a very good question, and an appropriate one. I believe I have a better understanding of the rain."
He glanced at his drenched apprentice and added,
"It is likely to stop soon, one way or another. I have a preference for which way."
"Can you not give commands to the water?" Gilbert asked.
"Yes, as you suspect, as you recognize, I can. I am not, however, like the original keeper in that regard. I can give commands that are heard now. I cannot give commands that are heard at every moment of the water's existence and awareness."
Kaylin blinked. She opened her mouth and closed it as she approached the shopkeeper. He was gray, almost literally gray. "Have you been eating?"
"I am long past the age where I require maternal care,"
was his clipped reply.
"My control, my stewardship, if you will, exists now. It has demonstrably existed in the past. It will, in theory, exist in the future. But the future is, to me, uncertain. I may die tomorrow. Grethen, do not make that face. I may merely be incapacitated. My responsibilities, my ability to endure and perform them, exist now. Now is a moving target. From any vantage in which I exist, I am now."
"This isn't making things any simpler," Kaylin said.
"No, it wouldn't. Believe that I am not enjoying it either. I believe the difficulty resides with Gilbert's instruction. He is here now. He is also there then. The water exists in both places, and it is aware in both continuums. Gilbert's imperative is causing a type of stress the garden was not meant to contain."
"What does that mean for the rest of the city?"
"At the moment, that they shouldn't come barging into my shop unless they want to get wet. I believe I have things more or less under control."
"You're lying."
"I am not. The context of this control is difficult. There are reasons that the rain occurs only within the shop, but there are also reasons it is no longer contained to the garden."
He turned to Gilbert.
"Stop speaking to the water." "I am not."
He closed two of his eyes.
"Ah. If I understand what has been said, you set out to find a way to send, or bring, Lord Nightshade home."
"Yes."
"Nightshade, like Katea or Kaylin, exists in a way that is not conducive to that homecoming. You understand this better than anyone here. It is not unreasonable to assume that your difficulty, and mine, is in part caused by your presence, or Katea's."
Katea stiffened.
"I did not mean that you had done anything wrong,"
Eventon added, voice more subdued.
"But this is not where you should be. Gilbert is more flexible. He is not what you what we are."
He turned to Gilbert.
Gilbert said, "When I arrived here, I could no longer sense time. I believe that the water delivered me here for reasons of its own. The parameters of my request allowed it. If your suggested solution is my return, it is impossible." "That is not what I wanted to hear,"
Eventin replied. He turned to Kaylin.
"I would happily grant your request to speak to the elemental water, but it would be irresponsible. I do not think you would survive it. Gilbert, however, might. There may be other issues."
"What did you wish to ask the water?" Gilbert asked Kaylin. "Why it brought you here? I'd like to know how, too, but I'm beginning to think that's irrelevant. It's clear that Eventin doesn't believe Katea would have survived had you not been with her."
She hesitated. "If you are going to keep something to yourself, do it competently,"
Eventin snapped. "It's not mine to share." She turned to Katea, who was still rain-wet. "Tell Eventin what will happen to you if you go back."
"I'll die."
"The water isn't like the other elements," Kaylin said, when it was clear Katea intended to let those words be the whole of her contribution. I think she heard Katea. Not maybe at first, but Gilbert was specific about the mode of travel. She had to choose a path that Katea could survive. I think she's aware of Katea. She was certainly aware that Gilbert was distracted by an Aerian. You haven't met him. He's Mandoran's brother, effectively.
"I would thank you to keep him to yourself for the time being. I have more than enough trouble at the moment."
"Yes, well, I am keeping him to myself. He's living with me. So is Mandoran."
"You are obviously a saint."
"No, but Helen probably is. One of these days you're going to have to tell me how you knew about her. She doesn't recall meeting you."
"One of these days, when it is not raining on the inside of my shop, I will."
He exhaled.
"What else do you need from a poor, tired, frazzled old man?"
"I don't know. Do what you're doing. And let Gilbert ask the water why." Eventin's tired, old, frazzled was a constant. His clothing, however, wasn't. When he accepted Kaylin's request, it changed instantly into the blue robes that she associated with his title or his role. He then turned to pick something up off the table and smacked his head against the lower portion of the angled wall. He could curse like a hawk. Grethen hovered in the doorway, waiting for Eventin, clearly feeling equal parts fear of and fear for his master.
"Stay on the second floor, or in this room. There is some danger that the rain will become a deluge on the ground floor." "No, not you," he snapped at Grethen. "I'm going to need your help."
The familiar squawked. Eventin, looking aggrieved, said,
"If you must."
And the familiar floated up off Kaylin's shoulder and came to rest on Eventin's head. Gilbert deposited Katea on the table. She was the only person who could sit there without hitting her head. There wasn't a lot of sitting space otherwise, but Kaylin had lived with floors, or worse, in her time. She sat. So did Severn.
"Is it really because of me?"
Katea surprised them both by asking. "No," Kaylin said. Severn said nothing, which, oddly enough, was louder.
"Is it because I should have died and didn't?"
She directed this question to Severn. "Should doesn't matter," Severn replied. He exhaled. "I think the problem is actually Gilbert." This wasn't comforting. "Gilbert, the water, time, and something the arcanists have been doing. I think you're caught up in it, but I don't think it's your fault."
"What happens to me if Gilbert goes back and I don't?"
"Gilbert said you'd be fine here," Kaylin answered. She tried not to insult Katea by glaring her partner into silence. "I believe him. He wants you to survive." Kateya nodded.
But Gilbert's kind of stupid.
I don't think he's stupid. He's just not used to being one of us. Give him time and... She stopped talking. Severn, did you hear that? Kateya, notably not Severn, said,
It sounded like something cracked.
or shattered. Severn was already on his feet. He scooped Kateya off the table. I think we wait outside. Kaylin opened the door. How well do you swim? She asked Kateya.
I don't know how to swim. We weren't allowed to go into the Oblane.
Then we're going to have problems. Chapter 19. Kaylin knew that Eventon could be totally submersed in water without drowning. She'd seen it. She had to trust that Grethen could do the same. The rains, which hadn't chased them up the first flight of stairs, weren't falling, but that no longer mattered. The second-story hall was underwater. Is there any chance that window leads to actual Elantran rooftops? She asked Severn while watching the water's currents. Possibly. Kaylin turned away from the rising river the house had functionally become. She could see the window clearly now. Water roiled on the other side of the closed glass. I hope not, given what that would mean for the rest of the city. Kateya said,
Is Gilbert okay?
Fair question. Gilbert had not made the list of Kaylin's immediate worries. Gilbert, she said, is probably the only one of us guaranteed to survive this. Well, Gilbert and Eventon. I'm worried about us, selfish as that sounds. Kateya said in a much smaller voice,
Sounds practical.
But she said the last word as if it were a guilty confession. She looked for the moment much younger and frailer. She was afraid. And of course she was afraid. She had working eyes and ears. Water did not work this way unless magic was involved. And in general, if there was a clash between normal people and magic, magic won. She turned to the door again. The water? Her partner asked. He did not set Kateya down. Rising, of course, Kaylin exhaled. I'm going to leave the room. I'm closing the door. Don't open it. Kaylin, don't open it. Promise me. She turned back. Kateya's slender arms were around his neck. You're a hawk, she whispered. Memory was a bitch, always. It cut you at the worst times for the worst reasons. It returned in a way that made no sense. It followed no logical pattern. Kateya was not Steffi or Jade. She wasn't Kaylin's baby sister. She wasn't Kaylin's responsibility. But she was the same age. She was a shadow of the past, a shadow of everything that had come between her and Severn. Severn nodded. Kaylin walked out the open door, closing it firmly behind her. She leaned her forehead against it briefly, and then turned and headed down the stairs. The water was rising as she watched. She hadn't lied to Kateya. She was certain Gilbert would survive. She wasn't certain that his ability to interact with the rest of them would, and in any practical sense. That was the only thing that mattered to Kateya. But Kaylin hadn't come down the stairs without a plan. The plan, unfortunately, involved contact with the water, but the sooner she managed that, the better. The currents, while strong, couldn't knock her off her feet yet. Sliding her right arm between the banister rails, she caught one picket firmly in the bend of her elbow, bracing herself for the unexpected. She had no idea how much time she had before the inches of water became a flood. She knelt, grimacing, and tried not to think of water damage to her clothing. Stupid thoughts, really, but she didn't have the time to remove her pants or boots. She had time to place her left hand firmly in the water. Self-preservation made her yank her hand clear. Responsibility made her grit her teeth and once again submerge it. Kaylin was not Tha-Alani. She was not one of the native race of telepaths that lived in Elantra, doing their level best to keep to themselves and away from every other race's inborn isolation. That isolation to the Tha-Alani caused insanity. It caused bitterness and delusion and fostered misunderstanding and self-hatred, which, of course, led to hatred, which led to violence, and in the worst cases, death. If the only people in the world had been Tha-Alani, there would be no need for hawks or swords or wolves. Misunderstanding was pretty hard to maintain when everyone around you could hear your thoughts. It was hard to maintain when you could hear theirs. The fears were addressed before they had time to grow ugly roots. The pain was addressed, comforted. You were never alone. Once, Kaylin had feared that. You could never be alone. There was no privacy. There was no way to hide what needed to remain hidden if you were to live in the world. But she hadn't considered that maybe there was no need to hide. Not until she had touched the Tha-Ala'an. Not until she had experienced the truth of it. Had it been up to Kaylin, she would never have left it. But she wasn't Tha-Alani. She had no way of contacting the Tha-Ala'an, except this, to touch the elemental water. Because the core of the thoughts, emotions, dreams of the entire race was contained in the heart of the water. It was the reason that elemental water, alone of the 4 elements, was different. The long, slow accumulation of the daily lives of thousands, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands, had slowly altered the way the water itself thought. But only part of it. The elemental water was still a wild, chaotic force. Kaylin could not hear its voice. When angered, when frightened, when outraged, its voice was too loud and too destructive. And yet, throughout, the Tha-Alani were part of it. It was the Tha-Alani she needed to reach. It was the voices of mortals, not ancient, imperturbable nature. No, she thought. What she needed to do was hang on to the rails and wait until they could reach her. Kaylin. Ebeline. She closed her eyes. She couldn't plug her ears. She had no way to block the roar of moving water, the distant sound of deluge. But she could hear Ebeline Rabban Alani, as if the Cast Lord was beside her, lips pressed against her ear. More, it felt like a hug. Ebeline, where are you? Kaylin showed her. It was easier than using words. It was easier to just open up everything and let Ebeline see what she saw, as she saw it. A year or 2 ago, this would have been Kaylin's worst nightmare. Now, she wasn't alone. Yes, she was standing more or less on her own 2 feet, but someone was standing beside her, someone who couldn't take the weight of responsibility off her shoulders, who couldn't just do what had to be done, but who saw it, who understood it, who saw Kaylin and understood Kaylin and didn't judge. We will speak to the Tha-Ala'an. Speak to the water as you can, she added, the interior voice grim. We will speak as we can. But Kaylin, yes, the Tha-Ala'an is confusing now. There are thought memories in its folds that are ours, but not ours. We did not think those thoughts. We did not live through those events. It is chaotic. We are used to dreaming thoughts and memories, but they do not have the same weight, the same texture. Kaylin froze. Ebeline sensed everything Kaylin was trying to gather words to explain, and Kaylin in turn sensed Ebeline's hesitance. It was almost like fear of a future that had not yet happened, but which the Tha-Ala'an remembered. You need to know what happens in those memories and thoughts. Kaylin swallowed. Yes, it's why I came to talk to the water at all. Not that I knew the Tha-Ala'an was affected, but that I thought the water could tell us what's about to happen. what had happened sometime in the near future. But the water isn't us. It's not mortal. It's not living here. You are. I am. Whatever thoughts you're hearing, the haven't happened yet thoughts, I think they'll be clearer and cleaner. She felt Ebeline's reluctance give way, and she expected that. That was Ebeline all over. What she didn't expect was the water's frenzied response. The inches of water across the second-story hall reared up in a sudden wall like a tidal wave in miniature. It dropped on Kaylin's head and the stair railing. The railing snapped. If she drowned here, Severn was going to be so mad. The water did not speak. It roared. It roared like a flight of dragons, the sound a sensation that made Kaylin's teeth and every part of her body rattle. She lost the Tha-Ala'an, lost the comfort of Ebeline's steady presence. She lost everything as the water swept her and the very broken rail down the hall and into the door at the end of it. The door gave way as Kaylin crashed into it. She could feel it shatter, but couldn't hear it. She couldn't, for a moment, hear at all. There was water everywhere, but it wasn't high enough to instantly drown in, even if the only breaths she could draw were the ragged gasps that panic often caused. She had time to close her mouth, time to find her footing, time to see that the windows here were normal windows. Normal meant closed. In this section of town, it didn't immediately mean barred. Unfortunately for Kaylin, in this house, normal didn't mean backyard and familiar city landscape either. She'd come here to talk to the water. She'd let Gilbert do it instead. Clearly, the water in the here and now didn't agree with Gilbert's presence in the here and now. She struggled for more air and less water, coughing the water out. The tide at her feet was strong, but the water itself wasn't deep. Kaylin didn't want to give the water time to regroup and try again, if it was even attempting to kill her consciously. It wasn't. She inhaled, coughing less. It wasn't trying consciously. It was aware of her. It must be to dump a wall of water in a way that shattered the railing to which she'd been clinging. But it didn't see her as Kaylin. She felt confident that if it could or did, she would be in far less danger. There was only one way to get its attention, and she once again dropped her hand into the water. This room was not like the single room in the third story. It had furniture and waterlogged carpet. It had chairs. It had, shelves, and the books on them were going to be far, far worse for wear. And none of that was relevant right now. Only the water was. Kaylin's arms stung. Her wet clothing chafed her skin, and she knew what that meant. At any other time, she would look for the source of magic. The water itself didn't usually cause this type of pain. Today, she looked at her arms. She saw the faint blue glow of runes through the cloth plastered against them. She saw the hand she'd plunged into the faintly rocking water. If it had been natural water, there would be visual distortion. It wasn't natural, and there was no distortion. The water might have had the same properties as air, except for the inability to actually breathe it. She heard roaring again, the same shattering roar she had heard and felt at her first contact. She did not hear the Tha-Ala'an. She didn't try. As the light on her arms brightened, she tried to speak a single word. It took effort. The syllables, there were more than one, snapped on her tongue. They slid out of her mind, and she lost them and had to start again, and again, and again. But the third time, in the warmth of water she could no longer feel, she held them all, forcing each out of her mouth, although speech wasn't technically necessary. And the water rose. It formed not a wall, but a pillar, and as Kaylin watched the pillar refined its shape until it was no longer a standing column of water from floor to ceiling, Kaylin was prepared to see the watery figure of a woman. This was how the water spoke to Kaylin when it chose to speak. She was not prepared to see the water take the form and shape of a child. Although this would not be the first time, nor would it be the first time the figure had looked solidly, profoundly mortal. A mortal girl, young enough to be Katea, and hurt enough, bruised enough to be Katea as she would no doubt have become. No, Kaylin thought. Katea's fief was not Kaylin's fief. Her life not Kaylin's life. If it was true that her father had once been a sword, it meant that others, like Katea's father and not Kaylin's long-dead mother, could be living there too. Liar, Kaylin thought. Gilbert found her in the streets at night, near Fearles. And again, that didn't matter. Not right now. What mattered now was the water.
Kaylin?
The name was spoken by a bruised mouth, distorted by swelling at the corner. The water, as it manifested itself in this room, was shorter than Kaylin, and skinnier. Slender was not the right word. She was gaunt. "I'm sorry," Kaylin said. She looked at her hand. Held in it was the child's. Beneath the child's feet lay soaked carpet. It was dark enough to be black, but Kaylin suspected it would be blue when dry. Beyond the child, seen through the door frame which would not, without repairs, house a door again, the runner in the hall was also soaked, but the floor was no longer a wading pool. "I didn't know that having Gilbert here would upset you."
Gilbert?
The child's eyes narrowed in a way that children's eyes seldom did.
Is that what you call him?
It's what Katea calls him, and yes, it's what I call him as well. She hesitated.
I can hear the Tha-Ala'an,
the girl whispered. Her expression shifted. She looked anguished.
I'm afraid I've broken it.
Ah, this Kaylin could understand. There wasn't much the elemental water and a mortal woman had in common, but the fear of accidentally destroying something beloved, that was clearly universal. Why? Why do you think it's broken?
There are things in it that should not be in it. There's a bend, a break. I didn't.
She swallowed as if she were breathing, as if she needed the air she fundamentally hated. The Tha-Ala'an is not that fragile. Ebeline is there. Ebeline understands now what this fracture means.
You don't understand.
No, Kaylin agreed, gentling her voice without thought. But I don't need to understand if Ebeline does. They will listen to her. They'll hear her.
They hear her now,
the water whispered.
They hear her fear. They hear her death.
Kaylin stiffened, blanched, forced herself to continue. Yes. She didn't argue because there was no point. If one of the memories the Tha-Ala'an now contained was Ebeline's death, it would be known, examined, and terrifying. The fact that Ebeline was demonstrably not dead would not be the comfort it might be to anyone who couldn't access the memories and emotions of every member of their race who had come before. It was comfort to Kaylin, though. Comfort and fear. I don't understand how you came to know what you know, Kaylin said. I came to ask you.
Ask Gilbert. Gilbert knows.
This was said with a sullenness that bordered on resentment. Gilbert doesn't know, or if he does, he can't explain it to someone like me. Neither could fire or air or earth, she continued. She was not above using truth as flattery. At least it made her better than most of the residents of Alani. Only you can, because you are the heart of the Tha-Ala'an. Katea, you haven't met her, but you can see what I see if you want to look. said that it was the water that brought her to Elantra. Gilbert didn't even realize that he was crossing through time. I don't think it was enough time, she added, trying to be fair. The water of the time he was in carried the boat he was also in to our time, to us. I wanted to ask you how. The water was silent. But actually, how doesn't matter.
What matters?
Why? Even saying it, Kaylin thought she knew the answer now. Ebeline's death. No, not just Ebeline, because Ebeline would not die alone.
And now?
Kaylin tried to smile and failed miserably. The water's fear was a fear Kaylin herself had lived with, on and off, for her entire life, or for as much of it as she could remember. People would abandon her by dying, because that's what people did. She tightened her free hand and considered smacking herself hard. Not the time for this, idiot. Not the right time. Ebeline wasn't dead yet. In some future she was, but it hadn't happened, which meant there was time. Kaylin had daydreamed about going back in time. She'd never really considered all the effects this would have on everyone, anything else. But it had all been idle. She couldn't. And yet, Katea was here. Now I think I understand the why. The Tha'alani die in the future, the near future. You brought Gilbert here to prevent it.
I have tried to explain it to the Keeper,
she added as if this were necessary.
I have tried for 2 of your days.
Rain isn't likely to explain much.
He cannot hear.
Rain in his store is likely to be seen as its own emergency.
Kaylin, his garden will not exist. It does not in that time.
You're partially from then. The water nodded, eyes darkening, bruises spreading. Kaylin suddenly wanted the how. Instead, she said, Gilbert was trying to speak with you.
Yes, I am sorry. I heard him as threat.
Why?
Because he will destroy that part of me if he understands it.
He did not come here to destroy you. Why would you think that?
Because it is what he is.
Did you understand what he was when you brought him here?
Yes. Yes.
There was only one obvious question to ask. Why? But Kaylin already knew why. Please don't destroy him.
I cannot destroy him.
Please don't destroy the tiny part of him that's here and now. And stop the raining. I understand enough to talk to Eventon. She hesitated. No, that's not true. Do you understand what happens, or what did happen, to the garden?
No, but it is gone, Kaylin.
I'll tell him. I'll tell him. Stop trying so hard to communicate with him. She tightened her hold on the young girl's hand. Why can't you talk to him the way you talk to me?
Because Eventon is not chosen, and Eventon has not been adopted by the Tha'ala'an. He cannot be the one, and he will not be the other.
Why?
Because it would break the Tha'ala'an. Kaylin, I would kill him first.
Kaylin doubted that this was possible. Eventon was keeper. She didn't tell the water this, because she tried not to tell people something they already knew, especially not when they knew it better than she ever could. It tended to make them angry. Then let me talk to him. The water nodded. In order to talk to him, you have to close the floodgates. This caused only confusion. Kaylin thought it funny that the words made no sense to water, because so much of a port city was constructed for, on, or by the water. You need to stop raining and flooding the house. Eventon won't drown, but I will if I try to reach him. She was afraid to let the water go. Her own knuckles were white. Gilbert didn't come here to destroy you.
No, of course not. But he will see the ripple. He will attempt to fix it.
Not right now, he won't.
You cannot stop him. He is not like you or your kin.
He didn't come to fix things. He came to find a way to a here that someone like me could survive.
Why?
Because he met Lord Nightshade in a future time and place, and he wants to bring him home. To us.
You do not understand Gilbert if you believe this.
This was a stupid conversation to be having with elemental water. It was also necessary. I know. I don't understand what he is. I can't, but I've healed him.
Impossible. He can no more be healed than we can.
Fine. I can't say it felt like healing. He's here, but he's as trapped here as we are. Silence. He says he can't see time here. It's gone. For now, he's part of us. The only thing that isn't is the part of you that chose to bring him here. Severn? I see her. And yes, if you drowned, I'd be upset. Kind of embarrassing that was my first thought. I'm going to find Eventon and Gilbert. But we have another problem, and I think they're all connected. Can you talk to Ebeline?
Ebeline is speaking to me now,
the water replied. As she spoke, her form began to shift. She grew up as she walked beside Kaylin, her hand still in Kaylin's. Her voice became stronger. Her words lost the shaky hesitance of uncertain youth. Her eyes lost their bruises and her lips the swelling. It is difficult. I hear Ebeline now, but I hear her in the other now. Can you speak to her in the other now? Do not ask that of me. Which meant it was possible. Ask my Ebeline if she understands what happens next.
She understands,
was the remote response. That she dies. Kaylin the Tha Alani Quarter. All of it perishes. Does she, Kaylin swallowed, does she understand what destroys it? A longer silence. No. Leontine filled the hall. Kaylin didn't bother to curse under her breath. Cursing didn't bother the water. If this is too destabilizing, I'll go to Ebeline directly. If I'm in front of Ebeline, it's almost as good as being in contact with you. You will lose my voice, the water replied. Kaylin nodded. Tell me what Gilbert is. I mean, what he's supposed to be. He is ancient, which is irrelevant. He could be created tomorrow or next year, or centuries from now, and he would be ancient. He is like us. And entirely unlike us. He is younger but less raw. There is a purpose at his heart which is not our purpose. We are part of him, and separate from him. He sees us at the beginning and the end. He is present, always, everywhere. And he is dead. No. Ebeline's musical voice said before Kaylin could ask. That makes no more sense to me than it does to you. It is difficult, she added. We die, I think, very quickly. There is some resistance. Where we have power, magical power, elemental power, we survive in small pockets. In those cases, our deaths are hours ahead. No more. Did they see anything? She hesitated. She heard beneath the calm of Ebeline's words a very real fear, and fear sometimes led to insanity in the Tha-Alani mind. Kaylin could investigate a death, but even she had trouble thinking about the deaths in her life she would not be able to prevent. What she was asking was so much worse than thinking about it. She was, she realized, asking Ebeline to experience them all. "Yes," was Ebeline's reply, "but I understand why. It is to prevent them. Kaylin, I can do this. It is difficult, but the alternative is worse."
"What I did,"
the water said,
"is forbidden."
"Then how could you do it at all?"
"Because Gilbert and his kind are dead."
"Not dead, just sleeping."
"They do not sleep, Kaylin."
"It's how he described it."
"Perhaps it is how you understand it."
"But if you knew—"
"What would you have done to save your children if you knew what would happen?"
"Anything. Anything."
"And if the only solution, if the only legal solution was to let them die?" "I did not know. But, Kaylin, had I would have done the same thing."
All right. I accept that. I can't judge it. I can't disagree with it. I just don't understand why you could do this now. I don't understand why you knew to bring them to right now and not tomorrow or 10 years ago. The water rumbled. It spoke, but the words were sensation, not sound, and Kaylin could make sense of none of it. She headed down the stairs, her hand still paired with the hand of the Avatar. But she was thinking and approaching the question from another avenue. Ebeline said, "I believe it is because this is the only time. No, that is not the whole of it. Earlier might have been better. But the jumps cause less friction if they are short. They are far less likely to be detected. There was no later time."
"The water existed in Katea's time."
"Yes, Kaylin.
Yes, but no. I do not understand it."
"There's no no here. If the water didn't exist at that time, how could it bring them back to this one? Ugh, I hate time." Ebeline, however, had not surrendered.
"I am sorry, Kaylin. I understand the urgency. I cannot explain what I hear at the heart of the Tha-Ala'an. It is too foreign, too large. There is something in this time, something like a rip or a tear. I do not think the water could move Gilbert to any other time. The attempt could be made only because of this fissure, I think.
And it's the fissure that causes the disaster." It almost wasn't a question.
"I am not the hawk, Kaylin. Those answers are not mine to find."
Ebeline's confidence in Kaylin underlined every word. Kaylin did not have any of it, and wanted it very badly. What she had, however, was a probably half-drowned Gilbert, and a drenched keeper and keeper's apprentice. It was a start. But before she went in search of them, she headed back up the ruined stairs, keeping her back to the wall. "Severn?" The single door at the top of the stairs opened. "We have to go fish Gilbert out of the water, but I think it's safe now, as long as you're careful on the steps." Chapter 20. The rain in the storefront had stopped. The water had receded. The mess caused by both was still very much present. But a mess of that kind wasn't Kaylin's problem. She felt a twinge of sympathy for Grethin, because it was going to be his. Elemental water, like fire, could withdraw completely. Had the water been natural? Well, never mind. Natural water didn't start a passing monsoon on the inside of a small, narrow building. Natural water didn't take on the form of a woman, and it couldn't be solid enough to hold on to without causing frostburn. The water, however, was now evident only in the form of its avatar.
I do not think the keeper is going to be very happy.
Probably not, Kaylin agreed. On the other hand, he can't exactly kill you. Believe that if I'd caused this mess... She shuddered. Katea was impressed by the mess. The chaotic jumble of unsold junk seemed to be more worthy of attention than the elemental water. She did give the water a side-eye, though, and she kept Kaylin and Severn between them. "The hall here is narrow," Kaylin told the girl, as they made their way past the kitchen. Water had risen quickly enough here that the dishes caught in the flood hadn't shattered. They rested on the ground. That was about the only positive thing that could be said for the state of the kitchen. She started to lead the way out of the kitchen and stopped. Evanton's back hall was not 2 people wide, even if one of them was pure liquid. Before she could disengage her hand, she heard voices. Well, to be precise, she heard squawking. Small and flappy, sailed into view. He paused in front of the water's avatar, screeching like an outraged seagull. This didn't appear to upset the water. It gave Kaylin a headache.
"I see you were busy."
Evanton surveyed the mess of his kitchen with pursed lips and very narrow eyes. Grethen, coming up behind his master, viewed it with dismay. Gilbert, on the other hand, had to be reminded, by Katea, not to step on the dishes. The water's avatar shifted in place. Kaylin tightened her grip. The last thing she wanted at this very moment, as last things wanted was a moving list, was for hostilities between the water and Gilbert to resume. Gilbert, in his disheveled clothing, was not dripping wet. He turned to face the water. Or maybe the familiar, it was hard to tell. Gilbert's eyes, the eyes Kaylin thought of as natural, were unfocused. His third eye was open, unblinking black. "Gilbert," she said before he could speak, "you said that you were created for a specific purpose, sort of like Helen was." "Yes." "What exactly was that purpose?" Silence. No, Kaylin thought as she waited for a reply. He wasn't silent. She could feel the rumble beneath her feet that implied dragon discussion. She just couldn't hear it. Gilbert regarded the water. The water's avatar returned his regard. Water, when frozen, became ice, and Kaylin could feel the drop in temperature. "You have spoken with the water," Gilbert said. Since he spoke while looking at the water, it took Kaylin a few seconds to catch on. "Yes." "Do you understand what now needs to be done?" "No. Understanding it is high on my list of emergencies, though. You didn't come here to destroy the water, did you?" This did get his attention, or at least the attention of 2 of his eyes. "Of course not. The water cannot, in any meaningful way, be destroyed." "Did you manage to speak to the water?" "We did not," Evanton said, before Gilbert could. "The garden was in some disarray." He looked pointedly at the water's avatar. "Nor does it appear to be necessary. I'm an old man, Kaylin." This was code for, "I don't have much time left, so you better not be wasting it." "The water, however, appears to be calm at the moment." The irritation left his expression as he approached the water's avatar. Almost gently, he said, "You should rest." As if the water were, in fact, a very exhausted mortal woman who had been pushed just past the edge of her limits and was not wearing a hawk tabard. "I am not here to destroy you," Gilbert added. "And if that is your fear, you fail to understand my purpose." He turned to Katea. Katea was hovering uncertainly at his side, and he bent and lifted her. "I fail to understand your purpose," Kaylin interjected, "and I'm trying really, really hard. You have something to do with time?" He nodded. "I can traverse time because my nature is not your nature. What I said of you
and your companions is true. You live in time. It is necessary for you to function. The ancients were not so bound. Their understanding of causality was therefore different. Causality implies a before and an after. It connects them. Causality is at the heart of ancient stories. You carry them, he added. I do not understand why those forces sought to create stories. And to you, Kaylin, those stories would be so vast. World might be a better description. The place you call world is comprised of many things. The water is one. The keeper's function is to contain the water, to constrain enough of its movements that world is stable. He does. You think of storms and the lives lost in them, of fires and the lives lost in them, of earthquakes, perhaps, and the lives lost to them. The keeper's role is not simply safety. It is not for the benefit to one life. Were it not for the keeper, you could not live at all. You were structured. You were iteratively created to live in this cage. I am not cognizant of all the iterations, nor am I cognizant of all of the failures. I am not aware of the minutiae. I am aware that it exists. Wait, is the water trapped here, then? No, the water replied. And yes. Great. More questions. You exist, Gilbert continued. It is not that you are invisible to me, but I do not look at specific elements, and if they are like you or Katea, they are too brief. By the time I turn to look, they are gone. The water I see. Your familiar I see. But Mandoran and Anarian, they exist in multiple ways. There are places to which I can go, elements which I can study in less chaotic, less frenzied environs. They are part of those, and yet also part of here. His smile was almost rueful. As I am now, I believe I understand it better than I did. He abandoned his smile. Water exists, but in its ability to interact with your kind, it is constrained, must be constrained, as you are constrained. If you were to be aware of every minute of your existence, you would be bound by none of it. You could not think, speak, function. Your existence would dwindle to introspection. Your ability to interact with the world itself is contingent on your perception of time. It is true of you. It is true of Lord Nightshade. It is true, he added, of Katea. You understand that when the water folded in on itself in the fashion that it did, there were, and are, consequences. This didn't sound like a question. I can hear the Tha-Ala'an. I'm afraid I've broken it. She nodded. She wondered how she would live if she could at any time experience her own death. She wondered how much of her life would be lived in an effort to prevent it, how much of her life would be fear, and nothing but fear. She wondered if she would view every person in the room as dying or dead if she knew in advance what their fates would be. It is to prevent such ruptures that my kin were created. In some cases, we could not mend what was broken. We were not required to destroy the resultant chaos, but to quarantine it. We were not required to save individual lives, such as yours. He looked at Katea. We could not, as I said, see them, not without risk and effort. Gilbert? Yes. If your job isn't to save individual lives, why are you here? I explained this to you. He had. She'd even understood it, but frustration had dimmed the effect of the words, or maybe lack of knowledge about Gilbert had. She looked at him now, Katea in his arms, and understood.
He had chosen to befriend Nightshade. He had chosen to look at a presence he could only dimly register. He had somehow taught himself to hear, and then to speak. And he had then gone searching for a way to restore Nightshade to his own time. Nightshade. One man, not a world, and not an epic. Squawk. Gilbert exhaled. His breath was visible. The water is correct. What was done should not have been done. It should have been impossible. And were such impossibility to be detected, it would be corrected. He hesitated. Kaylin really hated Gilbert's notion of time. So, let me get this straight. Time is directional, for us. Yes. And time is meant to be directional. We're not meant to be shoved into the past or thrown into the future. Yes. And if it's possible to break this unspoken rule, people like you come in and fix it. Yes. So the castle broke the rule. Yes. And you're attempting to fix the problem? He had the grace to look vastly less certain. No. I give up. Let's move on to point 2. The water said that the reason you're here, and now, is because it's the only moment in which there was a break, or a space. Gilbert's eyes narrowed, all 3 of them. The only moment? Yes, and I don't think it's a coincidence that you yourself said when you arrived here you could no longer see time. Something's happening here, or it will happen soon. Something is broken for only a very small window of time, our version of time. Her thoughts raced ahead of her ability to express them, or retain them. If you notice big breaks, big things that are wrong, then this must be something that you can't or haven't noticed. Maybe you don't see us because our lives are too short and too slight. You think this break is something that we would not have noticed. She nodded, hesitated. Do you know what happened? The Tha-Ala'an is going to be lost. Part of you was there, in the future in which it disappears. Do you know why? My perception of your life is filtered through the Tha-Alani. It is why I can speak to you and understand you as well as I do. The water lowered her head. Ebeline is attempting to find an answer to your question. She cannot move through time. She knows that something is coming. She may know when. Severn? Kaylin asked. He came forward to join her. Gilbert, you'd better come with us. I think you destabilize the garden. Gilbert nodded. The water, however, asked, Why do you have that child with you? Katea shrank into Gilbert's chest, trying to look smaller. He needs Katea to get back, Kaylin replied. The water's frown etched itself into Kaylin's vision. Is that what the child told you? It's what Gilbert told us. Kaylin felt the water's grip on her hand tighten. You don't think she's in any danger from him? This is not perhaps the safest time in which to introduce a mortal, the water replied. It wasn't an answer. There wasn't going to be an answer, at least not while Katea was present. Kaylin decided it was a provisional no. No, Gilbert did not intend to harm her, and yes, there was danger regardless. But it couldn't be worse at this point than death by fearals. Clinging to that thought, Kaylin said, Eventon, can I use your mirror? Bellis Deo was with the Archon when the mirror connected. She took one look at Kaylin and her eyes darkened to the orange with which Kaylin was becoming increasingly familiar. We're fine, she said quickly, but there's a problem. We spoke with the Keeper, which was, strictly speaking, true, and the elemental water. Gilbert is here because of the water. Katea was right about that. But the water didn't choose a specific time and place. It brought him here because it was the only option available. This was the only time to which Gilbert could be moved. The Archon pinched the bridge of his nose. Kaylin failed to mention the Tha Alani weighing the options. The Emperor forced the Tha Alani to work on interrogations, and it was a work that twisted and broke them without extreme care. It damaged the entire race. She didn't want the Tha Alani exposed to any more imperial scrutiny without a damn good reason. But if the death of their race didn't count as a good reason, she would never be able to come up with one. She cleared her throat. The Archon looked even more irritated.
For a member of a short-lived race, you have a propensity to waste time.
Sorry, you always get angry if my explanations are inadequate. I'm just trying
to waste more time.
His eyes were still open, but only barely. The elemental water brought Gilbert and Kateya here, through an underground tunnel, into large stone halls underneath a basement on the winding path. The reason they're here is because it was possible to bring them. And sometime in our immediate future, the future that Kateya is ostensibly part of, there's some sort of disaster that apparently destroys Elantra, or at least the parts of Elantra that are not the fiefs. You think it has something to do with the murders, Bellisdeos said, when the Archon failed to find words. The maybe murders, Kaylin said. Pardon? Gilbert insists that they're not actually dead. She hesitated. She needed to stop doing that because Bellisdeos' eyes narrowed until they matched the Archon's. The Archon let out a small stream of smoke, but Gilbert said that he thought all the previous attempts to cast magic in that particular basement were an attempt to speak certain words.
Please repeat that slowly,
the Archon commanded. The mirror's image shifted, cutting Bellisdeo out of the frame. I asked Gilbert to inspect the bodies because he sees things I can't, Kaylin said, resigning herself to the longer explanation. To me, they're dead. I've seen corpses, but they disappear if I view them through my familiar's wing. I thought there was some chance he'd see a dimension to the difficulty that would explain why they disappear.
Continue.
When we descended into the basement, Gilbert looked at the sigils left by other casters. She grimaced. He pulled words out of the sigils that I see when I detect traces of prior magic use. He did so in such a way that they were visible to everyone present, even Gavin.
Did the sergeant capture these words for records?
Not while we were there. Gilbert thought there was a significant danger that the mirror network would be compromised. She shook her head. Compromised is the wrong word. He thought it would be a total disaster. It wouldn't be the first time magic caused problems via the mirrors. But the night before the murder, Gilbert's house was visited by 4 men. One of those was an arcanist. Gilbert did not, according to Kateya, react well to the visitors, but Gilbert has no recollection of a conflict.
Was he injured enough to sustain memory loss?
Not exactly. Kaylin thought explaining Gilbert to a very cranky Archon was the definition of career limiting. Tila and Tane headed out to the Arcanum, or the High Halls, without the rest of us. If there's any information, they'll dig it up. Oh, she added, there was one detail. The Arcanist in question was apparently wearing a tiara with a diamond in its center. The Archon's eyes slid from orange to something very, very close to red.
This theoretical arcanist visited Gilbert.
Kateya said Gilbert was angry. To Kateya's eyes, magical hostilities were exchanged. I'm not certain Gilbert sees this as conflict. And no, before you ask, I don't think Gilbert in the palace is a good idea. Do you recognize what a diamond-wearing arcanist entails?
I have work to do, Private.
Kaylin surrendered. The water of the future blended somehow with the water of right now. The Tha-Ala'an resides in great part in the elemental water's core. It brought some of the memories of the future Tha-Ala'an with it when it arrived. She exhaled. Every Tha-Alani in their quarter dies. The experience of each and every death has been dumped into the Tha-Ala'an. It's uneven, and I think the cast court is attempting to mitigate the obvious damage that'll cause. But Ebeline is aware now of how significant this is, and she is examining the memories of the last few deaths to attempt to give us more information about what caused it.
Very well. I wish to have the visible words examined. I also wish to have the basement beneath Gilbert's house examined. I am not in condition to examine them personally, and even were I, Tiamaris was as close as we come to an expert in ancient buildings and writing. He does not, of course, have my wealth of experience, but he has a particular focus. He is not, however, likely to be available. I will therefore send Sanabellus.
He turned to glance off-mirror. He spoke, but the mirror did not convey the sound of his voice.
I expect a full report of any relevant information gleaned from either the Tha-Alani or Tiamaris.
I can interrupt you?
You may even do so safely, for the duration.
I think he's going to send Bellis Deo with Sanabellus, Kaylin told Severn. She glanced at Gilbert. He had no difficulty keeping up with the two hawks. Katea had flagged, which was fine. Gilbert was carrying her. Kaylin suspected he would carry her anywhere for as long as it was necessary. The water's silence made her uneasy. She could not believe that Gilbert intended to hurt Katea, but what constituted harm for Gilbert was probably not even translatable into Elantran or any other language Kaylin knew. If, she told him as they continued their very brisk pace, you see any other buildings of significance, let us know. He nodded. He had said very little since his encounter with the water's avatar and seemed, for Gilbert, less confused and more grave. He stopped well short of the guard post occupied by the Tha-Alani, and Kaylin thought it best to ask Ebeline's permission, through direct mental contact with the guards, to dispense with the usually thorough inspection. Katea flinched when one of the guards bent down to touch Kaylin's forehead with the stalks that grew out of his own. The guards themselves were not especially eager to touch the thoughts of an outsider, but knew their duties. They waited until Ebeline granted permission for Kaylin to enter the quarter. One of them wore the tabard of the Tha-Alanari, one who was capable of guarding their thoughts, or the thoughts they took in from the rest of the Tha-Alan. It was he who escorted them to Ebeline's home. The streets of the Tha-Alani quarter were never empty. Today was not an exception. Kaylin had not visited while in possession of the familiar, and like Nightshade's mark, small and flappy, had become so much a part of her daily life, she could almost forget he was there. To anyone who hadn't yet seen a tiny, translucent dragon, which clearly moved on its own, the familiar was a delight and a curiosity. Small children gathered by the side of the narrow road that wound its way through the oddly curved, rounded contours of the dwellings the Tha-Alani favored. They were openly curious, and some, bolder than others, attempted to touch the strangers in the hawk's tabard. Some stepped back, clearly nervous. They don't see a lot of outsiders, Kaylin told Katea, who had stiffened in Gilbert's arms. So they're curious. Katea clearly had the usual fear of the Tha-Alani mind readers. Kaylin tried not to resent it because she'd once felt that fear herself. But she did pause to let the bolder children touch her extended hands, and she did allow one hesitant child to brush her cheek. He was too nervous to truly connect, with the stalks on his forehead. If she'd once been as frightened as Katea, she wanted to make clear that the fear was groundless, and there was no better way. On the other hand, the small dragon was the star of the show today. All of the telepathic questions the children transmitted were about him. He was well enough behaved that he allowed them to touch him, but not with their slender, immature antennae. The children radiated delight and wonder so strongly words would have been superfluous. But Kaylin had come here for a reason, and if spending the day amusing small mind readers was actually a happy thing, it took up time they didn't have. Their escort understood this, and the children melted away, some with obvious reluctance. No words, however, were exchanged. They weren't necessary. Ebeline was waiting for them. She wore very simple robes, yellow, fringed with purple, that flowed loosely down her shoulders and arms. The sheen of the fabric caught the sunlight, which reminded Kaylin that it was not actually that late in the day. Ebeline's jaw was tightly set. She smiled. Because she smiled so often, it was practically her default expression. But her color was bad, and her eyes were darkly circled. Kaylin, who often hugged her now for entirely different reasons. Ebeline's stalks brushed Kaylin's forehead and settled there. Kaylin told her everything. Ebeline was Tha Alanari. What she saw in Kaylin's thoughts she could, with effort and discipline, keep out of the Tha Alaan. She showed Ebeline the 3 corpses that had been the start of her involvement. She showed Ebeline Gilbert's basement, and her attempt to heal him. She showed Ebeline the elemental water and told her what the water had said. Her conscious memory was nowhere near as good as the memory Ebeline now touched, and Kaylin was perfectly willing to let the Tha Alani cast lord rifle through all of it. She had no fear at all that Ebeline would judge her. "Come with me," Ebeline said as she withdrew. Kaylin hesitated, and Ebeline marked it. "I'm sorry, I want to introduce Gilbert and Katea. Gilbert, Katea, this is Ebeline, the cast lord of the Tha Alani." Gilbert set Katea down and offered the Tha Alani woman a very deep bow. It was not, strictly speaking, a Tha Alani greeting, but Ebeline interacted with enough people that she recognized it as a gesture of deep respect regardless. Katea's stiff nod was less admirable and far more skittish, but this was something Ebeline understood as well. Kaylin's annoyance was deeper and lasted longer. Then again, some of it was with her past self, and no one could get as angry with Kaylin as she herself could. Gilbert offered Ebeline his hand. Kaylin stepped between them a shade too quickly. Ebeline, however, shook her head. "It's all right, Kaylin. It is a risk I am willing to take." "He's not—" "Yes, you've told me. But I have done as I must. I have experienced my own death." Her smile was slightly gray, but the resolve beneath it unshaken. Experiencing death is not, in the end, as terrifying as it seems at a remove. It is not fear, but fact. Ebeline, if you are not mistaken, he will help us. And if I am not mistaken, it is Gilbert's help we now require. "It's the me not being mistaken part I'm worried about," Kaylin replied. Ebeline's answering smile was deeper this time. "It is because you are young. If you do not trust yourself, that is. How do you say it? Not my problem." "That's pretty much how we say it, yes." Kaylin exhaled. "Gilbert, I'm not sure if you know the Tha Alani or know about them." "Katea fears them," Gilbert said, which caused the younger girl to blanch, then glare. "You do not." "No, I really don't. If we could all communicate the way the Tha Alani do, I'd be out of a job. You will not find kinder or more understanding people anywhere, ever." "But you are still worried." Kaylin exhaled. "I am worried for them. When they speak to you, when they read your thoughts, those thoughts become part of what they know, and what they know is part of the Tha Alaan. Healing you made it clear that you're not like us. But if you're different in the wrong way—"
"You are not cast, Lord Kaylin," Ebeline said firmly. "And I am not a child to be protected when the future of my people, and yours, is imperiled." "I am not worried," Gilbert said to Kaylin. "It is frustrating. It is hard to make myself understood to your kind. What she knows, what she can know, cannot hurt me."
"And if she touched your name?"
"That is not the way it works,"
was his quiet reply. He almost sounded regretful. He once again extended his hand. Ebeline took it. She hesitated.
"The functionality is within the stalks,"
Gilbert asked, correctly identifying the hesitation.
"Not entirely, but yes, they are not always necessary for the Tha-Alani."
His smile was slender but genuine. She'd amused him. She certainly hadn't amused Katea. Kaylin placed a staying hand on the younger girl's shoulder.
"You let her touch you,"
Katea whispered. "Yes, I did. The thing about Ebeline is this. She can see everything about you. All the things you hate, all the things you regret, all the things you would never tell anyone." With each phrase, Katea's body stiffened slightly. "But she doesn't judge you. She will never hate you, even if you hate yourself. I know it doesn't make sense to you," she added, "but I'm not worried for Gilbert."
"You're worried for her?"
Kaylin nodded. "Not because I think Gilbert will try to hurt her," she added, "but I'm starting to think that people, like us, aren't meant to understand people like Gilbert. I mean, we're not even built so we can. I think there are whole parts of him that make no sense to us and will never make sense to us. We can think about him on the outside until it's exhausting, but we're not inside of him." Ebeline stiffened in a much more obvious way than Katea had. Kaylin crushed the girl's shoulder, realized what she'd done, and apologized.
"Gilbert's like us in one way,"
Katea surprised her by saying. "Oh?"
"Or maybe he's only like me."
Paying attention to Katea was easier at the moment than watching Ebeline. If Kaylin had thought her wan and pale before, it was nothing to the color she now became. But Ebeline was right. Kaylin was a private. Ebeline was cast lord. "How is he like you?" Kaylin asked, forcing her eyes away from the Tha-Alani and Gilbert.
"He's lonely."
"I don't think Gilbert gets lonely the way we do." Katea folded her arms, her fear turning to annoyance. She radiated anger at what she assumed was condescension, and to be fair to her, it kind of was.
"I think I know Gilbert better than you do."
"You've known him for what, 3 weeks, maybe 4? Kaylin bit back more words. "I'm sorry. I'm worried and I'm cranky. Gilbert isn't human. No, more than that, he's not like any of the races you know. From what he's said, and you've heard him say it, he was built for a purpose." "So? What kind of crappy god builds loneliness into something that doesn't need others to survive?" Her brain caught up with her mouth and she shut it down. Helen had been built with a specific purpose. Some of that purpose Helen no longer remembered. Helen had never described herself as lonely in the years or centuries before Hazael, her very first tenant, had arrived. She hadn't used the exact word, no, but she'd been drawn to Hazael because Hazael was the type of person to make a home of wherever she lived, to bring warmth or light or life to the space just by being in it. To keep Hazael, Helen had destroyed parts of herself. She hadn't been, in love with Hazael, but the yearning for her had been visceral. For how long had she observed Hazael without even speaking to her? For how long had she noted Hazael's cleaning and humming and cooking? Kaylin looked at Gilbert's profile. Gilbert might have been a cleverly painted statue. For how long had Gilbert been aware of Nightshade in the dim recesses of an ancient building in the heart of the fiefs? At the beginning, he hadn't even been aware of Nightshade. But at some point in Nightshade's captivity, and Kaylin could think of it in no other way, Gilbert had chosen to speak with, to communicate with the fief lord. To do so, he'd had to invert himself. What inversion meant, Kaylin still didn't know. She understood only that it was risky and voluntary. She closed her eyes. Gilbert is lonely. Yes, only idiots would create something that got lonely, but weren't the idiots in part created because something wild and ancient and world-devouring had been lonely? Maybe it was part of the essential nature of anything in the universe. Nothing existed in isolation, and maybe nothing wanted to. Not if it could think, move, feel. Helen had observed Hazael for a very small fraction of Helen's overall existence. 30 years? No, less. Her decision to damage herself, to cut off her figurative limbs, had been arrived at without consultation with Hazael. She had not in any obvious way revealed her presence, her sentience. She had gambled everything on Hazael, on the hope that she could become the home in which Hazael wanted to live. Gilbert had actually spoken with Nightshade. He'd done so continually for 3 or 4 decades, if that was even accurate. And Gilbert had found Katea, had rescued an orphan from the fiefs, a little girl whom he'd not been built to even see, all because of that time with Nightshade. "I'm sorry, Katea," she said, meaning it now. "I think you might be right." Katea was young enough, barely, that the genuine apology made up for Kaylin's earlier doubt. Kaylin turned to Gilbert, and the feelings of guilt evaporated as Ebeline's knees buckled. Chapter 21. She was there to catch the cast lord. Gilbert hadn't moved an inch. It was hard to remember that they had anything in common. For one long moment she wanted to deck him, but she didn't have more than 2 arms and needed both. "Ebeline," she said, urgent, her hands brushing the Tha'alani's forehead. Gilbert blinked. Well, he blinked with 2 of his eyes. The third eye, which had been more or less closed, snapped open. "Yes," he said to thin air. "I see." Ebeline's eyes were almost always gold. It was easy to think of them as normal, or normal human at any rate. But when her lids fluttered open, they revealed irises of hazel. Kaylin could not remember what hazel meant in the Tha'alani. She imagined it wasn't good. "I am uninjured, Kaylin. Help me stand." Kaylin did so. Severn helped unobtrusively. Gilbert continued to stand unmoving, as if people generally collapsed in his presence as a matter of course. Ebeline was not steady on her feet. Kaylin shifted position, sliding an arm under her arms and around her back to brace her. Although she didn't always notice this, Ebeline was not small. "Come with me," the Tha'alani cast lord said. By default, this would have happened anyway, given that Kaylin was most of the cast lord's locomotive force at the moment. "Gilbert," she added. "Yes." He didn't actually look at her. Kaylin wasn't certain what he was looking at, but whatever it was, he stared at it intently. The small dragon waffled, apparently unconcerned. "We're leaving." "Yes." Kaylin snorted and looked to Katea, who nodded and caught Gilbert's arm. Gilbert blinked as she tried to move him, and failed. Katea was not, however, a quitter.
"Gilbert, we have to go with them?"
"We don't," he said, looking confused. Ebeline turned to Kaylin and touched her forehead. "He is not human." She used the broader word, the old Elantran one. "No, I trust him, though." "I think trust is almost irrelevant," Ebeline replied. "But I will thank you for bringing him." Given Ebeline's collapse and continued shakiness, Kaylin had severe doubts that those thanks were deserved. "I am grateful." She was. It was so difficult to understand what I was seeing or hearing that it removed me from the immediacy of so much death and so much fear. I am still uncertain that I understand what Gilbert attempted to tell me. I am also uncertain that he understood me. "He thinks he did." Ebeline nodded. "I do not think I will make that attempt again in the very near future. But oddly, it is safer to have Gilbert touch the Tha-Ala-An than it would be to have your Barrani hawks touch it. Gilbert's thoughts and beliefs would be very like a poorly structured dream, and we have those in the Tha-Ala-An in number." "Where are you taking us?" "To the Long House, the Cast Hall. The Tha-Alanari will meet us there. I have asked them to do what I have done. If I can touch the experience of death, and I cannot examine it with the care we now require, not at any speed. At leisure, when the crisis is behind us, I may return to it." She meant it, too. "But not now. We cannot, I believe, direct our future selves. Their memories are much like our own. They are resigned almost instantly to a past we cannot change, and must simply accept and understand." If Kaylin adored Ebeline, and she absolutely did, she didn't adore the other caste court officials even 1/10 as much. In general, officials were the last people Kaylin was sent to speak with. They made her feel instantly defensive. And defensive Kaylin offended the officials. Things generally went downhill from there. Ebeline, well aware of Kaylin's discomfort, shook her head. "They are more hardened in their suspicions of outsiders, but they are aware that you are capable of touching the Tha-Ala-An on your own, and they have seen what you desire for and of it. They find you ill-mannered and hasty, but they respect what you have done in the past. And regardless, they are the men and women who are willing to visit and revisit their own deaths in an attempt to make sense of what occurred." Did Gilbert have anything helpful to add? Not intentionally. She glanced at Gilbert. "And perhaps I am also too hasty. But, and I am certain this will not shock you at this point, I believe the Arcanist in his memories may have some light to shed on the difficulty." "You didn't recognize the Arcanist?" Ebeline fell silent, in all ways. Kaylin was genuinely surprised. "Ebeline, I believe I have seen that man before, or one dressed very like him." "In real life?" "No, Kaylin. In memory. In the memories that we are forced to invade, and of which we are allowed to speak only in the presence of imperial court officials. I will speak with those officials when we are done." "I think Tila has some idea of the man's identity, or at least of the tiara's significance." "You wish to leave this to your Tila?" "I'd just as soon you spent as little time with imperial officials as possible." "Even the hawks?" Kaylin grimaced. "Maybe especially the hawks. Because it was through the hawks, for the most part, that the Tha-Alani interrogators were summoned, and through the hawks that the Tha-Alani were exposed consistently to the worst mankind had to offer. I understand why the hawks were created. I understand their purpose. If it were not for the hawks, we would never have met, and I would consider that a great loss on my part." She straightened and pulled away from Kaylin, testing her legs for strength. They held her up, but she wasn't going to be running anytime soon. Katea had managed to drag Gilbert in more or less the right direction. He still looked unfocused and inattentive. Katea, however, looked more frustrated than worried. Yes, Kaylin thought, the child had only known him for a handful of weeks. But she was right. She understood Gilbert better than Kaylin did. Maybe necessity had forced that understanding on her.
"Should Gilbert go too?"
Katea asked. Gilbert's reaction to being touched by a Tha Alani had eased the younger girl's fear, in a way that Kaylin's interaction with the younger children hadn't. And of course, that made sense. Children were not powerful, or not more powerful than Katea. But Ebeline, adult, was. Gilbert finally noticed where he was, or at least that he was somewhere that wasn't strictly on the inside of his own head. "I am not certain that will be necessary," he told Katea, "or that I would be welcome. I may cause confusion." Ebeline actually laughed. She was careful not to touch Gilbert, but she did not look at him with worry or dread. "You will certainly cause that. What is your preference?" "I am torn. My people share thoughts and experiences, but we are not all of one mind, and we bring different knowledge to those shared experiences." "I can attempt to contain my thoughts." "I rather think that would be beside the point," was the Caste Lord's gentle reply. "They are waiting." To Kaylin's surprise, Dra'alzin was present. Dra'alzin was seconded to the Hawks, but worked for the most part in missing persons. He was older than Ebeline, his hair streaked with gray, and at the moment he was just as pale as Ebeline, although this wasn't always the case. His eyes did narrow when he caught sight of Kaylin. Kaylin nodded. "Private Neya," another man said. "Skoros. Of all the Tha Alanari, Skoros was the least intimidating, if one excluded Ebeline. You've grown a beard." "I am making the attempt, yes. It is supposed to make me look more mature, and therefore more worthy of respect." "You don't like it?" "It's different." He chuckled. "My family is not enamored of it either. Eladara says it is uncomfortable, and my son detests it enough that he tried to shave it while I was sleeping." At Kaylin's expression, his chuckle became a laugh, and his laugh, like Ebeline's, was one Kaylin loved. But it faded as Gilbert entered the room, Katea clinging to his arm. "Corporal Handred is not of the Tha Ala'an," Dra'alzin said. "No, nor are our other guests." Ebeline emphasized the last word very slightly. "But in this, they are all intent upon preserving the city. You have seen some part of what we have only barely managed to contain. You cannot imagine that the deaths coming to Elantra will occur in our quarter alone." Dra'alzin nodded slowly. He never looked precisely happy, and his beard framed his face in such a way that his pallor was the second thing you noticed, if you noticed anything at all. "Your point is taken. Have you spoken to Private Neya outside of the Tha Ala'an?" "Not in any great detail. Will you speak with her directly?" Dra'alzin looked like he'd rather kiss 100 toads, which was fair, because Kaylin would rather kiss 200. They both shut up. "Skoros?" "It is as you know. We will retreat to this building and open the interior gates. Those who flee through the tunnels will not survive. They perish first. Those who remain to defend and guard their retreat perish shortly thereafter." "What attacks the quarter?" "It is still not completely clear to us," Dra'alzin replied. The stalks on his forehead were weaving in a graceful way that was at odds with everything else about the man. The deaths are not instant, but they are quick. Some are crushed. Some are, we think, beheaded. Some are torn apart in a matter of seconds. Some feel the pain of fire, but only briefly. They are panicked. They are in their homes or in the streets. There is very little warning. They don't see anything? No, Kaylin. So whatever kills them, whatever slaughters them, is invisible? Ebeline answered before Dra'alzin could. There are tactile impressions, but these are also confused. Yes, I would guess that the deaths will be the same across the city. In this possible future, I reach the mirror, she added softly. She hesitated. We managed to secure a safe area, a barriered hold. But activation of the mirror, she inhaled sharply. It summons death into our chambers. Kaylin's hands were fists. Don't, Ebeline said, reaching for those fists and forcing Kaylin's fingers to unbend. It is a mercy. For all of us, it is a mercy. The pain and the fear of our people's deaths have driven us all to the edge of madness. Or over it, Skoros said quietly. We have attempted to piece more together. I believe it is Dra'alzin who suggests the barrier. Dra'alzin nodded, his lips twisted. I have gained some knowledge among your hawks. It is not in future enough. I do not cast the spell in question. He didn't say who did. Kaylin didn't ask. Can you tell me what kind of barrier? What is it meant to protect you against? It is an inversion, Ebeline replied, of a summoning spell. A summoning spell? Kaylin felt like a parrot. We have prior to this summoned water and fire. It is a specific spell that requires the names of those elements. The barrier is comprised of that knowledge and the attempt to drive them out. But why? Dra'alzin? Dra'alzin looked like he'd swallowed a rat that wasn't quite dead. Ebeline, must I? If you prefer, I can visit the memories of your death and the hours before it occurred. Her eyes as she spoke were gold. Dra'alzin grimaced. You think I would spare you that pain when I have had to endure it myself? Yes, actually I do. She smiled. He threw both his hands up in disgust that was only partly feigned. This, he told Kaylin, is what you must watch out for when Ebeline knows you too well. She will twist you around her finger. You will do what she wants you to do because you can't bear to cause her pain. Even, he added darkly, when you wish to strangle her. The concept of a magical barrier exists among the mages. It was of interest to me, and of interest to my kin. It was not a priority because it does not prevent actual people from crossing its lines. The barriers exist in a particular form. They exist as a counter to other magicians. There are many theories about magic, its use, its origin, and therefore many theories about the counters that can be put into play. The barrier was one such theory. I suggested it to Ebeline at an earlier stage in her education. She considered it with the same care she considers many foreign things. The implication was not lost on Kaylin. The barrier works in the future? Yes. Wait. Kaylin held up a hand, although Dra'alzin didn't seem to be in a hurry to interrupt her. You don't think it's the elements that destroy the city? We do not know, he said, drumming the table at which he sat.
We do not speak with the elements. We speak into the Tha-Ala'an. The Tha-Ala'an is part of the elemental water, but it is a small part at odds with the whole. It is inconceivable to us that the water itself would destroy the city. But I am told I, at least, suffer from insufficient imagination." This last he said in a very sour voice, with an expression to match. "It is, in theory, possible that magic as our mages currently understand it has its underpinnings in the elemental forces. Frankly, this makes sense to me, if we accept that the world itself is derived from those forces. There's no way the elements go to town if the Keeper is still in control of his garden," Ebeline finished for her. "If he wasn't, the fiefs wouldn't be standing in the aftermath. The fiefs are part of our world, right? Whatever happens here, or the rest of the city, doesn't destroy the fiefs. They're still standing." Katea cleared her throat. This caught Kaylin's attention immediately.
"I was alive when the city across the bridge disappeared. I don't remember any of it. I was too young."
This caused a predictable fuss, but in keeping with the Tha-Alani, it was a muted fuss, and it was resolved in relative silence. Kaylin wished she could be on the other side of that silence, but held her peace. All eyes in the room turned to Gilbert, and from there found Katea. Forehead stalks bobbed, eyes shifted color, people rose. Ebeline, who had not yet taken a seat, seemed to stand at the center of a silent storm. Kaylin wanted to be her umbrella, but knew she didn't actually need one. "Gilbert," Ebeline finally said. Gilbert nodded, his eyes slightly narrowed, as if he'd followed the entire silent discussion. He probably had, but didn't yet know what to make of it. "If it is acceptable to you, Skoros wishes to communicate more directly." Skoros rose as Gilbert nodded. He apparently had some questions of his own to ask. Gilbert was silent, however, and became as still as he had when Ebeline had made contact with him the first time. Because Skoros was prepared, he didn't collapse the way Ebeline had, but he stiffened until he appeared to be almost as rigid as Gilbert, and when he withdrew, he was visibly shaken. He didn't turn to Ebeline. Instead, he turned to Katea, who had surrendered Gilbert's arm. She made no attempt to take it back. She couldn't. She'd taken an involuntary step or three away from Skoros. Skoros immediately raised both of his hands, palms out, and stopped moving. "I do not intend you harm," he said quietly, "and I will not touch you at all without your explicit permission, or a direct command from the Emperor." "They don't particularly want to read our thoughts or know our secrets," Kaylin told the younger girl. "They find our fear suffocating and our lives difficult. If it weren't for the Emperor's commands, they wouldn't interact with us at all. Not the way they interact with each other, anyway." Katea said nothing. Skoros stepped back, found himself a chair, and sat heavily. He looked at Katea. "Please, tell us what you remember, or tell us what you were told." Katea left Gilbert standing to one side of the room. He was, once again, unaware of his surroundings, his two eyes blinking rapidly, his third staring at nothing anyone in the room could see. The familiar on Kaylin's shoulder lifted his head, looked at Gilbert, and snorted. He then lowered it again and closed one eye. Kaylin thought he would sleep, but he lifted his head once more, grumbling, and stretched his wings, smacked Kaylin, possibly accidentally, on the cheek with one, and pushed himself off her shoulder. He flew to Katea and hovered in front of her pale face. He didn't land. He did squawk, quietly for him, while he hovered. "Put out your arm," Kaylin told the younger girl, gentling her voice as she realized Katea was rigid with fear. Katea blinked. Her eyes widened as she looked at the familiar, and some of that fear, though not the bulk of it, lessened. She put her arm out, and the familiar, complaining quietly the entire time, landed on her forearm, then inched his way up to her small shoulder. She giggled. It was part nerves and partly the effect of his small claws. He didn't dig in, but they tickled. "We will not touch you without your permission," Skoros said again. "Fear," he continued in a very conversational voice, "is difficult for any of us to deal with. You think adults don't feel fear, but you are wrong. We all feel fear. It is part of being human. Secrets are harder for my people. Children don't have any. They have not yet learned how to keep things from their kin. But because they can see the experiences of the rest of us, they understand that their fear or their sense of shame is not unique. It is natural. For your kin, the shame and the fear grow far deeper roots. They become larger and stronger. It is not so with the Tha'alani. There is nothing that you have felt that we have not felt. There is nothing new in it for us. It is new to you because you have nothing to compare it with. But we understand that your secrets are necessary to you and to the way you think and live. In your world, which is our world in the near future, almost everyone who lives in the city has died. In our world, which is our present, that future has not happened yet. It is to prevent that destruction that we ask you now to consider allowing us to see parts of your life. We don't know what destroys the city. Any clue, any information that your parents might have given you, anything that your neighbors might have said to your parents when you were too young to understand the words, might help us. The small dragon nuzzled her cheek and then bit her hair. "No," Katea said. The small dragon squawked. Gilbert failed to notice any of this. Kaylin wondered what he had heard in the Tha'ala'an. He didn't hear what she'd heard, to be so frozen in place by it. She wondered briefly if all thought had dimensionality, if there were parts of thought itself that she couldn't grasp, even if they were her own thoughts. She didn't particularly like where this was leading. Katea shook her head again. No. And Kaylin wanted to shake the girl until her teeth rattled, which was wrong. She knew it was wrong, but they had so little information that any might prevent the looming disaster. "Yes," Ebeline said quietly as Kaylin startled. The Tha'alani cast lord was standing so close to Kaylin they should have been touching. They weren't. "But that is the shadow fear casts always. Katea's fear, our own fear. But we cannot be you. We cannot be Katea. What we can justify in the heat of the moment, we must live with forever. It becomes part of not only who we are, but who our people are. Every action we take shapes and defines us. And there is enough darkness at our roots. We have struggled for generations to lift ourselves out of our past. We will not go there again." The small dragon squawked. It was a softer sound and reminded Kaylin of crooning, with edges. Katea started to cry. The tears trailed down her cheeks but didn't give way to sobbing. Her breath wobbled, but she held herself upright. Sleeves dashed tears away almost angrily. "My dad was a sword," she said, spitting the words out as if only force would eject them. "A sword." She had said that before. Most of the swords died. Some of the swords were ordered over the bridge. 2 bridges.
and they made people follow. My dad was one of them. It was his job, he said. He was supposed to keep the city safe. He was supposed to be there to stop fear from turning people into...
She stopped. Animals, Kaylin supplied. The swords patrol. The hawks investigate. When something big goes down, raging fire in the city, for instance, the swords are sent out. They're trained to lead. They know how to make people listen. They can stop panic from becoming as much of a danger to people as the fire would be. She swallowed, turned to Ebeline, and almost knocked her over.
There wasn't enough room in the fief. It was crowded. Dad said...
She swallowed.
Dad said...
But she choked. Was the Emperor in the fiefs? Skoros asked. The Emperor is really the commander-in-chief of both the swords and the hawks.
No. He died.
Silence.
All the dragons died. Mom said you could hear them roaring for a day after the clouds moved in.
She swallowed. The still tears now threatened to become ugly tears. Ugly tears, on the other hand, were practically the only tears Kaylin could cry.
I want to make a deal. With you.
She didn't say this to Skoros. She said it to Ebeline. Ebeline nodded but didn't move from Kaylin's side.
If this is really the past, if this is really our past...
Kaylin knew what Katea wanted then, knew it before the words left the girl's mouth.
If this is our past, if this is my past, if this is what the city was before the gray, it means my mom and my dad are still alive.
Katea, no. I have told you. Gilbert spoke. Gilbert not only spoke but moved, becoming part of the human landscape again. His third eye shuddered as he approached Katea. She actually stepped away, and he stopped. My apologies, he said to the room at large.
I didn't understand,
she continued, refusing to meet Gilbert's eyes.
When we came here, I didn't understand what it meant. But I understand it now. I want to see them. I want to see my parents.
Those ugly tears, they threatened to fall right now. In their wake, anger followed. Kaylin wasn't remotely certain who she was angry at either. She was angry at Katea, yes. Katea might, just might, have information that could save Elantra. If the Emperor knew of it, he'd order the Tha'alani to do what they were not willing to do otherwise. Read her mind, sift through her life, pick out the useful bits. Kaylin wasn't even certain she'd want to stop him.
If you let me see my parents, I'll let you read my mind.
She folded her arms, crossing them a little too tightly around her upper body, as if by doing so she could hold herself up. Katea, Gilbert said again. I told you.
I don't care, Gilbert.
They won't know you. You are not their child. The parents who raised you are dead, and you cannot go back to them, nor can you bring them back. If you save these people, they will not be your parents in future. It is not the way time works. It will only cause pain. To you. And it's pain that they didn't have time for. Kaylin opened her mouth, and Ebeline's palms cupped her cheek, both of her cheeks. Do not resent her.
How can you not? If I were her...
Would you not wish to see your mother even now?
I don't remember my mother.
That is not an answer, Kaylin. It wasn't. Do not judge her. Not one of us do or will. She is frightened. And when had that mattered in Kaylin's life? Oh, it was an ugly, ugly thought. In answer, the Tha-Ala'an joined her. They did not deny the ugliness. They embraced it as if it were natural, normal, as if it were something they were certain would pass, because ugly thoughts, just like graceful ones, were part of life. If you think it will break her, deny her. If you think it will help us, accede. Do not judge the desire. If I were here, I would have it. Even if the world were ending around me, if the last thing I could see were the parents who loved me, I would find them. Kaylin realized that this was why Ebeline had come to stand beside her. Severn had, as he so often did, fallen silent, moving away from the conversation and the personal elements it contained until he was almost invisible. Would she want to see her mother? Yes, but not if it threatened the entire city. And Kaylin was an adult. The loss of her mother wasn't new. It was a fact of her life. Katea's loss was fresh, and the consequences of that loss fresh as well. Here's what we'll do, she heard herself say. Katea turned instantly. We don't have time to see your mother. I'm sorry, but we don't. I can't explain to your mother and father that you are their child from the future. Katea nodded. Kaylin realized the younger girl would agree to anything that would give her a glimpse of her parents, and she despised her own resentment. So I can't guarantee that we can see your mother, but I can guarantee that we can see your father. I work at the halls of law. If he's a sword, so does he. It's going to look odd, me bringing a lost child to the office, but I can do that. That's the best I can do, she added, on very short notice. Katea appeared to be holding her breath, but her eyes still worked. They flicked to and away from Gilbert. Yes. Yes, that'll do. Yes. I won't tell him who I am. I won't talk at all. She needs to see him, Ebeline repeated. If she does, she will have an incentive that her own life cannot, at the moment, provide. You, of all people, should understand this. Of course she did. Chapter 22. Ebeline Rabban Alani accompanied them to the halls of law. Skoros offered. Kaylin, attached to Ebeline and therefore aware of the Tha-Ala'an, heard him. Dra'alzin also offered, and his offer made more sense. He was accustomed to the halls of law, and he had an actual desk within the missing persons division of the Imperial Hawks. But Dra'alzin looked like a grizzled veteran of innumerable battles. Of all of the people in this room, he was the one who most terrified Katea. They didn't make Katea choose. They chose. Ebeline smiled at Katea. Katea managed to smile back. It was very, very hard to be terrified of Ebeline. The small dragon remained on Katea's shoulder for the time being, and they left the long house in single file. Walking out of the Tha-Alani quarter was never fast, but the children were held back by their minders, and only the very young let their resentment of this be known. Loudly. Gilbert trailed behind Katea, looking confused. Confusion appeared to be most of his natural state, but there was something in it that worried Kaylin. She couldn't say why, since why was effectively her job, as well as how. She mulled it over as she walked. Sadly, thoughts of this kind led to walking the way patrolling hawks did. Ebeline was fine. Katea was straining. Gilbert was falling behind. What's your father's name?
Corporal Crevel.
Kaylin glanced at her partner. I'll talk to Jared, Severn said. Jared was the equivalent of Caitlin. He served the swords, not the hawks. But he was nothing like Kaylin in personality. Then again, almost no one was. He kept the swords running, and he kept the sergeant of his particular office more or less calm. The important fact, however, was that it was in his office that the duty rosters were posted. When Clint caught sight of Kaylin, she almost lost her nerve. His expression shifted so suddenly. Tanner, by his side, mirrored his expression. "Where have you been?" Clint demanded. Katea slid behind Severn and peered out from behind his back. Severn, Kaylin noted, was not on the receiving end of what looked like outrage. "What's happened?" "Ironjaw's been trying to get a hold of you, is what," Tanner replied. "I can't. There's been a problem on the winding path." "I wasn't there. I was in the Tha'alani district." They both stopped, as if only now recognizing the Tha'alani caste lord. They shared a glance. "This is not going to be the day for polite diplomatic visits," Clint told her. His tone did not match his words. It was a touch too warm. "If you need a favor from anyone in command in the halls of law, now is the wrong time to ask for it." Ebeline nodded, her expression grave. Kaylin forgot about Katea's father and Jared and pretty much anything that wasn't angry Marcus and emergency. If Katea had not caught her elbow, she would have sprinted up the stairs and down the halls that led to red-eyed Leontine. But Katea did grab her arm. "There with me," Kaylin said, nodding in the direction of Ebeline, Gilbert, and Katea. "They don't want to be today." Tila said she'd informed the office about the reasons for my absence. The two duty hawks exchanged another glance. "Tila's part of the problem." Clint was grim. Tila, Tane, Lord Sannibalis, and Bellisdeo. Lord Bellisdeo. Yes. Against their better judgment, Clint and Tanner let the entire party pass into the halls. Kaylin sprinted into the office, stopped at Caitlin's desk, introduced Katea and Gilbert in a breathless rush, and then abandoned them both. It took less than 2 minutes. 2 long, endless minutes, while fear sunk roots in every thought she was capable of having. Tila, Tane, and Bellisdeo. She wasn't even concerned that the Emperor would reduce a useless private in the Imperial Hawks to ash, a very real possibility. Tila and Tane had gone to the Arcanum. Sannibalis and Bellisdeo had gone to the Winding Path. They weren't in the same place. Something in the future would destroy the Tha'alani Quarter. What if it had already started? She came to a skidding halt in front of what remained of Marcus's desk. It looked like someone had taken a very large axe to the desktop. The papers that generally littered the desk in various piles had been removed. Or rather, they'd been cleaned up. 1 or 2 had clearly fallen beneath desks and hadn't yet been retrieved. Marcus had grown about 3 inches in every dimension. He was bristling so badly. Kaylin didn't need to meet his eyes to know that they were red. She did need to be able to understand Leontine to catch his first words, which she would have heard even if she'd taken the time to plug both ears. She exposed her throat instantly. The office was almost silent, which is what generally happened in the presence of an enraged Leontine. Kaylin's fists clenched. She managed not to close her eyes, or move anything but her chin. Marcus's claws were fully extended when he reached for her throat. Katea screamed. Marcus hunched and wheeled in the direction of that scream, snarling. Kaylin knew better than to grab Marcus when he was in this state, but she shouted in Leontine to get his attention. He spun again, inhaled, exhaled, and forced himself to speak Elantran.
"Where have you been?"
"Tila told you."
"Tila told us that you were convalescing in a house on the Winding Path."
Kaylin nodded. "I was." He growled. He turned and barked the word records in the direction of his desk, which no longer had a mirror on it. Caitlin's quiet voice repeated his command, and as she hadn't trashed her desk in worried fury, her mirror shivered to life. Gilbert, however,
shouted no.
Under other circumstances, a man with 3 eyes shouting in the office might have gone south, but Ebeline took the opportunity to intervene. She stepped in front of Gilbert before Marcus reached him, raising a hand in front of the sergeant's face. Marcus came to a full stop before any part of his body connected with that hand. His breath was a growl, but he couldn't, at the moment, help that.
"Private, explain yourself. Now."
He turned to face her. Kaylin risked her life. She answered with a question. What happened on the winding path?
"I was about to make that clear. Who is this man, and what is he?"
His name is Gilbert. It was his home I was convalescing in. If something's happened to it, he wasn't there. He's been with me the entire morning. Marcus. What happened? Ebeline said to Caitlin, "It is best that the mirror network not be utilized at the moment." Caitlin, noting Katea, nodded. She did not look well pleased, which surprised Kaylin.
"Tell us why, Cast Lord,"
Marcus said. His voice was much quieter, which was actually a bad sign in Leontines. "There is some sort of magical difficulty in the city, and it is being in part driven by and expressed through the mirror network. I believe Gilbert would be the expert, not I. That use of the mirrors increases the danger." Caitlin blanched. So did Kaylin. There's no way to shut down the mirrors, not instantly, and not without at least using them once. Mirrors get used by almost everyone. Even people who can't afford a private mirror use the public ones in the markets.
"Private."
"I don't know, Marcus. Ebeline does. We've had mirrors malfunction before. You remember the mirror greeted everyone by name in that cheery... He growled.
"You're certain?"
It was Kaylin, he asked. She swallowed, remembered how Ebeline had said they died. Nodded.
"Fine. Perrin."
"Sir." Perrin appeared from around a pillar. The one advantage to a junior desk was its distance from Marcus.
"Run upstairs to the Hawk Lord. Tell him what Private Neya just said."
He turned to her. Of course.
"You had better be right."
Marcus's eyes dimmed to a reddish orange. His fur settled into more or less normal height, except around the ears and possibly the back of his neck. Kaylin couldn't see that and didn't try. He barked commands, and the office once again returned to a semblance of normal. But it was a shadowed normal. Anxiety fluttered beneath the surface of every spoken word.
"Cast Lord,"
Marcus said, bowing. She smiled and inclined her chin, as if she hadn't, minutes before, been confronted with raging, animalistic Leontine. She did not step entirely out of his way. Katea came out from behind her. She was shaking, but she wasn't cowering, which was good given Marcus's state of mind. "I'm Katea Crevel," she told him.
"Marcus Hassan,"
Marcus replied.
"Sergeant Marcus Hassan. We need to inform the Emperor."
He stopped, growled.
"Shoji."
"Sir."
"Tell the Sword Lord and Wolf Lord what's happened."
"The Hawk Lord,
now."
"Yes, sir." Marcus turned back to Katea.
"Crevel. Crevel. Corporal Crevel. Are you related?"
Kaylin froze. Katea didn't. "Yes, I'm his cousin."
"And this man is a friend of yours?"
"Yes." Marcus sniffed the air. Leontine's sense of smell was acute. No surprises there. "Marcus, the winding path?"
"We're not certain what happened,"
he said.
"Something big. Half of the street, the middle half, is no longer visible."
"What do you mean, not visible?"
"Exactly what I said. There's a very large gap. A circular gap where the middle part of the street used to stand.
That's not invisible.
People don't fall off the street into what looks like a pit. They keep walking. They vanish. They don't appear on the other side. We've cordoned off either end of the spherical space, but it's growing. The swords are mobilized. The Aerians have been sent to patrol.
He cursed in Leontine.
The sky above the sphere operates the way the area on the ground does, but it's harder to see.
Kaylin stopped breathing for one long moment.
Yes,
he said, although she hadn't spoken.
That's not theoretical.
Katea, listening, said,
That's how it started.
Marcus frowned. He wasn't as tall as the Barrani, but when he looked down at Katea, he seemed to be doing it from a much greater height.
Private?
Kaylin exhaled. We should head up to the Hawklord's tower, she replied, so I don't have to repeat myself. The aperture to the tower was open when they arrived, as were the doors. Kaylin was grateful. The door wards of the Hawklord's tower were, with the exception of the Royal Library, the worst magical door wards in existence. Lord Grimaire's eyes were almost black, they were so dark. That left no room for worse, which meant they didn't change shade when Gilbert walked in behind Kaylin. Katea was in front of him, Ebeline behind. Marcus was leading the way, and Severn pulled up the rear. Tila and Tane headed out to the Arcanum. At least that's where they said they were going.
They mirrored from the Arcanum.
Then
they went in haste to the winding path. Tila said the man to whom she wished to speak had been resident in the Arcanum. He left, in colloquial words, a lot of corpses. Among those corpses was one that was not quite dead. They mirrored to request that backup be sent to meet them on the winding path at the scene of the investigation.
Marcus growled. Lord Grimaire bowed to Ebeline. But they
wanted you.
Oh.
You went to Eventon's.
Yes.
And the Tha-Alani quarter was on the way.
No. The Hawklord lifted and lengthened his wings as if testing them. They had always been beautiful, and they could also be deadly.
The Arcan sent word. We will not be able to respond in the usual way, but the Aerians have agreed to serve as emergency messengers until this crisis has passed.
He exhaled. Gilbert lived in the house across the street from the murders. Kaylin nodded and began to speak. She managed to make it through half of the story, at least as she perceived it, before the Hawklord stopped her and looked up to the open aperture. Shadow darkened the floor. The skies were not exactly clear, but the shadows caused by this cloud didn't pass, and in the end, they resolved themselves into a familiar draconic form. Kaylin thought for just a moment that the gold meant Clint had been mistaken about Bellisteo, because the dragon was gold. But it wasn't Bellisteo. She had never watched a dragon shift form in midair before. This dragon, however, obviously considered the interior of the tower too small for a safe landing, at least for the people currently beneath him. He shifted, golden scales blurring and reconfiguring as he descended. His wings shifted shape and size before they at last folded, literally, into his back. The dragon was the Arcan. "You're not supposed to be flying," Kaylin told him, because surprise had loosened her jaw, and her brain, clearly.
"I have come in search of your Gilbert,"
was his rumbling reply. His eyes were orange. Of course they were.
"And it was decided that his presence within the palace at this time constituted too much of a danger."
His nod to the Hawklord was perfunctory, and Marcus might as well have been invisible. He did offer an extended nod to Ebeline. Ebeline said, "I must return to my own kin." She offered the Dragon Lord a much deeper bow than Kaylin felt he warranted, and turned toward the tower doors. It was Kateya who stopped her. To Kaylin's surprise, she stopped her by grabbing the Tha'alani Cast Lord's arm. This shocked Ebeline enough that she stopped moving. She looked with concern at the two shaking hands on her sleeve. Kateya swallowed and tightened her grip.
"You're leaving because of me."
Ebeline did not deny it. Kaylin seldom used the word love. It was a word she felt was meant for babies and young children. But as she realized Kateya was right, that Ebeline was, in fact, leaving before she could be ordered to examine Kateya against the younger girl's will, she resented deeply the lack of an adult word that was equivalent, but less embarrassing. Ebeline smiled sadly at the girl. "We have not yet fulfilled our part of the bargain."
"You won't. You won't be able to. He's out there. He's in the streets on the winding path, trying to keep people from panicking. That's what my mother told me. That's what he did. Because this is when it started."
She swallowed.
"I don't know anything. I was a baby. I don't remember. But they talked. They told me things. If you can find things in my memories that I can't..."
She swallowed again.
"My dad lives. He's going to live. My mom, too. But he hated that so many people died. He felt like he'd failed. Like they'd all failed. The swords, the hawks, the people whose job it was to protect everyone. Maybe that's why I'm here. Or why Gilbert is here, I don't know."
Tears welled in her eyes.
"I was mad at my dad when he left. When they left to look for whatever it was they were looking for, I didn't say goodbye. I wouldn't talk to him. He wouldn't take me with him, and I knew he was just going to die.
She fought back tears.
I was a terrible daughter. If I could go back, if I could change one thing, I would say goodbye. I would tell him that I loved him. I would tell him. But I can't. Gilbert wasn't afraid of you. Kaylin's not afraid. If you can find something in me that can help, do it."
Kateya was almost white, and white did not look good on her. Neither did red-eyed terror, but she held her ground, looking back to Gilbert only once as if she needed his approval. Given that Gilbert wasn't even passably human and that Kateya knew this very well, this said something to Kaylin. "Breathe," Severn told her. She reddened. Ebeline knelt. Kneeling, she was shorter than Kateya. She opened her arms, but held them wide to either side of the girl, and waited. The Archon rumbled. Kaylin desperately wanted to give Ebeline as much time, as much space as she could, because Kaylin understood the effect Kateya's fear would have on the older, wiser woman. It was a type of poison. It was a poison Ebeline accepted, because in the end she had little choice. If she did not do it, another member of her caste would be forced to it. Kaylin walked over to Gilbert, caught him by the arm, and dragged him over to where the Archon stood. The Archon's face, hair, and eyes were familiar, but he had chosen to wear the armor available to all of his kin in their mortal form. It was either that or nudity. "This is Gilbert," she said. "Gilbert, this is a dragon known as the Archon. I'm not sure what that means since he has a name, but call him the Archon unless your name is Belisteo." The Archon, in golden plate armor, raised a brow at Kaylin. Gilbert looked confused.
"Belisteo, as you are aware, filled me in on many of the details of the past few days."
Kaylin nodded. She had expected rage. The Archon's eyes were orange, but he was unlike Marcus, his usual self otherwise.
"I do not hold you responsible for Belisteo's disappearance. The Emperor may, but he has not yet chosen to fly. Sanabellis is vastly more competent and resourceful than you are in general, as is Bellasteo. They are together. If they have not been instantly obliterated, it is left to us to find and retrieve them. I believe it is possible your Gilbert may be of assistance."
Gilbert said,
"I must go to the winding path." "Yes, that was my thought as well."
He glanced at Ebeline and Katea. They were now locked in an embrace, but Katea had stopped trembling and appeared to be leaning into the Tha'alani woman, and from the sound of it, sniveling. Kaylin could only see her back.
"Is the child necessary?"
Gilbert said,
"Yes,"
at the same time as Kaylin said, "No." The Archon, predictably, was annoyed, and just as predictably, he was annoyed at Kaylin.
"Do not let sentiment blind you. At this juncture, we cannot afford it."
"Sentiment? I barely even know her." The Archon ignored the comment. He spoke to Gilbert. Gilbert replied. Neither used a language she understood. She thought it might be the same language that the Archon had spoken to Mandorin in the library.
"Time is of the essence,"
the dragon told them.
"Cast Lord, I regret to have to interrupt you, but I require the young woman's presence."
Ebeline did not appear to hear him. The Hawk Lord, however, placed a staying hand on the Archon's shoulder.
"She will require some minutes yet. Kaylin, please fill the Archon in on the details of the rest of your day while he waits."
The Archon's eyes had shifted toward gold as he listened, although the predominant color was still orange.
"You are from a different time, and so is the young girl?"
He threw a narrow-eyed glance at the Tha'alani cast lord as he asked. Gilbert hesitated. Hesitation was his most frequent conversational tic.
"Katea is. And you are not."
Gilbert turned to Kaylin, of all people, as if she could somehow answer the question the Archon had just asked. The small dragon lifted himself off Katea's shoulder, pushed himself gently into the air, and then squawked loudly. Had he been sitting on Kaylin's shoulder, he wouldn't have bothered to put distance between his mouth and her ear.
The Archon frowned. "That is hardly an answer," he said to the familiar. Squawk. "Very well. Katea is from the future, as it exists if the present continues. Gilbert is a question mark. What happened with the Keeper?"
When Kaylin failed to immediately answer, he said,
"You are aware that the Keeper is under surveillance. It is unusual for rain to fall only within the Keeper's storefront."
"I was getting to that part."
"My apologies for the interruption,"
he replied. Not that there was any chance this would stop him from interrupting her again. She continued, speaking about the rain in the store, the flood, and her eventual discussion with the elemental water.
"The water is aware of the time shift."
Kaylin nodded.
"Kaylin,
I think it's only aware because of the Tha'ala'an." As she said this, she realized it was fundamentally true. I'm not sure the fire or earth or air notice or care, but the Tha'ala'an exists the way the rest of us do, because it's part of the way we live. I mean, it's like organic records for the race itself, so it's built of our lives. The Archon seemed surprised, but nodded. What I don't understand is why the water was raining on the inside of the store. The water does lose its temper from time to time, but it's usually confined to the garden. The Archon's nod was slower to come this time, and his eyes shaded to a much stronger orange by the time it had finished. Do you think whatever's eating the city eats the Keeper's garden? I mean, in the future, where the water comes from?
Thank you for adding a worry I had not considered to those already on the table.
The Archon turned to Gilbert again. Gilbert said,
Yes, I think that's likely. I believe I must return to the winding path.
He glanced at Katea.
Will you take care of her?
You're not leaving here without her. Kaylin. I mean it. You do not have much time left. We don't even know that it started there. Has anyone been to the Arcanum? Lord Diamat and Lord Emirian are currently at the Arcanum, the Arcan replied. That seemed backward to Kaylin. You're probably the dragon with the most knowledge of ancient magic. Why didn't they come here? Because I am, as you state, the most learned. I am going to the Winding Path. I am apparently going to the Winding Path without the benefit of mirrored information. Do you understand why the mirrors are so integral to the problem? No. The Imperial mages are now considering the difficulty. Because of the water, you chose to visit the Tha'alani directly. Kaylin took the hint, picking up the very interrupted thread of the story. By the time she'd finished, he was no longer glaring at Ebeline. Please plug your ears, he told her. He lifted his voice and repeated this request. Kaylin had a good idea of what he was about to do, but covered her ears anyway. Covering her ears never really stopped dragon roars from being deafening. Her instincts were right. The Arcan roared. It was not a short roar either. He had the grace to wait until the roar had stopped echoing before he spoke again. I am confirming for the Dragon Court that the Mirror Network's usage can, or will, be deadly. I have also passed word about the shielding the Tha'alani used to some effect in their last stand. The latter, I feel, will buy us essential time. Any idea what the Arcanum was trying to do? The Arcanum is composed of men and women with great ambition and power. They seldom work in concert. It is highly unlikely that individual members are aware of the full extent of the research of their various colleagues. Those that survived the internal difficulties of the morning claim ignorance. I am inclined to believe them. At the moment, the Arcanum is attempting to preserve the city, which they happen to reside in. They will not sabotage our efforts. This was not an answer. If we understood what they were attempting, we might have some chance. Thank you for stating the completely obvious. Kaylin shut up. Gilbert, however, did not. If possible, he said to Kaylin, I think your Mandoran and Anarian might be of assistance in a way that none of the rest of you can be. Kaylin nodded, stopped, nodded more emphatically. If mirrors were not forbidden, Kaylin would have been on them instantly. Severn understood why. If Tila had died, Mandoran and Anarian would know. If she hadn't, and she had been pushed forward or backward or sideways in time, they would only know that she'd disappeared, just as Nightshade had disappeared. Private, the Arcan snapped. Your fidgeting makes me almost motion sick. Be still. The Hawk Lord gave her a look, which implied that she was embarrassing the entire force in public, and she stopped rocking on her heels. How do you think Anarian and Mandoran will be helpful? She asked, to distract herself. They see in a way that you can't. They see in a way that I can't. Or rather, they see less, and see it from a different vantage. I do not understand the whole of what is or is not inimical to your kind. Katea has taught me much, but she is not aware of everything I do, and some of what I have done she considers hostile. Kaylin frowned. The Arcanist visited you the night before the murders. That is what she maintains. She saw him. You didn't. Kaylin's frown deepened. The night after the murders, he came again. That time you saw him and she didn't. Gilbert didn't reply. He was now as silent as Kaylin couldn't be. It's like the corpses or the stones, isn't it? It is not, he finally said, although his frown had deepened. I could see the corpses in question. I could see the 3 stones. You could see the words. She turned to the Arcan. Did Sanabalis manage to get that information to you? No. He turned to Gilbert. It is in part to speak of those so-called words that I came. Squawk.
I am not certain that I can duplicate them. Squawk. I do not see how it is skirting the rules. They have been seen. Their presence was not revealed by you. I am not certain you are aware of them at all. Squawk.
He has a bit of an ego, Kaylin said. What does he mean by rules?
I believe he expects you to understand what he means. It is irrelevant. I am not, as he is. It is difficult for me to manifest the words I see in a way that makes them accessible to your kind, Gilbert said.
He means anyone alive in the city, Kaylin told the Archon, not mortals. And frankly, I'm not certain it would be a good idea to have Gilbert attempt to recreate what he saw.
Why?
I don't think he'd do anything to harm us deliberately. Kateya's here, if nothing else. But I don't think he's always aware of what might cause harm. Kateya seemed to feel there was actual magical conflict. Gilbert seemed to genuinely feel there wasn't. He's not an arcanist. He's not trying to live forever or rule the universe or whatever it is that drives the arcanists. I just don't think he truly understands what life is. Our lives, anyway.
I will take that under advisement.
The Archon spoke as if he meant it.
But at this point, I do not feel it is Gilbert who is responsible for the state of our city, and any information is not only relevant, but urgently required. I am therefore willing to have that risk taken.
Kaylin turned to Lord Grimmaire, who nodded. The Archon was not in theory in the chain of command, but theory could be stretched in emergencies. Gilbert glanced once again at Kateya.
Very well.
He lifted his hands slowly, held them in front of his body, at elbow level, and turned them palms up, as if he was carrying something no one else in the room could see. His eyes began to glow. Chapter 23. Kaylin was accustomed to seeing eye colors change. Glowing was another thing entirely. When Gilbert's eyes glowed, as they were glowing now, it looked as if his head had been hollowed out and was being used as a lamp. It was not a comforting sight. Kateya was still wrapped around Ebeline. If warning needed to be given to or about Gilbert, it wouldn't come from her. Kaylin opened her mouth and closed it again as the familiar came to sit on her shoulder. His claws dug through her tunic. Clearly, she wasn't the only one who was nervous. "I don't suppose," she whispered to the familiar, "you could tell me what he's doing?" Squawk. The glow of Gilbert's eyes brightened so much it was hard to look at his face. The Archon's inner membranes rose and he lifted a hand. Kaylin felt a wash of unpleasant stinging settle across her arms, her legs, the back of her neck, anywhere that was marked. She even approved of it, although she gritted her teeth. The light seeped out of Gilbert's eyes as if it were crawling. This was very disturbing to watch. He was apparently in control of its destination, though. It fell into his cupped palms, curling in and around itself as if it were a dozen small snakes. Could have been worse, she told herself. Could have been cockroaches. Squawk. I know. Sorry. The snakes began to separate, and Kaylin watched as they hardened and shed parts of themselves. She looked up to Gilbert's face. His eyes were once again obsidian. They did not reflect the glowing light she could clearly see taking shape in the palms of his hands. The Archon's expression stiffened as the runes took form. They were not, to Kaylin's eye, true words, not the way the marks on over half her skin were, but they seemed similar. She frowned and approached Gilbert. She saw magic's after effects as sigils, usually blue, and usually much larger than these. But she had seen such sigils as dark shadows, dark smoke before. These were similar in the end to those, although they were much more solid. "Archon, they are not," he said. "A language I recognize." "Not true words, then?" "No." he replied without obvious disgust, which was unusual.
Do they look like your marks to you?
She shook her head. They look... This is going to sound strange. The Archon coughed. Sorry. They're brighter and more consistent, but they remind me of the sigils left behind in the Leontine quarter.
When?
When Marcus was accused of murder. It felt like it had been years ago. It hadn't. Objectively, it had been months, maybe a year. Someone tried to kill us, Severn and I, and a black, smoky sigil rose in the wake of the spell. The Archon's expression shifted, and not in an entirely natural way.
Does this aperture widen?
He asked the Hawk Lord.
It is in its widest configuration at the moment.
Exhaled smoke was most of the Archon's answer.
We will need to exit by the stairs. There is only barely enough space here to land, and I am not young anymore.
Which was entirely irrelevant to immortals as far as Kaylin knew. She kept this to herself. I'm not saying it's the same.
No, it wouldn't be. But it implies two things, neither of which is in any way positive.
And those are... He stared at Ebeline but answered.
Sigils are representative of the caster's magical power. It is why they are unique.
She knew that and tried not to resent his explanation of the obvious. Maybe someone in the tower didn't, like, say, Gilbert or Katea, who couldn't listen at the moment.
You will perhaps note, or perhaps not, given your training and education, that the same sigil has different styles of presentation, depending on the school of magic utilized.
This was less obvious to Kaylin. In general, she didn't notice the style of, say, everyday handwriting, only the legibility.
You feel that these runes are similar to the sigils you found in the Leontine quarter. Sanabalis has seen those sigils. He does not interpret them the way you do, of course, but that is a matter for later. The sigil at the time you described as black smoke.
Kaylin nodded.
What is the similarity, then?
Kaylin wasn't quite certain. The problem with the Archon's questions was that he expected good answers, and he was short on patience. Fair enough, they were short on time.
While you are gathering your thoughts, we will descend.
Private Neya, the Hawk Lord said, as the Archon headed toward the tower doors.
The Archon is the voice of the Emperor for the duration of this crisis. You will obey his commands as if the Emperor, or the Lord of Hawks, has personally issued them. Before you leave the building, visit the quartermaster.
The situation was dire enough that Kaylin didn't even think to flinch.
Take flares. Also, he added, take a portable mirror.
We can't use mirrors.
At the moment, there are no connections to the mirror network, and it is just possible that it is the network that needs adjustment.
Gilbert, do you think it's safe to have one on hand?
Gilbert looked up.
He didn't answer. Kaylin wasn't certain he could hear.
Gilbert,
Katea said in mild disgust. Kaylin saw that Ebeline had released the girl. The girl, however, had not released Ebeline. She was holding on tightly to the Tha Alani's hand.
He gets like this,
Katea told the Cast Lord. She let go of the hand she'd gripped so tightly with obvious reluctance and walked across the room to where Gilbert, a pile of golden, glowing words in his hands, stood. Reaching out, she caught his wrists in both of her hands.
Gilbert. Gilbert.
Why is he called Gilbert?
The Archon asked her.
Katea said he needed a name.
And he chose that one.
No, I chose that one. Is something wrong with it? Gilbert?
She sighed. She followed that sigh with a single word that was nothing like a name. It was nothing in the end like any of the other words Katea was prone to speak. The air crackled around its syllables. Even the Archon looked surprised. Gilbert, however, blinked rapidly. The words in his hands dissolved. He shook them as if they were liquid, and his hands wet. "Ah, Katea, you have finished your discussion with Ebeline."
"Yes, because no one else could get your attention."
"I am sorry. I was attempting to read the words."
"Is that a smart idea?" she demanded. "I mean, doing it here?"
He blinked. "It is only reading. I did not attempt to invoke their power in any way. I do not think they have power independent of their original location."
He looked up at Kaylin.
"I am considering your Arkan's question. I did not see the sigil you speak of, but I understand differences in style and presentation. What was the purpose of the spell that caused the sigil to be written as smoke and darkness?"
Kaylin frowned. "At the time, it was meant to kill me. To kill us," she added, nodding in Severn's direction. She cursed the lack of immortal memory. It made her job much harder. Tila never had this difficulty. The sigil didn't look like a sigil to me, not at first. It really did look like black smoke. But the smoke formed curves, loops, cursive elements of actual writing. They had dimension. Usually sigils don't. They're kind of splashed across walls or floors or physical objects that happen to be in the blast radius.
And is that the similarity?
I don't know. The smoke never stopped moving. By the time it had stilled enough, Sanibalis had dragged me out of the wreckage. I couldn't read it, but I didn't get a better chance to study it. The Arkan exhaled.
"The street,"
he said grimly. "Did Sanibalis not tell you?"
"I will have words with him when this is over."
The quartermaster was grim. Kaylin was not and had never been his favorite person. He considered her young, feckless, and grossly irresponsible. Giving her a flare was not a problem. Giving her a portable mirror was. Had she not had the Arkan literally standing over her shoulder, he would have refused. She hadn't had time to wait for Hansen's requisition order. Though he always made a point of following strict procedure when dealing with Kaylin, he was clearly not willing to play that game with a member of the Dragon Court. He was a stickler enough that he demanded the Arkan's signature, though. Kaylin, given the orange of the Arkan's eyes, wouldn't have dared. This was probably why she wasn't the quartermaster. The halls, as they walked swiftly through them, were silent, mostly because they were empty. It was likely that the hawks had joined the swords on the winding path. It had only been 3 weeks since the ancestors had attacked the high halls, only 3 weeks since a dozen hawks had been buried. For swords, the losses had been higher. The swords had been trained to deal with panicking crowds. You didn't send untrained men into those crowds and expect good results, although you could pray. If the halls of law felt deserted, the streets surrounding them were not, and the thanks hawks and swords would get for putting their lives on the line in an emergency boiled down to invective, resentment, and very harried compliance. Some days Kaylin hated people. The Arkan appeared to dislike them even more than she did. If she wanted to kick them or curse them, and sadly she did, she didn't want them to wind up on the wrong side of angry dragon breath. They were just as afraid and just as ignorant as she was on bad days, and she didn't feel she deserved reduction to ash either. People screamed and got out of the way when the Arkan, with no warning, transformed, the plates of his armor opening and falling on invisible hinges toward the ground. Katea was one of those people. Gilbert scooped her up and took one step to the side as the Arkan's wings exploded from between human-seeming shoulder blades. His neck lengthened, his tail appeared, his head expanded. This last made Kaylin snicker.
"We are going to your abode,"
the Arkan said without looking back.
"Now, you can climb up on my back, sit between the ridges, or I can carry you in my claws."
No one took him up on the ladder, although Katea was fearful enough that she might have been forced to, if not for Gilbert. Gilbert, holding her, leapt up. She turned into his chest, threw her arms around his neck, and buried her face in his shoulder. Ebeline's hesitance was purely physical. None of it reached her face. She clearly wanted to go back to the Tha-Alani quarter, but she didn't ask. Anything that needed to be said to the other members of the Tha-Alanari she could say from here, or from anywhere in the city. Kaylin was only barely seated when the Archon roared and pushed off the ground. She settled her hands against his back. Severn caught her waist and held it. The Archon had been injured 3 weeks ago, injured enough that Bellis Deo had been, and still was, very worried. But she knew the dragon would probably bite her arms off if she tried to heal him. Dragon bodies weren't like mortal bodies. They were a duality. Kaylin wondered if she could sort of sneak healing in while he was preoccupied.
"I will drop you," the Archon said loudly. "And if you deserve it, Katea doesn't."
Which was a no. "Will you land in Helen's tower?"
"I will land in the street."
"Our tower's bigger than the Hawk Lord's, and Helen is safer."
The Archon growled, but to Kaylin's surprise, he took her advice.
She hadn't lied, but she hadn't exactly been truthful either. Helen could shift the interior of the house to accommodate any guest. The tower's aperture opened as the Archon approached it from on high. It was wide enough that he could, with caution, land. He did, but the landing was heavy and he was silent while his passengers disembarked. "Welcome," Helen said. Or rather, Helen's voice. Her avatar had not yet reached the tower. "We've been waiting. Mandorin is very upset." Kaylin remembered the revelation she'd had back in the Hawk Lord's tower. Movement returned in a frenzied rush as she raced for the door, yanked it open, and took the stairs 4 at a time. Helen would see to the guests. For some reason, the dining room had become the gathering spot for Helen's inhabitants. The parlor was, in theory, more comfortable and more homey, but it was only used when there were guests. The fact that there were guests didn't change the venue this time, however. Mandorin and Anarian were seated at the dining room table. "Tila?" Mandorin nodded.
"We can hear her. Barely, but we can hear her."
"Tane?"
"She says he's alive, more or less. She's pissed off at him, if that helps."
"Not really. It just means he's more injured than she is, probably because he was trying to do something stupid, like protect her."
"Got it in one."
Kaylin exhaled. She closed her eyes. Eyes closed, she could more clearly hear Katea, which meant Gilbert was close. She inhaled deeply and opened her eyes. Small and Squawky was seated on her shoulder, wings folded, eyes alert. Ebeline was a yard behind Gilbert and Katea. "Does she know what happened?"
"This would be a lot easier," Mandorin said, "if we had your name. Or if you had ours. I get that you don't want to let yours slip, but—"
He subsided because Anarian had kicked him.
"She says to tell you this is yet another attempt to gain immortality."
"The Arcanist was Barrani. He already is immortality." Mandorin gave Anarian a look.
"This," he said, rising, "is stupid."
Anarian rose as well and stepped in front of him.
"I mean it."
"He gets that," Kaylin said. "And we don't need to do this. Helen can hear you. Helen can translate." Helen's avatar appeared in the far door.
"I cannot translate well," she said half apologetically. "And I confess I do not understand your reluctance. It is your name and should be your choice. Kaylin, however, is hesitant. She considers it dangerous."
"Why? She's mortal. She'll die in a handful of years."
"Because she is chosen, and she doesn't understand what that means. Your Tila is correct in a fashion. Immortality is the translation. It is an ancient Barrani word, and it does not have meaning in Elantran, as it is currently spoken. You have had, Tila tells Mandorin, some experience with the Barrani who seek
freedom? From the shackles of their names. That freedom exists in the mortal. It does not exist in the immortal. It does not exist for either myself or Gilbert. Once I would not have understood the desire. It would have seemed tantamount to suicide. But I have come to understand it with time.
Would you destroy your name?
I have already destroyed parts of it, as you know. But no, Kaylin, that is not exact. I have cut off limbs, I have closed eyes, but the core of my name is still transcribed by, prescribed by words, and I do not resent them. They gave me life, but there is persistent belief that freedom from words conveys limitless power to those who were created to contain words. To my eye, it does not. You were not created to contain words, and you are limited in ways that your immortals are not. But I have never been ambitious.
Mandoran, what happened in the Arcanum? Why did the whatever it is start at the winding path? Tila went to the Arcanum, didn't she?
He nodded.
And then she went to the winding path?
No.
So where is she?
She doesn't know.
Is it a room? Is it...
She doesn't know, Kaylin. It's dark where she is. She's injured. Tane is injured. She's carved out a small space.
Tell her to use elemental shielding if she can. Kaylin had no idea what Tila's magical abilities were. Beyond the implication that Tila had once belonged to the Arcanum, she knew nothing about Tila's magical past. Tila had never volunteered the information. But Kaylin had only asked once.
She wants to know what you mean by elemental shielding.
The Tha Alani used it. Will use it in future. It seemed to stop the spread of whatever ends up killing most of the city.
Ebeline lifted a hand. She was frowning. You have your own Tha Ala'an between you, yes?
Neither Mandoran nor Anarian had been part of this city when it had become a city. They had very little familiarity with the Tha Alani. Probably a good thing for the Tha Alani. They looked at Ebeline.
No, Kaylin said before anyone spoke. She caught Ebeline's shoulder. You do not want to do this. I have touched Gilbert's thoughts without ill effect. I believe your Tila can do what we did, but much more effectively, if rumors about her past are true. What you tell her of what I've said will take time.
Mandoran is not a normal Barrani.
I know, which is why there is some chance that he will allow this. My communication does not require knowledge of his name, and you will not have to take it either.
Mandoran said something colorful in Aerian. Ebeline's eyes narrowed instantly. Clearly the Cast Lord had a working knowledge of Aerian. Mandoran walked around Anarian, who was stiff and wary, and presented himself to Ebeline.
This doesn't hurt, does it?
He asked.
Not unless you fight it. And even then, the pain is not physical.
I would not do that. The Archon had arrived. If Mandoran was willing to listen to his cohort and the Chosen, he was absolutely not willing to take advice from an ancient dragon, a dragon who had, no doubt, existed at the time of the Wars of the Flights. He practically grabbed Ebeline by her shoulders and yanked her toward him. The Cast Lord stumbled. Kaylin had to suppress the very strong urge to knock Mandoran off his feet. Ebeline righted herself, lifted her hands, and placed them on either of Mandoran's shoulders, not his cheeks, as she had done with Katea. The Archon exhaled smoke. It was very hard to ignore an angry dragon when he happened to be standing at your back. Kaylin managed, turning to face Anarian, as Mandoran was now busy. The Tha Alani had an experimental magic that seemed to protect them from whatever it was that will destroy this city. I don't know if everyone dies, but the Tha Alani quarter perishes. Tila is alive.
Is she anywhere near Bellisdeo?
No, Anarian said quietly.
She is not certain where Bellasdeo is.
The Arkan's eyes couldn't get any more red, but he seemed game to try. He glared at Kaylin. She didn't take this personally because he was glaring at everything at the moment. She has Magaran with her.
And Sanabellis.
The Arkan exhaled.
With luck, he will actually listen to her. Bellasdeo's tone can be difficult, but she is not, in general, reckless. And she has lived with Shadow and its subtleties for centuries.
I'm not sure this is about Shadow.
And you feel it is not, given the sigils and their similarities?
Kaylin glanced at Gilbert. I'm beginning to think that we don't understand nearly enough about what we call Shadow. Gilbert lived in Ravellon. There are elements of Gilbert that we would classify as Shadow, but I don't think he means to absorb, devour, or transform us. Or kill us all, she added, just in case this wasn't clear. Gilbert was the one who first warned us against mirror use. It was only when we spoke to the Tha-Alanari that his warning grew teeth. Ebeline pressed her weaving stalks gently against Mandorin's forehead. Ebeline knew Mandorin's mind was not Barrani, although it had once been. She knew that he was not immortal in the way the Barrani and the dragons now were. Her eyes, which she'd closed, widened. Her entire body stiffened. Kaylin was behind her instantly, set to catch her if she fell. Mandorin, however, caught her waist, bracing her. His eyes were blue, but it was not the shade that meant danger or death. It was a pale sky blue. She had never seen that color in his eyes, in any of their eyes before. She had seen it in the consort in the West March. She glanced at Anarian and was surprised to see that his eyes, while the regular sort of blue, now rested in a face that was bordering on crimson. So, sky blue meant what she probably thought it meant. Ebeline did not blush. She forced herself slowly to relax. It occurred to Kaylin that this was something Ebeline had probably encountered in the Imperial dungeons, and the thought made Kaylin nauseous. Severn touched her shoulder. She jumped, but after a long, slow breath, she leaned into his hand. Anarian frowned. Whatever Mandorin was passing on, he was listening.
Kaylin.
She nodded.
You said it was raining in the Keeper's storefront.
She hadn't, to Anarian. Clearly, Ebeline was explaining everything that had led to this point.
Tila wants to know why, or how.
Tell her to ask Eventon.
She wants me to smack you and repeat her question.
I don't know. It makes no sense to me either. The water, the force of it, is contained by the Keeper, in the garden. Eventon was in a room upstairs, she said, speaking and thinking slowly. I think he was trying to contain the water's spread in the store.
Confine it to the store.
No, not exactly. I think there's got to be some sort of fail-safe there, some way of speaking to the elements when it's no longer safe for even Eventon, the Keeper, to do so.
You are certain?
I can go back to Eventon's after we've at least got some idea of what's going on in the winding path. Does Tila think that's where she is? Yes, I know she said she doesn't know, but Tila thinks in her sleep. There's no way she's sitting on her butt in the dark not trying to figure things out.
She thanks you for your confidence and asks you to shut up.
Why?
Because,
Anarian said softly.
Ebeline is speaking now. She is describing the exact steps taken to cast the spell that might have preserved the Tha-Alani for some hours before they were also destroyed.
The Arkan was absolutely unwilling to join the Tha-Alaan. He was not unwilling to listen to Anarian. Anarian, aware of the Arkan's intent stare, spoke of the similarities between summoning and repulsion. Both required knowledge. Both required, to Kaylin's surprise, an openness, an awareness, a centering of the elemental name. Repulsion was not, as Kaylin had first assumed, an act of destruction or rejection. It was a barrier erected with the complicit acceptance of the summoned element. It was a marker they agreed to overlook in its entirety. Mandorin didn't speak. He had managed to loosen his grip on Ebeline's waist, and he had closed his eyes. Tila says she understands enough now, Anarian finally said. She is going to try it on her end. He hesitated and then added, she is profoundly grateful to the Cast Lord. Ebeline, she is in your debt. Kaylin winced. The Barrani had peculiar and unfriendly ideas of debt. Are they anywhere near the winding path? She asked again. They are in the Arcanum. Tila found a crack in a wall there. Is that code for something? Yes, the Arcanist in question, who has been missing for some time due to the machinations of the Imperial Wolves, left research notes, instructions, and apparently bound followers. One of those followers destroyed the necessary research. Voluntarily? Tila doubts it. She points out to Mandorin that this is how names are traditionally used. The enslaved Barrani had enough time to give Tila warning, but not enough will to subvert the command. Tila and Tane survived. The others in the room did not. So, they should be in the Arcanum. That's what Tane thought. The destruction in question, Tila thinks it was meant as a test. Test of what? She is uncertain. She is familiar with the Arcanum. She says that it is not where they are now. What exactly occurred? The Arcan demanded. An explosion of the type an arcane bomb would cause. It was not an arcane bomb. It appears to have caused displacement. She's not ahead in time or behind, Kaylin said. Gilbert, however, frowned. Why are you so certain? Because we can talk to her. No, Kaylin. Mandorin and Anarian can speak with her. Had Anarian been keeper of his brother's name, I believe he could have heard Lord Nightshade. They are not what you are. They are not what Lord Nightshade is. But they are not entirely separate. I may be mistaken, but I do not think Tila is precisely here and now. But there are multiple perturbations, and I do not understand the whole of them. Tila thinks it's the same day, Anarian said. Tila is sitting in the dark, possibly in a dungeon. How the hell would she know? Kaylin snapped. But Mandorin said, her voice is thin. It's weaker or quieter than it usually is. Gilbert might be right. And he expects you two to somehow be able to ignore time? Gilbert said nothing. Tila says, we need to speak with the Keeper. Chapter 24. Does Tila still have the portable mirror in her pocket? And did you tell her not to use it? Yes and no. Don't make that face, Mandorin added. Ebeline made it clear. I passed it on. He had to shout the last phrase because the Arcan was also conversing. This would have been difficult no matter what, but they were on the Arcan's back. It was crowded. Mandorin and Anarian had not been exactly delighted with the prospect of climbing on a dragon back, and specifically on the Arcan's. The Arcan, however, insisted, and he was in full dragon mode. They chose the better part of valor. Mandorin complained more, though. The Arcan did not insist that Ebeline accompany them, but did not offer to transport her to the Tha-Alani quarter either. He insisted that Katea remain with Helen. Katea insisted otherwise. She did so from behind the safety of Gilbert's back, as Gilbert didn't seem to be intimidated in any way by the presence of a giant golden dragon giving him the evil eye. Gilbert insisted that Katea be allowed to choose. Kaylin, who had an opinion, struggled to keep it to herself. Yes, Katea was an orphan. Yes, she was a child. Yes, she was making decisions based on fear and air and hope. And yes, someone responsible should be making the hard decisions for her. But if she had a guardian at all, it was Gilbert. And Gilbert felt that she would be safe. He made clear that the Arcan could carry Katea with Gilbert, or that he and Katea would make their way to the winding path on their own. The Archon agreed to carry Gilbert. The streets near Helen were empty. The streets a few blocks away were not. The Archon muttered something about breathing to clear space. Kaylin kicked his side. Her familiar squawked. A lot.
"It is gallows humor," the Archon replied. "Or at least that is what I am told it is called."
People need to laugh for it to be considered humor.
And if they do not laugh,
not funny. Humor is supposed to be funny.
I find it amusing.
Fine. Tell it to the other dragons. She regretted this about 2 seconds later, because he resumed his booming conversation. To her ear, he sounded angry, but she couldn't see his face and couldn't judge by eye color.
"Squawk."
"Yes," Kaylin told him, almost inaudibly. "I see it." There was a very large crater in the center of the slope of the winding path. Or at least that's what it looked like at a distance. Kaylin could see the sharp edge of the street. She could see what she assumed was the brown of the dirt that underlay what had once been road. She could see the edges of the homes 2 streets over, and the homes at either end of the crater. Raising her voice, she said, "Do you know if it's gotten bigger?"
"It has expanded, yes," the Archon replied. "If the Cast Lord is correct, we may be able to halt the expansion."
"Did it work for Tila?" Kaylin shouted.
"I'm not mortal,"
Mandorin shouted back.
"I can hear you if you're not screeching.
Just answer the question."
"Yes, wherever she is currently confined is affected by the shield."
Kaylin hesitated. The marks on her arms were not glowing. She squinted, swiveling on the Archon's back to get a glimpse of Alani Street. The familiar squawked loudly in her ear.
"Archon!"
The Archon roared. I think we need to find Eventin." If turning hawks to ash had not been illegal and difficult, given she was on his back, Kaylin would have been smoldering, at best. Mandorin and Anarian weren't fond of the idea either, which was, in Mandorin's case, perfectly understandable.
"Why?"
the former demanded, loudly. "It's the elements," she replied. "I don't understand how or why they're involved. I know the disturbance is centered on the winding path, but something must happen to Eventin or his garden in the future, which is probably really, really close."
"The Alani Quarter is not destroyed for an hour and a half," Mandorin told her. "From now. That's all the time we have."
"I know that," Kaylin snapped, although technically she hadn't. "But the water was outside of the garden. Yes, it was confined in the keeper's abode, but it shouldn't have been able to rain in the store. And worse. I think the water that came from the future and merged with the water here wasn't confined in the same way in that future. If the keeper was dead, there wouldn't be a fief. Or 7. This was true, given everything Eventin had ever said about the garden, or anything the elements had said about themselves. But she couldn't let go of the notion. "Ask Tila."
"Tila is preoccupied at the moment."
His words cut off as the Archon banked sharply. Katea shrieked, and Kaylin let the Archon know just how useful fancy flying maneuvers weren't.
"Tila says the equivalent of what?"
Kaylin laughed. "In Leontine, right?"
"It's a remarkably flexible language."
"Yes, well, if she—" Anarian said with vastly more distaste.
"She has almost finished indulging in Leontine metaphor."
It was amazing to Kaylin that he and Mandorin could be so close, could have spent all of their lives in each other's pockets and be so very, very different.
"Archon, she asks that you honor Kaylin's request."
This last was said in very formal High Barrani. The Archon, however, was already on it. Kaylin knocked with almost enough force to stave the door in. "Eventin!" Grethin opened the door, his eyes wild. They were almost brown. The stalks on his forehead were weaving frantically. "Kaylin!" No rain fell in the store at his back, and the floor looked dry. This should have been a comfort. "What's happened? Where's Eventin?" I think he's in the garden. We need to talk with him. She started to say an emergency. Grethin's expression, however, made it clear that he knew. "I can't reach him." "What?" I can't enter the garden." He reached out, grabbed her shoulders, dug his fingers into her arms. She let him. Had he been older, there was a very real chance she would have broken his fingers, or one of his arms. But his fear was so strong she couldn't, for a moment, see him as adult, as a threat. Grethin was Tha Alani. His forehead stalks, however, were decorative. He could not join or touch the Tha Ala'an, as the rest of his kin could. The only way for Grethin to reach it at all, the only way to alleviate the isolation that was almost unknown to the Tha Alani, was through the elemental water. "Slow down," she said, forcing herself to do the same, although she had no time. She could practically feel the Arkan breathing down her neck. "Grethin, slow down. Where did you last see Eventin?" "He's not in the garden?" "There is no garden." Kaylin sprinted toward the rickety, narrow hall on the other side of the kitchen. She wasn't certain whether or not Grethin followed, and at the moment she didn't care. She made Tila's Leontine seem tame as she skidded to a stop. "Grethin, I told you. It's gone." The hall with which Kaylin was most familiar was no longer a squeaky mess of narrow boards, made even narrower by overstuffed shelving. It hadn't transformed into a grander hall, and it hadn't, as halls did in Tiamaris, remade itself to better accommodate the actual number of visitors. It had simply ceased to exist. Squawk. "I know," she whispered. "We've got a problem." The Arkan surrendered draconic form when Kaylin returned to the street. Gilbert, Katea, Mandoran, and Anarian slid off his shrinking back before they ended up in a pile atop his human form. Grethin held back, his toes on the threshold, his hands gripping the frame of the door. "What is happening?" the Arkan demanded. "The garden, or at least any way of reaching it, is gone." "Gone, as in the door has disappeared." Kaylin swallowed. "Gone as in miniature version of the winding path." She turned back to Grethin. "I don't know if you heard, but part of the city is doing the same thing as your back hall, but on a much larger scale." To her surprise, Grethin nodded. "Eventin heard. Eventin..." He swallowed. "He went to the garden." "How did he hear? Did he use the mirror?" Grethin nodded. Kaylin cursed. "Can you hear the elements at all?" The boy shook his head. The presence of a dragon and 2 Barrani calmed him a bit, as did the 2 hawks. "You said he went into the garden before it disappeared." Grethin nodded again. Kaylin considered the wisdom of bringing Mandoran and Anarian into the store. But Mandoran hadn't set off any alarms or fail-safes. He hadn't caused problems until he'd been introduced to the elemental water itself. If there was no garden, this was less likely to cause problems. She hoped. "Gilbert, when you went to speak with the water..." Gilbert nodded. He tried to set Katea down, but she clung to him tightly. "Did you make it to the garden?" He frowned. Kaylin led him to the start of what was no longer a hallway. The edge of the floor curved in a circular shape, as if someone had dropped a giant stone ball into something much squishier. To either side, she saw what she would have expected to see if a large spherical chunk had been removed from a building. Beneath this sphere of absence, she could see stone halls. Squawk. A translucent wing rose instantly to cover the upper half of Kaylin's face.
Tila demands to know what you've seen now,
an Aerian said. Tila is definitely feeling better. Tell her I see the hallway.
Pardon?
I see the keeper's hallway. I see the door that leads to the garden. I see his packed shelves and his threadbare runners. He's there.
She poked the familiar.
Show Grethen. The keeper's panicked apprentice stepped back to stand beside Kaylin, and the familiar sighed and lifted his other wing. He dug claws into Kaylin's shoulder, in theory for balance. What do you see, Grethen?
I see.
He ducked out from under the wing, rose again, ducked.
The hall is there.
Yes, via dragon wing, it's there.
She ignored the Arkan's cough.
Can I?
Is it real?
Squawk. Gilbert, what do you see?
I see the hall that I walked this morning. The floor will hold Grethen if, and only if, he does not lose sight of it. Grethen, you said the keeper was in the garden.
Yes, Grethen replied, once again looking through the small dragon's wing.
Can we go there?
Arkan?
If the keeper is having difficulty, I am not certain adding Private Neya will make his life any easier.
Which means no? Which means hurry. Gilbert reached out and caught Kaylin's shoulder.
It is possible, he said grimly, that without the familiar, your Grethen will be lost.
She hesitated. If the garden itself is in the same state as the hall, or the corpses, we're probably doomed anyway. She slid an arm around Grethen's arm. It's up to you. Do you want to join Eventin, or do you want to wait?
I want to go to the garden.
An Aerian coughed. Everyone except Grethen turned to look at him. What do the two of you see? Kaylin asked. They exchanged a glance.
Do you have a rope?
An Aerian asked Grethen. Grethen shook himself, ducked out from under the familiar's wing and disentangled his arm. He walked back into the kitchen and made the noises people made when they were looking for something they were mostly certain was there, somewhere. He came back with a length of rope. An Aerian took it, tied one end to Mandorin's waist, endured Mandorin's criticism of his ability to tie a knot, and then tied the other to his own.
I see a hall,
he told Kaylin when this was done.
But there's something off about it. Does it strike you as odd when you have your familiar's help?
Only in that I need his help to see it, she offered. To be honest, I'm slightly more concerned about the basement.
Silence.
The basement? Mandorin asked. The stone halls beneath this one. You can see them where there should be floor. They exchanged another glance. Please tell me you can see them.
We can see the hall, but it is transparent. We can't see what's below it.
Severn said nothing. Kateya? I think I see dirt. It's kind of dark. Kaylin fished a flare out of her kit. I don't suppose you have another rope, Grethen? She tossed the lit flare down into the basement she could see without her familiar's wing, taking care to avoid following it. The light illuminated the hard sides of walls, and the rope seemed to sink forever. The flare didn't actually reach the floor on the first two attempts. Can you see the walls now? Silence. Okay. Tell me what you guys see. Mandorin said, I think I see what you see. You think? The walls are old and crumbling to my eye. If the street is built over this, it's a wonder it hasn't sunk. They're not crumbling to my eye. They look almost new. She frowned. They look... She turned to Gilbert and Kateya. They look like the walls in your basement. She paused. They look exactly like the walls in your basement. Gilbert. But Gilbert had come to the edge of the hall that the rest of them could see, or rather the edge of space where the hall had been. Yes, he said softly. You are right. Share, Mandorin said, in exactly the intonation Tila would have used. Gilbert's basement is a giant hall, or a series of halls. There are doors, which imply rooms, but Katea said, The rooms move, the girl said. She glanced at Gilbert. Gilbert has a room. Sometimes it's hard to find the room. The Arkan's very orange eyes fixed themselves on Katea. How do you find the room without getting lost? There's a mark on the door. Gilbert's name. Silence. When you say Gilbert's name, Mandorin began. Kaylin stepped on his foot. The rooms move, the Arkan said slowly. But you find them. How long does it take you to find them? Not very long. Well, once it took hours. And you said the water carried you to the basement, and you found the house above it. Katea nodded, uncertain now. She looked to Gilbert for confirmation. We found the stairs, she said, and they weren't like the rest of the halls. I mean, they were more normal, so we climbed those. Where did you think they would lead? She glanced at Gilbert again. He seemed to be interested in the answer. Kaylin wanted to scream with frustration. Time. Somewhere safe, she said quietly. Somewhere on the other side of the bridge. More silence. I thought maybe I might find my dad. Kaylin said, Grethen, I think you should join Eventon. He blinked. Do you really see stone halls? He whispered. Yes, but I think Eventon might need a bit of help. It's just a guess. I can't hear or see him, which was probably a mercy. Grethen, having found more rope, nodded and slid an arm around Kaylin's again. The small dragon complained but lifted a wing. Kaylin walked Grethen down the familiar hall into the familiar door. You guys can see us, right? Silence. Severn? No. There is some panic, but it is muted. Gilbert believes he can see you, and the Arkan has chosen, barely, to trust him. Hurry. Mandorin, Anarian? I am attempting to keep them in one place. Anarian is worried. Worried? His eyes are almost black. Mandorin's are the regular blue. Don't let them follow. No. But Kaylin, hurry. The door opened into the garden, and to Kaylin's surprise, it didn't open into torrential storm or mudslide or raging fire or windstorm. She could hear the relief in Grethen's breathing. Eventon? The keeper was nowhere in sight. Kaylin, clutching Grethen's arm, told the familiar to drop his wing. The wing folded. Grethen's arm was still attached to Kaylin's. The apprentice, however, froze in place, his eyes widening, his stalks doing the panic dance while attached to his forehead. There's a problem, she told Severn. And there was. She had thought, she nudged the familiar, that the garden existed. She assumed it was just the hall that was a problem. But Grethen couldn't see the garden without the familiar's help, and Kaylin was afraid to let go of Grethen because she wasn't certain she would be able to find him again if he moved. We're switching places, she told the apprentice. Do not let go of my arm unless you want to lose me forever. What? I need to know what you see when you're not looking through his wing. Before he could reply, she said, Keep an eye out for Eventon. I think we're going to need him. The familiar raised his wing to cover Grethen's eyes again as Kaylin slid out from behind the other. He bit her hair and smacked her face. Twice, to let her know just how smart he thought this was. He also tucked his tail tightly around her neck. Grethen didn't fall through the world when you removed your wing, she reminded the squawky pest, and you're hardly likely to be able to stop me from falling at that size. She regretted the words the minute they left her mouth and pretended they hadn't. Grethen was calmer, but true calm was not going to return until they had at least found Eventon. What do you see?" he asked her. She was asking herself that as well. She had walked the gray space between worlds before. She tried to remember the experience because it was a lot like this, and yet nothing like it. Nightshade had torn a hole in the world, a literal tear, to free her before she was eaten by the thing the gray space contained. "Kaylin?" "Still here," she said. But she had no idea where here was. The ground, if it was ground, felt slippery but hard, like wet mud. She couldn't see it. She couldn't see her own feet. She couldn't see the shrines, the grass, the braziers. She couldn't see the path that led to the small stone hut that could be the size of a mansion on the inside. She couldn't see the shrouded gray of nowhere either. The air was oddly luminescent. There was no horizon, no landscape. Even the light folding in on itself like short auroras of color did not suggest distance or geography. This was not where Tila and Tane were. "We need to find Eventon," Kaylin said. She could feel Grethen's arm in hers, but wasn't surprised to note that she couldn't see him. "I think you're going to have to take the lead here." If Grethen answered, she couldn't hear him. Then again, she wasn't certain her words had reached him either. "Why?" a familiar voice said. "Are you just standing there?" Tila says hi, by the way. Kaylin turned toward the sound of Mandorin's voice. She wasn't particularly surprised to discover that the Barrani, at least, was visible. "Tila's about ready to give up," he added, with so much cheer Kaylin knew she wasn't giving up on survival. "Your name?" "Got it in one. She hates the idea, but she hates the idea that she has no other way of reaching you more. I suggested she give you her name, but she said it would be a conflict of interest." "What?" "She's a hawk. She's not going to give up her job, and she's your superior. If she gave me her name, though, she doesn't think it would make much of a difference. She'd still be the one in power." Barrani arrogance made Kaylin want to scream. "Why are you even here?" "I could see the hall. I could walk across it, but not easily. I didn't expect the garden to just let me in, but Grethen didn't close the door, and apparently unseen doors don't work the way the normal ones do." "What do you see now?" she demanded. "You, clearly. I mean it. You look exactly the same as you always look. Dirty, cranky, and clumsy. Emphasis on the cranky. Where is Anarian?" "He's on the other end of the rope, theoretically. It's not a long rope." "Fine. Can you see Eventon?" "No." "More looking, less talking." He snapped a pretty sharp salute, and Kaylin didn't bother to tell him all the ways in which the gesture itself was incorrect. She didn't understand time. She didn't understand space, not as it applied to layers. But it was clear to her as she followed Mandorin that the space she was now in was layered in some way, that she could see layers of it depending on how she looked. No one else could see them without the help of the familiar. But the world itself still existed, somehow. "Kaylin." She missed a step. Since she couldn't even see her feet, this shouldn't have been surprising. "Nightshade? Nightshade, is that you?" She felt faint disapproval, blending with condescension, which was answer enough. Turning to Mandorin, she said, "I can hear Nightshade." Mandorin did not react with excitement. "Tell Anarian?" "I did. Gilbert is on his way." "Pardon?" "Gilbert thinks he understands what the difficulty might be. He's on his way." "He can't bring Kateya with him. Tell him." "You're going to have to tell him yourself," Mandorin said, turning. Kaylin's grip on Grethen's arm tightened as the entirety of the landscape went dark. Gilbert, apparently, had arrived. Kaylin said, "What do you see?" to the Barrani beside her. Mandorin frowned. "I see Gilbert. You?" "Shadow." And it was. The faint iridescence of moving chaos had become embedded in a growing darkness. Kaylin had seen this before. She had never seen it from the inside, but she had seen what it had done to people who had. Every instinct in her screamed to run or fight. The small dragon smacked her, hard, with his wing. It was purely to get her attention. He didn't leave the wing over her eye. And to be fair to him, it worked. He got her attention. Mandorin's eyes, she realized, were like the rest of the surroundings. They looked like liquid shadow. She couldn't tell if this was just a reflection of the environment, but she doubted it, strongly. She knew he could be an impulsive, feckless, condescending idiot, but she wasn't afraid of him. She wasn't certain that she could be. "Severn, I don't think Grethen can hear me." "He can't." "Can he hear you?" "Yes. He's shouting for Eventon. I suggest..." "Got it. Eventon! Eventon!" She stopped. "It just occurs to me, if he's actually alive and he's not trapped and he's doing something finicky, that's going to piss him off." Too late. Angry, cranky Eventon was the definition of no fun whatsoever. But the relief Kaylin felt at the pinched irritation of his voice made the risk of actually encountering him up close and personal seem tiny. "Eventon?" "I heard you the first time." Can you see me?" "I can see something moving. Yes." "Great. Keep talking. We're kind of walking around in darkness here." "She's walking around in darkness," Mandorin said, correcting her. "Mandorin, Kaylin thought it was a good idea to bring you here." "Actually, technically, Gilbert wanted us to tag along, and the Archon brought us here because Kaylin insisted on visiting you before we went to the actual disaster." It was hard to forget the visceral fear that had driven her here when her friends were in unknown trouble. She pushed them out of the way, barely, and said, "The water shouldn't have been able to rain or flood your store." As she walked in the direction of his voice, the dark outline of the keeper finally resolved itself, as if he were simply part of the shadow that had chosen to solidify. "Yes. I think the water that brought Kateya and Gilbert here because it could, exists in a place where there is no garden. In the future that Gilbert and Kateya come from, the water wasn't confined." "You have spoken to the elemental water outside of this garden before." She nodded. One of those places was beneath Castle Nightshade, which is where Kateya and Gilbert met the water, but the water brought something of itself from Kateya's time, and I think that something is the reason containment of water has become difficult. "Difficult is too mild a word. The water is attempting to communicate something to me, and I am clearly unable to translate." "Did the water do this?" "No." "Then what?" "I did it," Eventon replied. "If you refer to the phasing here, it's a choice I had to make. There is something that is attempting to attack the foundational stability of the garden in ways you cannot perceive." Gilbert said, "I can." "I thought," Eventon said, "you might be here." There was a thread of very, very dry humor running through his colossal understatement.
"Is Grethen with you?"
Kaylin answered. "I've attached myself to his arm. He's probably having circulation problems. If I let him go, will he be where we are?"
"Where does he think he is?"
"In the garden. The normal garden. I can see it if I look through my familiar's wing, and that's what he's doing now."
"Are you certain?"
"I was when I walked in." She poked the small dragon. He snapped at her finger, but not hard enough to draw blood. His annoyance didn't prevent him from lifting his spare wing and setting it against Kaylin's upper face, however. She saw Eventon standing in the rock garden, his apron askew, his robes of office absent. Mandorin vanished, as did any evidence of Gilbert and his innate darkness. "Grethen? Can you see Eventon now?" Grethen's entire body relaxed. Answer enough. She asked the familiar to lift his wing from Grethen's view. The Tha'alani tensed again. "Now?" Kaylin asked. He squinted. Yes, I can see him now. He looks like a shadow." She then asked the familiar to let her see without his wing, and he folded it in silence. A pale Grethen stood by her side in a dark and almost featureless landscape. The only thing the two views had in common, besides some variant of Eventon, were the stones of the rock garden, but not all of the stones. Here there were 4, like little monoliths. Kaylin walked Grethen to Eventon. The older man caught the younger man by the shoulder and moved him into a position that was central to the standing stones. She asked the keeper one question. "Is there a reason you're in the rock garden?"
"Yes."
"Do you have time to explain it to me? I think it could be important." If he did, the explanation would have to wait.
"Grethen, you will not be able to return if things do not go well here. I am not," he added, "expecting that things will go well. I believe there would be a home for you in the Tha'alani quarter."
Grethen shook his head, his face flushing.
"Yes, there will be anger. There are always consequences for ill-considered actions. But the Tha'ala'an is aware that you saved that child's life. If there is anger over the part you played in her kidnapping, there is also gratitude. I believe Ebeline would accept you into the Tha'ala'an. She would become your water in the outside world."
He shook his head again. "I learned to hear and remember and experience life in a way that Tha'alani don't. It's too late, and I don't want my life to be part of theirs. I think it would hurt them." Kaylin shook her head. "They have the lives of warlords in their past. There's nothing you've done that compares to the pain of those memories." Eventon cleared his throat.
"If, however, you are determined to remain, come stand where I'm standing, and do not move until I tell you to move."
Kaylin, however, understood. "He wants you to leave," she said quietly. "He wants you safe. You found the garden on your own. The garden let you in without Eventon's permission. If something happens to Eventon here, you can find your way in again." But Grethen shook his head, his eyes dark and shadowed. "There will be no garden," he said. "The water said that the garden will be broken and lost." Chapter 25.
"Grethen!"
Grethen jumped at the change in Eventon's voice. He moved to Eventon's side.
"You see the stones,"
he said. So did Kaylin. There were 4 in all, not 3 as there had been in the basement of the house on the winding path. "Is the number significant?" she asked. Eventon frowned. "The number of stones."
These have words,
Eventin replied.
at their base, and before you ask, no, I am not turning them over for your inspection.
Instead, he spoke, his voice low and resonant. It might have been a dragon voice, given the way it carried. Words appeared in the air above each of the 4 stones, and Kaylin recognized them instantly, although she only knew 2. Fire and water. The other 2, air and earth, she had never attempted to use. She understood the purpose of these stones. No, she thought that was wrong. Eventin, why do you have these stones? I mean, why are they here, and why couldn't you hear or see us until we were practically standing on top of them?
They are the foundation of my garden,
he replied.
They are tent pegs, driven into the fundamental layer of reality in which we live. They are not cages, he added, but containers. The words at their base are words given willingly and written by the elements. Water as you drink it, water in your wells, water when it is not summoned, exists. It exists as part of the world and is not sentient. The glass of water you drink doesn't think. The water with which you bathe doesn't think. The fire over which you cook, the earth over which you walk, they are part of the elements. They are like fingernail cuttings, or the dead skin you scrub off. Within my garden, the elements are sentient. They are also contained. But understand, Kaylin, that they are ancient forces. They do not exist in one simple fashion. There is water here. There is water where the familiar guides you to look. There is water in the past, and water in the present, and there will be water in the future. It persists. We persist in a similar way until our deaths, but only on the narrow path of world. Pretend the world is like a very fine, many-layered cake. We cannot exist on any layer but the top or the bottom. The limitations on our perceptions, the limitations of our physical forms demand it. There are stories, old stories that perhaps even your Archon has forgotten. During the time of creation, many creatures were made, but many of them could not survive. Just as fish need water, men, and in this I count all the races that have ever lived in Elantra or beyond its borders, need solidity. They need a fixed place, a living world. Worlds were made. They were made like the cages small rodents live in. They were made larger, of course, and the bars were meant to be invisible. But the elements you see and touch and summon can live in any layer of existence and do. What they are in the other layers should be, irrelevant to us here.
He hesitated. She marked it. In general, Eventin's hesitations were a sign of growing temper. But this was different.
Mandoran does not live the way Tila lives. Although he is trying. He can walk, speak, think, in dimensions to which he was not born. It is why the water reacted so poorly when he visited the garden the first time.
It's not doing that now.
No, it cannot see him now.
I don't know what you've done to the garden, but we need to know how it works. Eventin, in shadow, could still somehow stare a hole through her.
Do you think this is something I do regularly? Perhaps you are unaware of the term emergency. Perhaps.
Grethen caught his master's arm. Your garden isn't the only place in the city that's functionally disappeared. A space like this, very like this, exists in the center of the winding path, and it's growing. We need to stop it. She hesitated. The water told you what happens in the future. The city is destroyed, or at least the Tha'alani quarter is. Gilbert is here. No, Kateya is here from the future after that destruction. I have no idea where here is, she continued. But I can hear Nightshade. He's alive.
You could not hear him until you entered this space.
No. She hesitated. Does this mean we're somehow outside of time?
Kaylin.
The voice was stronger. It dispelled doubt. It was Nightshade.
What is happening? Where are you?
Look, she told him.
I am. I see darkness. I see shadow. My brother.
He's somewhere safe. Well, safer. Do you know the date? Silence. She filled the silence with a furious rush of information. Nightshade didn't interrupt her. He had no need. What her words couldn't convey, her thoughts did. But she felt his growing uneasiness.
Kaylin, who is Gilbert?
She froze. Gilbert? You met him in Ravellon.
I am not foolhardy enough to enter Ravellon unless at great need.
Silence, then. It took Kaylin a moment to reorient herself. Or Nightshade. Where are you?
I am in my castle. It is difficult to maneuver here.
And Ellen?
I do not know.
Nor at the moment did he appear to care.
Who is Gilbert?
He asked again. She told him, or tried to tell him. His frustration grew. Whatever she was telling him, he couldn't understand. She tried again. She tried to visualize Gilbert as she'd seen him when she'd healed him. She knew she was speaking, knew she was thinking, could visualize it herself. But Nightshade couldn't hear her when she did. Nightshade was no longer uneasy. She thought he was afraid. Eventon, are we outside of time? Gilbert, however, answered.
You cannot be outside of time, he replied. Were you, you would be very like your fish out of water. You would die.
As he spoke, darkness condensed until it resembled a silhouette of Gilbert. He looked much like Eventon did to the unmasked eye. Would it be instant?
Very close. Perhaps the fish analogy is incorrect.
He approached Kaylin, Kateya in his arms. Kateya, unlike Gilbert or Eventon, looked like her normal self. She was pale but silent, and her fingers, where they gripped Gilbert, were white-knuckled. She looked through Kaylin, her eyes blinking rapidly. Kateya?
She cannot hear you,
Gilbert said gently.
I do not have the gifts that your familiar does. She is safe with me, but she perceives only darkness. She does not speak, and she doesn't see or hear.
Kaylin could see nothing in this darkness as clearly as Gilbert's eyes. There were the 3 he'd been left with when she'd healed him. And there were the dozens that she had gently closed. They surrounded him like a swarm of moths might surround the fire that would kill them. She'd thought that this darkness, this shadow, this swirl of gloom and fog were familiar. She now knew why. They reminded her of Gilbert's rooms, of Gilbert's endless rooms. They reminded her of the darkness in which she'd found and closed his eyes. She had called it healing, but when she'd finished, she had no better idea of what Gilbert actually was. She didn't have that now either. But she watched as Gilbert's eyes, the ones not immediately attached to his face, began to open. Gilbert? Don't. He smiled. The light from his embedded eyes revealed his familiar face, although the rest of his body remained in darkness. The unattached eyes did not stop opening. Lids curled up and vanished. This was not comforting. "I believe I understand some part of what has occurred here. Keeper, we have disturbed you in your very necessary work." "But—" "No, Kaylin. This choice is not the choice your keeper would have made had it not been for the recursion of the water. It is a choice he must make if your city is to have any chance of survival. But you and I have other tasks. I understand now." Kaylin wasn't certain if it was Nightshade's fear or her own that made thinking difficult. She hated fear. What good was it? If Eventon's garden was tenuously in Eventon's hands, the rest of the city wasn't. While Eventon tended to the garden in whatever form it currently existed, the winding path waited. And time had passed. Breathe, idiot. Time had passed, but if Gilbert was right, what Eventon was doing now bought them more of it. The regular garden variety version that Kaylin actually lived in. "Eventon, how do we get to your basement?"
"My what?"
"Your basement. The hall is gone. I guess it's here, wherever this is. But beneath the hall, I could see the basement, and it's not much of a basement." Silence. "There are halls. There are stone halls. They're a hell of a lot wider than your actual hall, and you could probably ride an army through them without threatening the stability of the floor." More silence. "Grethen, tell him." Grethen, however, was silent as well. His silence, on the other hand, didn't last. There were no halls. I mean, I didn't see them." Figures. Kaylin poked the familiar. The familiar pretended she didn't exist. "We're leaving, if we can. But if you've got some sort of mirror access here, don't use it."
"Is there difficulty with the mirrors?"
"Severe difficulty, actually. And no, before you ask, we have no idea what it is. But in their future memories, Ebeline and the Tha Alinari made a last stand in the Long House. They cast a barrier spell of some sort, one meant to repel elements, and it worked. It was the use of the mirror that killed them. Something came through the mirror which was on the inside of their defenses."
"Noted."
"We're leaving Grethen with you." Gilbert's eyes continued to open, but they opened slowly. "Are you sure you should be doing that?" Kaylin demanded, in as much of a whisper as she could.
"I am not certain to what you refer."
"You're opening all your eyes."
Squawk. Squawk.
Gilbert smiled. It was the wrong kind of smile.
"It is necessary, Kaylin. We must find our way back to the store."
The ground still felt like mud beneath her feet. "I can reach Nightshade here."
"Yes. That is not necessarily a good sign."
"Gilbert."
"Yes."
"I don't think he knows who you are."
"Yes." "Come, Kaylin."
"I'm following, but I don't understand. He thinks he's in his castle."
"Yes."
Understanding, when it came, was fractured. "You think I'm speaking to him before whatever emergency occurred that caused the castle to expel him?"
"Yes,
but
he was not meant to live in Ravellon, not as it is currently constituted. There was a time."
He shook his head.
"But no."
"But you said you were trying to find a way to bring him back."
"Even so."
"Gilbert, you wanted to help him because he became your friend."
"Yes."
"I don't understand."
"No, you do not. What confuses you now?"
"If we can reach Nightshade now, he'll never go to Ravellon. He'll never meet you. You'll never—"
"Yes. Yes, Kaylin. The only way back for your Nightshade is now. If we resolve the difficulty before it engulfs your city, the castle will release him. He will be as he once was, Lord of Nightshade."
"And you?"
"I do not understand your question."
It was Mandorin who answered, of course. Kaylin understood only half of what he said. I will return to Ravellon. But he won't be there. I do not know. You're lying. Yes. The Archon is impatient. The Archon is always impatient. She picked up the pace, trusting Gilbert. Mandorin kicked her ankle. She turned to glare, and he whispered, He knows what he's doing. He's made his choice. No, it's not a happy choice. But immortals are accustomed to that. All of us. Leave it. She opened her mouth. Anarian, who wasn't even present, added, Please. The desperate tone of his voice hit her hard. She closed her mouth. Next topic. Why do you look like Shadow? I do not know what you see when you look at me. I am certain that what I see of you is not what you see of yourself. When you speak of Shadow, or when Katea does, she refers in large part to what she calls ferals. She would. But Kaylin, the shadow of which you speak exists in you as well. It is not so large a component as exists in me, but it is unfettered. He must have seen her expression with one of his floating eyes, because all she could see was his back and he didn't have eyes in it. The shadow in you is slight and unrestrained. In me, it is contained, confined. It is a necessary component of my existence. It gives me flexibility. But the towers were created to guard against shadow. Yes. And the shadows in Ravellon, yes. It is complicated. Shadow as it exists in me has no will. In you, it has no will. You are in control of most of your actions. You require sustenance. You require rest. You do not classify these as particular weaknesses. If in sleep a differing sentience arose, you would. Change is a fundamental of your world. If you could not change, you could not exist. Time is the allowable axis around which that change revolves. Time. Again. Change was revered before I and my kin were created. What you classify as shadow is ancient. It was the work of many and its existence, the cause of many debates. Perhaps you would call them wars, if you could witness them at all. I do not think you could. Could we? Mandorin asked. It is possible you could perceive it. You are not as Kaylin is, but it is not relevant. At least not now. The malleability of shadow was considered a gift. It was a medium in which much that had been impossible became possible. It was not itself sentient. But in the way of things, shadow itself could alter what could not otherwise be altered. Kaylin frowned. After a pause, she said, The words? Yes, Kaylin. The words that gave life even to those who were of shadow. They could not destroy the words, of course, but they could with time alter their construction, and in doing so change the meaning. I do not believe this was the intent of their creators, and at first it was not seen as a threat. It was new, unexpected, a surprise. Not all such surprises are pleasant. I was created long after. I was not meant to police the shadows or even to guard directly against them. That was not my function. Only where their actions crossed my directives did I seek to destroy them. Katea has said she hates shadow. Who doesn't? I do not. It is what it is. It is, in the end, the sum of its experiences. Does it destroy? Yes. But so do the towers and the guardians. It is not personal. And are shadows involved in this? No, not directly. And perhaps not at all. Then what is? Shall we see? He took one step forward, and as Kaylin followed, the world reasserted itself. Anarian, Severn, and the Archon waited. Anarian gave her a tiny nod of acknowledgement. His eyes were blue and gold. It was a very striking combination. "We found Eventon," she said to the dragon, "and I think we need to take a different road to the winding path." "What exactly does that mean?" "See those halls?" She pointed to the spherical absence that had once been worn wooden flooring. The Archon frowned. "We need to go there." She lost Nightshade when she regained sight of the rest of the world. She noticed his absence instantly. "I don't understand time." "No, but you are not meant to understand it except in one way. You follow time. You are captive to it." This was not the usual variant on the inferiority of mortals. Gilbert didn't seem capable of genuine condescension. Kaylin nodded. Severn fell in beside her. "We're looking for stairs," she said. "Down. My function is not to preserve you or your kind. That is perhaps the function of what you call the towers. The towers don't... They have their limits and their instructions, yes. Within the confines of the tower, as with Helen, they are elastic. They have enlarged functionality. But their confines are very, very strictly drawn, very strictly contained. It was not always so," he added. He looked as if he would say more, but fell silent as he glanced at Katea. Katea said, "I'm better at finding stairs than you are." "This is true." "Put me down." "I do not wish to lose you, Katea." "You're the one who gets lost all the time." She squirmed her way out of Gilbert's arms, and he let her go. She then took off for the kitchen and paused to grab something from the table before heading out into the mess of a storefront. "She's eating your cookies," Severn observed. "Hey!" The Archon coughed. "They're probably stale anyway," Kaylin muttered. To Gilbert, she said, "So, back to your function." "My function is simply to preserve the structural integrity of time." "Is that why the water was afraid you would destroy her?" "Yes." "But you're not going to destroy her." "No." "Would you have?" The Archon exhaled smoke. "Would you like to take over the rest of this conversation?" she demanded. "Yes. There will be fewer interruptions of an entirely pointless and frivolous nature. You," he added, "may help Katea find the stairs." There were, as it turned out, no stairs. Katea, however, found a trap door. She stepped away and Severn pulled it open, using the hook built into the handle to hold it in place. "Stairs?" Kaylin asked. "Not exactly. I think there's a ramp." "Think?" "We're going to need some light." Light was found. Eventon's store had lamps with varying levels of oil, and Severn was proved correct. There was a ramp. It was, however, made of wood. Sliding down was out of the question, unless one wanted a backside full of splinters. The Archon looked about as amused at the idea of ramps as Kaylin was at the idea of a backside full of splinters. Mandoran and Anarian went down first. Gilbert followed. When he was halfway down the ramp, Katea leapt onto his back, which nearly sent him tumbling into the Barrani. The Archon was pretty much steaming at this point. He glared dubiously at the ramp. "Private Corporal, you go first." Kaylin opened her mouth. "I do not believe the ramp will sustain my weight." He wasn't wrong. Although he looked, for the moment, like an armored old man, his weight was closer to the draconic end of the scale. The ramp snapped when he was halfway down the incline. Fortunately, the rest of their party had already cleared the area. "Have you considered the significance of these holes?" the Archon asked, after he'd picked himself up and dusted himself off. I consider them pretty significant, she said after a pause. But Eventon wasn't aware of halls beneath Alani, and I would have bet real money that they didn't exist before Gilbert and Kateya made their way here.
Do you think they were created by the water?
A good question. No.
But the water found Gilbert and Kateya and moved them. Two people who were not originally from our time. Here.
Well, yes. I don't think Kateya was lying.
And Gilbert?
Gilbert doesn't understand enough about our way of life to be a good liar. No, I don't think either were deliberately falsifying events. She hesitated. Gilbert had forbidden the use of mirrors, and mirrors existed across the city, even in the fiefs. Except for now. Now the fiefs were off the network. They could be reached by foot, but not by the magic that powered mirrored communication. Has anyone heard from Tiamaris?
Yes.
Did Tara knock the fief off the mirror network?
Yes.
The Archon glanced at Kaylin with obvious surprise, which was slightly insulting, and approval, which should have been but wasn't. And the fiefs exist post-disaster, whatever that disaster was. She turned to Gilbert. Are these halls a reflection of the mirror network?
Gilbert said, I believe so, yes. Helen believes that the underpinning magic of that network has been extant for far longer than your empire. The magic is used and channeled, but it is not well understood by your kind.
Or by yours?
His smile was slight. Or by mine. I believe the halls, as you experience them, are an instability in the underlying magic. As such, we can enter almost any building to which the network itself has been granted access. I do not believe it is sentient, he added softly, but it responds to sentience.
Not to ours,
Kaylin told him. No, perhaps not. To the water, yes, in some fashion.
Kaylin nodded.
I did not recognize immediately what it was. My apologies. But I recognize it now. Follow, and it will take us where we must go. How are you so well acquainted with these halls?
The Archon asked. It was Kateya who answered. Gilbert lives here. She was once again perched, as if she was weightless, in the curve of his right arm. Her own arms were around his neck. It made her seem much younger. She yawned.
It is better, Gilbert said, that Kateya sleep. She will remember this as a dream, or a nightmare, when she wakes.
Kateya lifted her head and shook it. I'm not sleepy.
No, of course not.
I don't want to leave.
You are not leaving.
Will you save the city?
I will save the city.
Will you take me with you?
Hush, Kateya. I cannot see past your voice.
It was an odd thing to say, and it seemed to Kaylin that Kateya was struggling to keep her eyes open. Given the circumstances, this was surprising. Or maybe not. She glanced at the Archon. His eyes' inner membranes were high, but they were a steady orange. He nodded in answer to the question she didn't ask. Magic. But not a magic that caused Kaylin's skin to ache. While they walked, the Archon turned to Kaylin.
You said there were traces of 6 different mages along the wall in the basement that led to the corpses.
She nodded. There are no records of similar murders, not in the halls. If this has happened before, it was never reported.
Or it happened before records were kept.
He shook his head, murmuring softly. This time, Kaylin's arms began their almost comfortingly familiar ache.
Gilbert does not see those corpses as dead.
Kaylin nodded. The Archon directed the next question to Gilbert.
How do you see the living? Kateya speaks. She eats. She breathes. So does Severin. They both move. They respond.
It was growing darker in the tunnels. The light cast by the lamps seemed dimmer somehow. The light cast by Gilbert's swarm of eyes, however, was brightening.
In what way did the three on the winding path seem like Katea or Severn?
They speak. They don't speak in a way that the rest of us can hear, Kaylin argued. They don't move in a way the rest of us can move. They don't, I'm sorry, bleed.
Is bleeding necessary? Gilbert asked. You are not bleeding now.
Well, no, I haven't been injured.
Ah.
He stopped.
Can you not hear them?
He asked her.
They sleep. They breathe. They murmur.
Not to us.
They are exactly like you, Kaylin.
Since they were male and, well, dead, Kaylin felt understandably frustrated.
They are exactly like you would be if you existed outside of time.
What do you mean, outside of time? He glanced back. Kaylin squinted in the light of 1,000 eyes, or what felt like 1,000 eyes.
They have been removed from time.
Katea?
No. Katea exists in time. At the moment, she exists in your time, for want of better words. She is here. She is present. I told you. You were created in such a way that you are like fish. Time is your water. Removed from it, you will drown in air. They have been removed. They will die, but they are not yet dead. Time does not move for them the way it now moves for you.
She struggled with this and found she could almost accept it. What she didn't understand was why. Why did someone take them out of time? I mean, how is that even possible?
I am uncertain as to the mechanics, Gilbert admitted. But there is a schism here, a break in time. Something has tunneled into the structure. There is a crack, a fissure. It is what destroys you in the end.
The fiefs.
The towers protected the fiefs, as you call them. The break was infinitesimally small. We would never have noticed it under normal circumstances.
The entire city is gone.
Yes, but time moves to that point and past it. It is continuous. The only reason we are here at all is because of that break. I do not lie, Kaylin. It is possible for me to travel. It is not possible for me to interact with you while I do so. You are so much a part of time you can hardly be seen. To my kin, the loss of your city, the loss of your world, would not register. It is only because of the inversion that I could speak with your Nightshade. When I left in search of a pathway that could return him to his home, I did not choose to surrender that inversion. But it is not natural to me. It is not simple.
Then why did you do it?
I was curious.
Katea lifted her head.
Because, she said, he's lonely.
Chapter 26. Gilbert did not deny Katea's simple statement. Kaylin wondered if he understood what it meant. But she thought of Tara and her long search for, in the end, Tiamaris. She thought of Helen and her patient wait for a tenant who would value her and, yes, love her for everything that she could and wanted to give. She thought of the Holione Cariostos singing a lullaby in the quiet of a West March night. She thought of the Holione Bertole, whose brothers she had woken from their figurative graves, and his gratitude for it. And she thought in particular of Holione Oberon's avatar, cradled weeping in the arms of the Lord of the West March. Not by any stretch of the imagination were these buildings, and they were buildings, mortal or normal, and yet they all understood loneliness. She wondered if being lonely was part of the base state of existence. Hadn't the devourer been lonely in the end? Was it really so hard to believe that Gilbert was lonely? No. No, it wasn't. Was it impossible to believe that Gilbert could make friends, that he could come to feel friendship with Nightshade strongly enough that he felt moved to help him? Kaylin exhaled. No. Nightshade was still in his castle. He had been pushed ahead to this time, weeks after the first disruption. Kaylin was pretty damn certain that what was happening on the winding path was the disaster that caused his castle to throw him into the heart of Ravellon. But if they prevented the disaster that caused the castle to send Nightshade into the heart of Ravellon, Gilbert would not meet him. Yes, she thought. Yes, Katea, you're right. But there wasn't a damn thing she could do about it. By the time Gilbert came to a halt, the underground was bloody cold. It was also wet. Water lapped around the edges of their boots and continued for as far as the eye could see. Gilbert's many eyes provided illumination that was simultaneously disturbing and welcome. The water had carried Gilbert through the halls before. Yes, Gilbert said, although she hadn't spoken. We are close. Be cautious here. The water is not consistently deep. There are unexpected, what do you call them? Wells beneath the surface. They are not wide, but they are also not, he added, easily navigated. Mandoran, please watch your step. We can see them, Mandoran replied. He was nervous. Kaylin was nervous as well, possibly for the same reason. She wasn't particularly surprised when the water grew choppy and 6 inches began to swell into something closer to mid-thigh. I want a boat, she said to Katea, who had continued her struggle to stay wakeful.
If we fix things, if we save the city, can I meet my parents? She asked. She asked in the same tone she might have used to ask if she could have wings. Kaylin knew. She'd asked both questions in her distant childhood, even when she knew the answer was and would always be no. Yes, you can meet your parents, or at least your father. She nodded into the crook of Gilbert's neck. I don't want to sleep, she murmured. He'll just leave me behind. He will not recognize you, Gilbert said gently. He will not know you. I know that. You cannot apologize to him. I know that. Gilbert's eyes, about half of them, turned to Kaylin. I do not understand this. But Kaylin shook her head. Yes, you do. You left the Guardia and home to free Nightshade. He won't remember you. He won't be grateful. You will be no part of his life. He's not the most trusting or friendly of men. He couldn't be, and still be Fief Lord. Even if you wanted to make friends with him again, it wouldn't happen. He was willing to be vastly more open with you than he is with anyone because he had nothing to lose. You know that you'll lose that, but you came anyway. Katea wants to see her father in the same way, just to see him, to know that he survives and that he has a life and that eventually he'll have her. She wants to see her mother for the same reason, but... The Archon caught her shoulder and gripped it tightly enough that she fell silent. Katea lifted her head. Why are you stopping her? She asked in a bleary tone. She's not saying anything I don't know. Gilbert's Nightshade won't exist if we save people, and that means I won't exist either. The city won't be lost. My parents won't flee across the bridge. Their daughter will live in Elantra. She'll grow up here. Maybe she'll become a sword. I don't know. Is that... I was going to die anyway. I was going to die. Gilbert found me. Gilbert saved me. But in my future, in a future without Gilbert, I'm already dead. And it hurt.
She shook her head.
There's no future for me, no matter what I do. I get that. But there's a future for my mom. There's a future for my dad. I wasn't a great daughter.
You don't think your father understood that you loved him?
It doesn't matter. I told him.
She buried her face.
It doesn't matter. Just promise I can see him if we all survive.
I promise. Gilbert led them at last to his room. The halls appeared to travel the length of the city. They branched in multiple places. There were no doors that Kaylin could see, but there were places that appeared to be almost entirely underwater.
Yes, Gilbert said, again as if she'd spoken out loud. If you take this stretch, you will find yourself in the Tha-Alani Quarter. I do not believe the water will drown you. He glanced at the Barrani and added, That applies purely to Kaylin. It is not safe for the rest of us. And you know this how? The water is speaking, Gilbert said. It is angry, but sane. It is here that the water will remain while it retains its human sentience. Does the water kill the Tha-Alani? If you do not know, I cannot answer. I cannot see their deaths. I am not in the moment of those deaths. Gilbert, you said when you arrived here you could no longer see time. Yes. Can you see it now? No. But I can sense it now. I am not certain what will happen to you if you ascend the stairs, he added. He had come to stairs. Kaylin even recognized them. Katea, wait in my room.
No.
Katea.
No. I'm not going to say goodbye. I'm not. This time I'm going to.
Gilbert looked, well, a swarm of eyes did, to Kaylin for support. She wanted to give it to him. Katea was a child. She was an older child, true, but there was room for her in the foundling halls, and Marin would see that she was both safe and fed. Kaylin meant to say as much. She opened her mouth to say it. But from a remove of years and years, she could see Katea from the inside of the girl's life. She could feel the want and the decision as if it were her own. How old had she been when she went to work for Baron? How old when she'd learned a dozen ways to kill? How old when she'd killed?
Kaylin, Severn said. I can't. Don't ask me, I can't.
Katea, Severn said. I am neither Gilbert nor Kaylin. I am not a dragon, and I am not Barrani. I'm not certain I have much to contribute beyond this point. Will you wait in Gilbert's room with me? We have much in common.
Katea looked at Severn, really looked at him.
I'm not certain I have much to contribute. I may distract Kaylin because she'll be worried. You may distract Gilbert for the same reason. He's asking you to remain behind because you'll be safe.
But you're her partner.
Katea was the daughter of a sword, an officer of the halls of law. She knew how partnerships worked. But she's chosen.
What does that even mean?
She can cheat. She can use powers the rest of us can't. Not even the mages.
So you're like the lame duck?
Yes.
Severn, don't lie to her.
You'll stay with me?
Yes. Gilbert, you promise you'll come back for me?
Yes, Katea.
Kaylin had very, very mixed feelings about leaving her partner behind, but very clear feelings about what he was now doing.
He will keep you safe, she told Katea. He kept me safe for years. My mother died when I was 5, and I never knew my father. I just had Severn in the streets of the fiefs.
Tila's not impressed, Mandorin whispered.
Tell her not to report me. If we actually managed to get out of this in one piece, I could finally make corporal.
Not leaving your backup behind, you won't. Kaylin cursed but kept on walking. Gilbert found the door to his room. It was not in the same location it had been when Kaylin had come to heal him, if healing was even what she'd done. But as she crossed the threshold, her arms began to glow. Katea's giggle made it clear that her neck was doing the same. The girl thought it funny because Kaylin had a soft halo around her head. Severn settled down at the desk. Katea sat cross-legged on the bed.
"Can you read?"
she asked. "I can. Any book in particular?" It was the last question Kaylin heard as she closed the door. "My thanks," Gilbert said to her. "It is difficult to do what must be done while Katea is so close. I fear to injure or break her. She is delicate, her connection to life so tenuous. Will she be stronger when she is older?" "She won't be chosen if that's what you mean, and she probably won't become Severn without a lot of trauma and training." "It is odd. She is like Nightshade and yet unlike Nightshade. It was the work of decades to become attached to the sound of his voice, the tenor of his very quiet thoughts. Katea has none of his power. If Katea had been pushed into Ravellon, she would have died before her voice could wake me. The air might kill her, the night, the wrong morning mist. She is loud, and she feels both pride and shame. She is constantly in motion, even when she sleeps. Many were the discussions I had with Lord Nightshade. Many were the topics we discussed. I learned the history of the Barrani. He learned the history of my kin. He explored the Guardia, where it was safe to do so. I saw wonder in him and through him, wonder at things that had never moved me before. I felt peace when he spoke of his brothers. No, I felt peace when he spoke of an Aerian. This couldn't fail to get an Aerian's attention. He was subject to time as you were meant to experience it, Gilbert said to Nightshade's younger brother. And you were subject to a type of freedom that you were never meant to have. You did not expect your brother to change. He finds it uncomfortable to be judged by you, because you haven't changed in ways that are clear to him. What you want and what you believe, of honor, of justice, of duty, he once believed. He does not wish you to see him as he sees himself. He has a very ferocious pride. But I wander. Nightshade's mind is sharp, as is his curiosity. If we did not understand each other immediately, we learned. He asked questions that remain with me now, and I will have the answer, although not soon. Katea is not like Nightshade. Her temper is quick to light and her tears quick to fall. She sleeps, she eats endlessly when given opportunity, and she asks no questions that I understand. He lifted an arm and pointed. The arm seemed like velvet obsidian to Kaylin's eye. The lamps reflected off wet floor, but not off Gilbert. The stairs hugged wall. What do you mean? How does the sun work? Why do the moons exist? Why are there dogs? Those seem like perfectly reasonable questions to me. Do they? Kaylin frowned. Your room. It's waterproof, right? Yes, it is proof against any element. It cannot be pushed out of phase. Good. Get up the stairs. Move, 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 move! The Archon was less equivocal about these stairs, although they appeared to be wooden slats. He went up first, quickly followed by Mandorin, Aerian, and Gilbert. Kaylin, at the foot of the stairs, turned to face the water as it lifted itself from its bed of ancient stone floor. The water emerged in the shape of a woman with hollow eyes. She wore a dress that literally flowed down shoulders and arms, its hem blending with the inches of water that remained on the floor.
Kaylin.
Kaylin nodded.
Chosen.
She nodded again, aware that her marks had continued to brighten. They were not as sharp a light as Gilbert's unattached eyes cast, but they were the same color. 2 watery hands rose in a swift snap of motion that ended with eyes. The water then took those eyes and inserted them into her own sockets. Golden light was absorbed by the water, changing every element of its color. In a face of water, the 2 eyes looked almost natural. The keeper is holding the fundaments in place. The only element to escape, to be forced out, is water, for reasons that must now be obvious. Nor is it all of the water, but the part of me that exists in another story, another ending, cannot merge with the containment. I hope your Eventon survives. Mine did not. What was done? What's being done? It breaks the keeper's garden? Kaylin asked. It seemed the only germane question, because the water might actually know. The keeper's garden exists in time. It requires time. We do not in the same fashion. It is only in our interactions with you that it is a necessity. We are part of your life. You are part of ours. Someone sought to emulate the garden itself. They did not understand the construction required. The keeper's stones are not stones except to your eyes. They are names, Kaylin. They are the force of the truth of fire, water, air, earth. There's more than one truth. There is more than one interaction, and we have loved the stories you tell us of our import to your kind. But those stories are not truth as we understand it. They are not, she added, her voice darkening, truth as others understand it. The small moments in which you take joy are not joy to them. Perhaps once they were. The keeper's garden has proved unassailable without internal aid. But, come, I have seen death and loss, and it is fresh in me because it is part of me. The greater part of me that sought to preserve you was most tightly wed to the Tha-Ala'an. But that is not all that I am. We must find your bodies. We must find your stones. Kaylin frowned. The stones in the keeper's garden are meant to contain the elements? The water said, yes and no. While we retain a thread of attachment to ancient vows and containments, we will not harm him if he stands thus. It was, Kaylin thought, a variant of Ebeline's protective barrier. Why stones? I do not understand the question. Why 4 stones? They are not precisely stone, but they are anchors, Kaylin. They are the heart of an ancient vow. While they stand, the keeper stands. While they stand, the attachment to world and time and your kind also remain. And he needs the anchor. The world as you exist in it requires them. The lack of those anchors will not harm us, and it will not destroy us. It will destroy some small part of what we are. And the arcanist needs anchors. She spoke the words slowly, as if testing them. There is a problem, the Arcan said from the top of the stairs. Of course there was. What is it? There seems to be no house. You expected that. It wasn't a question. In some fashion, yes. Mandorin. To Kaylin's surprise, the Arcan's tone implied that he considered Mandorin a peer. The Barrani hesitated. It was Anarian who said, the inside of the empty sphere that's eating the city is not empty. Kaylin snorted. What exactly is at the top of the stairs? Squawk, squawk. Gilbert's many eyes widened. I understand, he said, voice grim. He pushed his way to the top of the stairs, and given the width of the stairs, this took time. Chosen. The single word was almost a command. Kaylin would have followed anyway, because his many eyes had come to rest around her like a swarm, and they appeared to be attempting to adhere themselves, through cloth, to the runes on her skin. If she hadn't been afraid of squashing them, she would have brushed them all off. Mandorin caught her arm as she moved past him. Tila's voice is much, much clearer. So, we're probably where she is. Yes. For some reason, this is pissing her off. Can you try to use High Barrani? Anarian said. Why? Kaylin never does. It's about communication, brother. Has she moved at all? Kaylin said, hoping to stem the tide of a different kind of brotherly interaction. How did you guess? If nothing's broken, she hates to stay in one spot. Did she find Bellisdeo? No. Sorry. At Kaylin's reply, he turned back to Anarian. See, completely colloquial. She's not Barrani. Mandorin shrugged. Popular wisdom says neither am I. Chosen, Gilbert said, demanding attention that should never have been diverted. Kaylin made it the rest of the way up the stairs. The elemental water reached out with a single hand. She said nothing, but Kaylin understood what the gesture meant. Before she had learned to hate the world, it had been one of hers. After she had learned that the world was not only pain, disgust, and death, she had struggled to learn how to do it again. It was harder the second time, but maybe it was just as necessary. Without a word, Kaylin took the water's hand. The water didn't have the same trouble negotiating the cramped stairs that Kaylin did, and everyone else did. She simply followed by Kaylin's side, as if she could walk on air. This was wrong, of course. She rose, the water on the ground, her elongating pedestal. There was no small hall. There was no parlor door. There was, however, a front door. If by door one meant a structure that looked like it had literally been created by a 4-year-old with a crazy assortment of chalk, or 54-year-olds all vying for the same few yards of space. Look ahead, Gilbert warned. Look only ahead. She could hear voices to her right and her left. They sounded like mortal voices, Elantran voices. She froze. She had seen her share of conflict. She knew what battle sounded like. There was fighting and dying to either side of this primitive stretch of ground. She turned to the right, or tried. The small dragon smacked the bridge of her nose with his head, hard. He followed it up with complaints. Since it was Kaylin whose eyes stung with the force of the blow, she felt this unfair. They are echoes. They are not real. Do not make them real. How the hell do I make something real? Obey, Gilbert, the Archon said. His voice was a great deal louder than the voices to the right and the left. It came from behind. He might as well have picked her up and shaken her until her teeth rattled, because the syllables reverberated throughout her entire body. Even the eyes clinging to her shirt seemed to wince. Should you even be up here? Someone has to keep an eye on these two, he replied. Do not look back. He means us, Mandorin said. Anarian, predictably, said nothing. To the water, Kaylin said, Can you look? Yes, but I understand what Gilbert fears. I consider his advice wise. You will not make things real, as he states, but you will be drawn to them. They will be like gravity, and you, like a person who has taken steps off a very high cliff. There are possibilities, Kaylin, but you exist in a world of constant possibility. To look, left or right, is the equivalent of making a decision, of acting on it, yes? The action decides the course you follow. Reality asserts itself around that choice. your reality. But people are dying, yes, and they are being born, and they are loving and hating, and weeping in sorrow or joy. They are pleading, they are screaming, they are singing. Those are the sounds of your lives. She smiled as she spoke, but it was not a happy smile. Kaylin nodded, exhaling. We're walking between possibilities. Yes, and if we choose one, we'll fall off this path. Yes. Fine. It made sense in a strange way. To the Barrani, Kaylin said, Do you guys see a door ahead of us? If you call that a door, yes. The Arkan's magic made Kaylin's skin itch. As they walked, itch transformed to pain. She didn't ask him what spells he was attempting to cast because she was certain he felt they were necessary, and his was the voice that counted here, according to the Hawk Lord. But she was very grateful Katea was no longer with them because Gilbert was losing solidity as he walked. No, not solidity exactly, but form. The darkness of his silhouette spread and thinned, and as it did, she could see the moving squiggles of opalescent color she associated with chaos, and only with chaos. The small dragon squawked loudly, and then, to make a point, exhaled. He exhaled a stream of silver that was flecked with the same opalescence. Kaylin froze, and because she had, the Arkan walked into the back of her feet. Private. My familiar just exhaled. Yes, and? I've seen that breath destroy ferals from the inside out, and I'd rather not get a face full of it. Squawk, squawk. I believe you have insulted your companion, Gilbert said. Not intentionally. She straightened her shoulders. Fine, I apologize for my instinctive and very reasonable reaction. She closed her eyes and continued to walk. The air smelled of wilderness and forest and cinnamon. When she opened her eyes, the particulate mist had not cleared. If anything, it had thickened, but it didn't sting her face or her eyes. Does this count as you helping me do something I can't do on my own? She knew the price he had demanded for it the last time she'd asked, and she was not any more willing to pay it now. No, her familiar replied. She recognized his voice instantly and felt both gratitude and fear. Any place in which she could hear his actual words was never a good place. No, Kaylin, it does not. It is a variant of what your Arkan is attempting to do. What exactly is he attempting to do? Survive Gilbert. Chapter 27. Survive Gilbert? Look at him, Kaylin. I've been looking at pretty much nothing else. Given that his eyes were part of him, this was mostly true. You have not, the familiar said, with some exasperation, seen him. She looked, and she saw it now. Gilbert was shadow. Gilbert was darkness. The halls beneath the city had reminded Kaylin of the high halls because the ceilings were so tall. Gilbert filled them. Not only in height, she saw that now, but in width. He was a moving cloud, a dense cloud, but one that implied spaces and gaps. His eyes were part of that. They weren't, as they had appeared on first or 50th glance, separate. They existed on the end of shadow tendrils, and they moved around Gilbert as if he were some kind of shadow octopus, but with more tentacles. She had no idea how he had carried Katea on his shoulder or in his arms, because she couldn't see that he actually had either of those things. Had she been standing on the border of Tiamaris, she would have tried to kill him. No, actually, she would have accepted that she couldn't, and she would have retreated, a fancy word for run for her life. She felt a moment of very visceral fear, but the fear was double-edged. The expected fear of Gilbert she accepted. She had no choice. It was there, rooted deeply by every other experience of shadow she had ever had. But the unexpected fear that maybe those other shadows had been like Gilbert, and she had done her level best to kill them, that one was new. And hadn't she feared and hated the Tha-Alani in exactly the same way? Hadn't she viscerally, forcefully made this clear every single time she mentioned them? And hadn't she been wrong? So very, very wrong in the end? But she hadn't killed the Tha-Alani. She'd hated them, but she'd never killed them. Shadows she'd killed. Yes. Was I wrong? Kaylin, it doesn't matter. If Gilbert, for reasons of his own, attempted to kill you now, and you stood still and reasoned with him, you would die. The shadows may have their reasons. They may have motivations that you could, with effort, understand. But they would devour you whole if you did not flee or destroy them. You faced the devourer. I didn't hate him, though. It doesn't matter. Hate him, not hate him, he would have destroyed not only this city, but the world in which it is situated. Sometimes motivation doesn't matter when survival is immediately at stake. Gilbert's eyes glared pointedly at her. "What?" she demanded. "I'm still moving." She was, but it was hard. The badly drawn door didn't seem to be getting any closer. "Gilbert," she said, to take her mind off the multiple fears that were all screaming for attention she really didn't want to give them. "You said it was your job to fix time, right?" A vast simplification, but yes. Why? "How do you know when it's broken?" He stared at her, or rather his eyes did. At this point he was dark enough, amorphous enough, that she had no sense of which direction he was facing, and had to take it on faith that it was forward. "Ask the water, Kaylin. The water feared that I would destroy it." The water was easier to talk to in all ways than Gilbert. "Do you understand it?" "Yes. I hold the Tha-Ala'an within me, but it is not the whole of what I am. When I returned, some part of me was not bound by the Keeper and his garden. The garden is gone, but the world exists because of the garden." "Yes, Kaylin. Yes and no, as you must now understand. The fiefs exist because the towers could contain those living within their boundaries. But the fiefs of Katea's experience are dangerously unstable. She has not spoken of all of it. I am not sure she is even aware of the differences, although she will grow to be so. There are 4 stones in the garden. Yes, there are 5 cages in your time. The devourer. Yes, Kaylin, but he too is not what he was. He has heard our voices and Eventon's voice. He sleeps. When he wakes, and he will wake, the towers will not be proof against him. It was always and only a matter of time for the small pocket of your world that remains, for Katea and her kin, for the Barrani. She hesitated. The worlds the devourer destroyed were all part of your world in some fashion. Kaylin's head began to hurt. The way in which they were connected is through time, but time for many beings is flexible. It can be manipulated. Such manipulations are not guaranteed to destroy. Think of creation as a vast plain. It seems endless. It is endless. You cannot see its beginning. You cannot see its end. You can dig. You can build. You may build a city, a country. but you cannot take the whole of the plane and fold it. The Keeper's garden is built on a foundation of elements and emptiness. Out of this, the natural order arises in this world. Other worlds have different... Yes, of course. Even the ones that are part of that plane? Yes, of course. When the plane is folded, it wakes, or once woke, Gilbert and his kin. He flattens it. It is what he does. He can see the plane as it extends through layers of time, but each layer must be distinct, its own. The layers do not contain him. He can pass between them at need. If the perturbation is concise, distinct, if it does not materially alter the shape of the plane, it is possible to ignore or overlook, or to miss. But that is not, I think, what occurred here. What occurred here did not fold the plane. My appearance did. What occurred here? Kaylin paused, stopped, thought about 3 non-corpses, 3 stones which must have been meant as anchors, and arcanists. She hated arcanists. The familiar, still in his most common form, bit her ear. Clearly, this was not the time for ranting, even if she kept it to herself. They didn't fold the plane, she said aloud, which probably caused some confusion to everyone who wasn't the elemental water. They just cut a chunk out of it, or they tried to cut a chunk out of it, and they're trying to anchor it somehow, the chunk. Yes, Gilbert replied. That is what I believe occurred. I do not know the reason for the attempt. Perhaps it is not about immortality as you define it. Perhaps it is more. What was this building supposed to do? Do you even know? The Archon said, I think that largely irrelevant. But if we know what it was supposed to do, if we understand how it was supposed to work, private, your grasp of subtlety is non-existent. It is almost a negative. When I say irrelevant, what I mean is forbidden. Forbidden? Mandorin asked, voice cooler. By imperial decree. You're the Emperor now, are you? I am the keeper of the archives. Things ancient within the boundaries of the city are my responsibility. By imperial decree. Gilbert said, as if the Archon had not spoken, We have assumed this is a matter of time. I do not believe this is necessarily accurate, given the lack of overall disturbance. But there are other factors involved in this plane you call your world. There are actions the ancients could take that you cannot take. You are chosen, but you are confined in all ways by the limits of your state. The ancients were not. I am not. You see me now as I am, but you cannot see all of me. Nothing I could do to you would permit it. Mandorin and Anarian can see more, but it is that ability that makes their existence so tenuous in your world. They are trying to invert themselves. Do you understand? You mean invert themselves the way you inverted yourself to talk to Nightshade? Yes. That's not how we see it, Mandorin cut in. No. The eyes, even the ones on Kaylin's arms, swiveled to try to get a glimpse of Mandorin. Definitely not. But Kaylin said, Do you think that someone like me, or Tila, or the Archon, is trying to invert themselves in the opposite direction? I fear that is very much the case. I do not know how Anarian or Mandorin came to be who or what they are, but it is not, in my opinion, something that you could survive. Not even as chosen. So, the person who did this is probably dead, and we're left with the disaster? I do not know. I do not know who did this. I can make guesses as to why, but it is my supposition that they sought to be free of all confines. Which means? Mandorin snorted in derision. They wanted to be gods. Kaylin, looking at the eyes on her shirt sleeve and the swirling shadow tendrils that seemed to be the whole of what Gilbert now was, said, I bet it's overrated. I don't know. We're not gods. We have trouble being whatever it is we are now. Gilbert. Yes. The door's not getting any closer. No, it is not. Please brace yourselves. The Archon grunted. The familiar said something in a language Kaylin didn't recognize. The meaning, however, was plain. Just use Leontine, she told him. That's what the rest of us do. It does not come to me as naturally. Forgive me any pain I cause you. Kaylin had time to brace herself, but only barely. Many things seemed to happen in a frenzied rush, but they were each distinct enough that she could catalog them. First, the water roared. The sound was similar to dragon roaring, but it resonated in a different way, possibly because the water was in her ears, literally. The avatar lost form and shape as it rushed up Kaylin's arm to surround her in a moving pillar. Kaylin didn't even have time to hold her breath. Second, Gilbert reached for the door. He reached with a multitude of tendrils, each of which ended in an eye. Kaylin could see the eyes dissolve, and wasn't squeamish enough, barely, to look away or close her own. It was as if the door was exactly what it appeared to be, a chalk drawing on cobbled stone, flat and unreal. Gilbert's eyes were crushed. Kaylin swore she could hear them squelching. Third, the door moved. Under the locomotion of tentacles of creeping shadow, it moved, directly toward where Kaylin now stood. Protect the Archon, she thought desperately to the elemental water. The water expanded. It expanded to encompass him just as the door hit with the force of an arcane bomb. Kaylin was very, very, very grateful that Severn had chosen to remain with Katea. Because if he hadn't, Katea would be here. She would be at the heart of the explosion because that's where Gilbert was. She would be at the very center of the expanding wave of something that was like shadow but paler, brighter, and harsher. Water streamed away as if the column that had protected Kaylin from the impact was wounded badly. Kaylin's arms were glowing a brilliant gold. She hadn't released the water's hand. Her own still clutched it as if it were still in that form. She instinctively tried to heal the water. The familiar squealed in her ear. He didn't speak, but clearly she was about to be so stupid she didn't deserve actual words. She cursed him in gurgling Leontine and held on to the water as if her life depended on it. "Remind me," the Archon said, his voice very watery, "that I am never to be involved with one of your excursions again. It makes me angry." For once, dragon anger was not the biggest threat in the room, and room was entirely the wrong word for it. It was a space, yes, but it wasn't confined by walls or ceiling or even a visible floor, nor was it empty. "Kaylin," the familiar said, "close your eyes. Now." Before she could, and honestly, closing her own eyes should have been simple, he reached around her face with his wings and covered them. The wings did not instantly ease the pressure of sight. Around her, in a swirl of motion, were faces, bodies, crowds. She could not pick out a single person because they moved so quickly that they were a blur. But even as a blur, she could recognize basic shape, basic form. She could see wings, eyes, skin color, limbs, even fur. She could gain a basic sense of height, of age. She could hear a plethora of voices, some raised, some muted. And she realized that this was what had existed to either side of the strange corridor they had been walking. She had been told not to look. She wondered if looking now would have the same effect as turning would have had then. It would be so easy to be lost here. But the water was in her hands, the familiar on her shoulder, the sound of an extremely disgruntled dragon at her back. Something touched her gently enough, carefully enough that she didn't react violently. Kitling. Tila! She turned then, or she tried to turn. The small dragon's wings were incredibly strong. She couldn't move her head. Mandorin cursed in Leontine. "Grab Tane!" he shouted. Kaylin could hear his voice so clearly that the sound of the moving throng, the continually moving, dizzying crowd, was almost silent. She clung to the sound of his voice. "I can't. He can't hear me." Anarian's voice. Kaylin was suddenly very, very afraid for Bellisdeo and Sanabalis, because she suddenly understood that they must be here as well. "Kaylin, close your eyes." Bellisdeo and Sanabalis were here among the hundreds, the thousands, the tens of thousands even. They were here in every second of the whole stretch of their lives, compressed and overlapping. She had the sickening sense that she had to grab them, but she could only grab one of them, one each. And there were too many. "Kaylin, your eyes." And she understood then that these were the layers of which Gilbert had spoken, that every time, every second of time, was in some fashion its own discrete identity, that she existed in all of them, but that she could not live aware of each and every one. It would destroy her. She couldn't see past the blur, couldn't hear past the noise. She couldn't move without colliding with someone or something. And she understood as well that in this throng, if she concentrated, she had to find one Bellisdeo, one Sanabalis, one Magaron. And they had to be the ones that belonged where she belonged, in the same when, the same now. But it was worse than that, because more than just Bellisdeo and Sanabalis and Magaron were trapped here. Tila, Tane, anyone who had lived or worked on the winding path. Most of those people were people she did not know and had never met. Most of those people were not yet aware of where they were or what had happened. But as she watched, as she failed to close her eyes, she realized that they were becoming aware, that they didn't see as she saw, but they saw something. The tide of voices turned to confusion, and from there, to panic. Panic was never good in a crowd, and this crowd was endless, eternal. It went on forever. She wasn't sure when the first death happened. She wasn't certain when it spread. But it did spread. She could see blood, could hear screams, could only stand helpless while the world spun and spun and spun. Kaylin. Severn's voice. And Nightshade's. They overlapped, but each voice was singular. It was not a crowd of voices. It was not multiple Severns or multiple Nightshades. They were on the outside. They were the people she had known. They were not every possible person she might know or could know at every stage of their lives or her own. They were the people with whom she had a known history. She wanted to weep. "Can you see it?" she asked them. "Can you see what I see?" "Yes." Again they answered in concert. Nightshade said, "The disturbance has not spread to the fiefs. I am, however, unable to use the mirror network within the castle." She nodded. I think we've been walking in the mirror network." Doubt from Nightshade. Cautious, surprised agreement from Severn. "What did Gilbert do?" I'm not sure. I think he may have collapsed the network completely. I don't understand how or why, but something was done to the network and its power, and I think Gilbert could make halls or paths out of it. The world around her became silent as she spoke. She opened her eyes. She couldn't remember closing them. She could remember being nagged to close them. She almost closed them again. She stood in the streets of her city. The street itself, the cobbled stones, had a curious, blurry quality. The bodies did not. They were stacked. They overlapped. They should have been a mountain of corpses, and they were, but they occupied the same space. There was no clear path from this street to the house in which the theoretical murders had taken place, and Gilbert made it clear that he intended to climb over them. Kaylin had seen corpses before. She had never seen a battlefield. "Mandorin? Here." She turned, or tried to turn. The familiar bit her. "Oh, for hell's sake, you stupid—" She bit back the words because she could, once again, see Gilbert, and she decided that she did not need to see Mandorin and an Aerian. Gilbert, in the great carved halls beneath the city, had looked like the epitome of a one-off shadow, tentacled, walking death. In the streets of Elantra now, it was worse. He didn't climb over the bodies that littered the streets in uncountable numbers. He ate his way through them. She could hear every bite, every swallow. Her hands were on her daggers, her arms glowed. So did Gilbert's many eyes, because the damn things were still attached to her. She looked at the eyes while Gilbert's very disturbing meal continued. One part of her brain told her to calm the hell down. The people were dead. They couldn't feel pain, and they didn't care what happened to their bodies. It's not like they could use them for anything anymore. The other part of her brain was actually working. "Gilbert," she said while she looked at one of the many eyes, "I need you to find my friends." "Your friends," he said. He swallowed. She really, really wanted to be sick. "Bellisdeo, Sanabalis, Magaron. I think Mandorin has Tila, and I think Tila has Tane." "And the rest?" She said nothing for one long breath. "And the rest. But I don't know them. I can't tell you who to look for." "No, Chosen." The eye to which she'd been directing most of this conversation began to blink rapidly. "But it is not necessary. I am not what I was when you first encountered me." He certainly wasn't. The creature that he had become couldn't fit in his house, for one. "What you did for me as Chosen was necessary, and I thank you." The eye rose from her shirt. So did the rest of the eyes. "But what I must do cannot be done while I am so confined." As he spoke, he rose and rose again, until the skies were all of shadow and eyes. He descended upon the house in which the murders, the non-murders, had taken place, and he froze part of the way there in mid-motion. "This is not good," Mandorin said from behind her. The Archon roared. There were words in it. Kaylin turned, and this time the familiar did not attempt to prevent it. A golden dragon reared its very large body in a street with a lot fewer corpses and roared again. And another dragon answered. "Bellisdeo!" Kaylin shouted. The bodies that had been a mountain and a nightmare were sparser now. Kaylin could see the house in which the three men had first been discovered. The front of the house was irrelevant. The Archon breathed, and fire turned it to ash and melted stone almost instantly. "Archon, stop!" He roared again. Kaylin said to the familiar, "Stop him from destroying the house." "Stop him from attempting to enter it, Kaylin." Her brows rose in outrage. The Archon was full-on dragon. She was full-on Kaylin. She couldn't stop him from walking across a street when he was in human form. She had no chance at all of stopping him if he decided to go on a rampage.
Stop him. It is not safe.
For him or for me?
For any of us.
Bellis Deo is there.
Yes.
Kaylin nodded. Arkin! Bellis Deo is in the house. If you destroy it, we'll lose her. She wasn't actually certain that this was true, but she was certain it was the only way to catch his attention. And it worked. Of course, this meant she had the full attention of a red-eyed, raging dragon. Gilbert? Silence. She looked at her hand. It was wet, but the water was now absent. All that remained of what had been a pillar was 2 eyes. She could no longer hear the water's voice. She could no longer hear the voices of anyone who wasn't actually standing in the street beside her. Well, plus Severn and Nightshade. The 2 eyes the water had taken had not returned to Gilbert. They floated at roughly eye level as if they were still part of the non-existent element. As she repeated Gilbert's name, they swiveled to look at her. Were you trying to destroy the house or preserve it? One question at a time, Mandorin suggested. He walked to where Kaylin was standing. Tila was by his side, literally. It looked like her leg was broken or badly sprained, which was almost enough of a shock that she forgot to think. Anarian was carrying Tane. He was in worse shape, but he was certainly well enough to open an eye and growl at Kaylin, in mewling Leontine. Fine. Suffer. It's not like we actually need backup that's useful and mobile. Tila snickered. Tane growled again. Now that she looked at them, neither Mandorin or Anarian were looking all that great either. They weren't physically injured, but she had seen dead Barrani that had healthier color. He was trying to crack the house open, Anarian said. It took Kaylin a moment to realize that he was answering the question she'd asked the disembodied eyes. The house is where we have to go. Gilbert has arranged things in a way that won't destroy you. You, not us. He can't make it all safe. He's placed us all in the same layer of time, but he requires power, and he can't make it stick for long. Something is pushing against it. In the house. Anarian nodded. When you say you and not us, does that mean we can see more? His smile was strained. I can hear your brother. He is very, very clear now. Anarian seemed to sag as if something had been cut. I don't imagine he's saying anything repeatable. Not really. But some of it's Barrani, so it might be useful later. Mandorin managed a weak grin. What kind of Barrani? Ouch! Anarian hadn't touched him. We need to enter the building. I guess the Arcan made it easier. It's not like the walls are going to keep us out. The Arcanist was doing something with the 3 bodies. They were laid out as if they were part of a ritual. I'm guessing, she added, staring up at the frozen shroud of darkness. That ritual is almost complete, and that Gilbert is buying us time. She picked her way over the few bodies that remained. There was no smell here, which made it easier. Or rather, there was, but it was cinnamon. Evidently, the familiar's cloud was still protecting them. Mandorin and Anarian hesitated. Stay here, Kaylin told them. I'll go with the Arcan. Tila said, They are not staying here. Her eyes were a murderous blue, and her lower lip was swollen. And I'm not either. She pulled herself away from Mandorin. Sprain, then. Tila, I don't think it's safe for them. And you think it's safe for you. Chosen, remember? You don't even know what that means. She is not wrong, the familiar said. Do not foolishly insult her, Nightshade said. And Tila is known for both her cunning and her ability to nurse a long grudge. Severn, on the other hand, said nothing. It was a comforting nothing, an acceptance of things he couldn't change. She looked at the floating eyes. Can you keep them coherent? Can you keep them safe here? Gilbert didn't answer. The two of his eyes that had once been set into the water's avatar floated away, gaining speed as they approached the two Barrani. Mandorin raised his hands to swat them away. Anarian, on the other hand, had an armful of Tane to deal with. Regardless, the eyes gained enough speed to ram into the foreheads of both Mandorin and Anarian. Mandorin had developed very, very impressive Leontine. Anarian, Kaylin decided, was just one of those people to whom cursing would never come naturally, which was a pity. Kaylin would be swearing herself blue in the face had one of those eyes attached themselves to her actual forehead. Both the Barrani now had a third eye, an open third eye that was the wrong color, just above the bridge of their noses between their brows. Their natural eyes blinked rapidly. The borrowed eyes did not. When Anarian fell to one knee, Kaylin ran toward him. It surprised her and his older brother when he didn't wave her off. Instead, he allowed her to slide an arm beneath his arms and take some of his weight while he regained his footing. "My brother can see all this, can't he?" "Sorry. Not as sorry as I'm going to be." He inhaled deeply, exhaled, and said, "Thank you, Gilbert." Gilbert didn't respond. "Does it help you to see?" "Yes, it helps me to see only one thing. It helps Mandorin, too, but he's more vain. He really dislikes the look of the extra eye." "Gentlemen," the Archon said, in the testiest of voices, "you are all incredibly unattractive to me. The extra eye makes no difference. Shall we?" Both Barrani had the grace to redden, which added welcome color to their faces. Nightshade was not impressed. "What should we do with Tane?" Anarian asked. "Give him to me," Tila demanded. "I'd wait outside, but I don't think outside is going to be any safer." Chapter 28. "What do you see with the extra eye?" Kaylin asked. The Archon's breath had gotten rid of the stairs that led to the front door, which was fine because they'd also done away with the door. At the moment, Kaylin's primary concern was what remained of the first-story floor in the wake of dragon breath. The Archon wasn't worried about the flooring or the possible fall, but he was a dragon after all. Kaylin, however, couldn't expect to fall through a crumbling floor and land without injury. He pushed Kaylin out of the way and pretty much stomped in. "Where is the—" He froze. This was not promising. From her position directly behind the Archon, Kaylin couldn't see what had caused him to freeze. "Archon?" "I do not care what the Emperor says," the Archon said. "If we survive this, I am going to burn the Arcanum to the ground." "You'd have the full support of most of the halls of law," Kaylin told his back. "What are you staring at?" He moved to the side, and she entered the house. Or tried. Standing in front of her with a dubious expression was herself. "Is this a mirror?" she asked the Archon. "Can you see your own reflection?" She couldn't see his reflection, only her own. "It's more complicated than that, but yes." He snorted in disgust, and small flames lapped the edge of his beard. The Archon drove his fist into the mirror. The mirror didn't shatter. To the familiar, Kaylin asked, "Can you do anything?" Silence. "Mandorin? Anarian?" The answer was a resounding no. They saw exactly what the Archon and Kaylin could see. Images of themselves. Only Mandorin seemed to find this disturbing. The Archon chose to share his disgust in loud Draconic. Kaylin lifted her hands to cover her ears as his speech was not brief. Bellis Deo replied. Her voice was thinner. It lacked its usual resonance. Kaylin told herself that this was because it lacked her usual anger, but couldn't make herself believe it. And only an idiot wasted time trying to believe their own lies. Is Sanibellis with her?"
"Yes. He is injured."
"Magaron?"
"He is— understand that this is Bellisteo's phrasing— stupid."
Which meant alive, but not in great shape. "Is she in the basement?" The Archon spoke again. This took longer. So did Bellisteo's reply.
"Yes, she recognizes it from records. She cannot hear you, by the way. She can hear me. I do not think she can hear Anarian or Mandoran either."
The two Barrani were conferring. They did so in silence, although Mandoran's expression made it clear that it wasn't an amusing conversation.
"We think there's a way in," he finally said.
"Good," the Archon replied.
"Find it."
Mandoran approached the mirror. To Kaylin's surprise, she could now see his reflection as well as her own. The Archon's was still absent. He reached out, placed his palm against the center of his own reflection, and pushed. The reflective surface, which had showed no sign of reaction at all to a dragon's weight and momentum, bent. It didn't break. It stretched. Mandoran then moved a yard to the side and tried again. Anarian did the same in the opposite direction. Here, the lack of most of the front walls helped. But if the putative Barrani weren't as confined to this existence as Kaylin or the Archon, it didn't matter. To their hands, the reflective barrier was not as solid, but it wasn't permeable. Nothing they did could bring it down. Bellisteo roared. This time, the Archon did not respond. What did she say?"
"She is tiring,"
he replied. "Does she say what she sees? Is there any clue at all?" He didn't answer, and she was never going to be desperate enough to grab him by the shoulders and shake him. Not the Archon. Not Mandoran or Anarian either. She backed away from the house and turned toward Gilbert, or what remained of Gilbert. He was frozen now, like a wave in motion, but with tentacles and a million eyes. He might have been the nightmare version of a starry sky, or the monster version if monsters told stories to their offspring. And Gilbert was not a monster. Gilbert had saved Katea. Gilbert was willing to save them all. "Mandoran, Anarian, come here."
"What have you found?"
She shook her head. I think I might have a way in." They stared at her. She fished around in the small satchel of things that must not be lost on pain of quartermaster, and withdrew the very expensive pocket mirror the Hawklord had insisted she requisition. She wanted to stay in the quartermaster's good books, or at least his mediocre books, or even his minor pest books, instead of his public enemy #1 books, which was where she often resided. But in the close call between pissing off the quartermaster and pissing off the man responsible for her job, she'd chosen the quartermaster.
"That's a portable mirror."
Kaylin nodded.
"That you're not supposed to use."
She nodded again. The Archon joined them. His eyes brightened visibly, which meant they became orange rather than the blood red they'd been stuck in, at the sight of it.
"You mean to use the mirror network to get in?"
She hesitated. "Not exactly."
"Not exactly?"
"I mean for Gilbert to use the mirror network to get in."
"There's a slight problem with that,"
Mandoran said.
"Gilbert's not moving."
"I know that, but he's not dead either. If he were, you wouldn't have eyes. I mean, you wouldn't each have a third one, and the third eye is moving, even if the rest of Gilbert isn't. I think he's stuck like that on purpose."
"Because of the eyes?"
"Yes, because of the eyes."
"She's going to strangle you,"
Tila told her friend, "and I might consider helping, even in my diminished state."
"Fine. What exactly do you propose?"
Kaylin handed Mandoran the mirror. The third eye widened. It looked as if it were trying to expand, and that was more disturbing than its continued existence in Mandoran's forehead. Anarian immediately came to join him, which had the same effect. Both of their eyes, their natural ones, rounded. "Or maybe I'll strangle Kaylin instead," Tila said. Mandorin coughed and said, "You're the chosen." "Well, that's just great." Kaylin rolled up her sleeves. "They don't even give instructions," she said to her familiar.
"No, but Kaylin, having observed your life for some small time, they don't give you instructions for living either. Life happens."
"Not everyone who is alive has marks like these."
"No, and not everyone who has borne them, hated or feared them."
Kaylin walked over to Gilbert, or to the part of him that she could actually reach, none of which involved his eyes. She touched the extended shadow that was his body. It felt surprisingly like the mirror barrier that prevented entrance into the house, but it reflected nothing. This made sense. She didn't expect to see a reflection of herself in Gilbert because in the end he wasn't human, or Barrani, or dragon. She could spend her entire life studying Gilbert, and she knew she would never understand most of him. She probably couldn't conceive of what most of him was. He looked monstrous to the eye. But people who looked dazzling could be monstrous. She had some experience with that. And whatever Gilbert was, he had saved Kateya's life. He had not lied to Kateya about what he was. He had not promised anything.
He promised he would return to her.
Yes, but that wasn't a lie. Not yet. He understood loneliness. Or maybe he didn't understand it, but he felt it. He was ancient, but in some ways it was impossible not to think of him as young. It was the lack of practical experience. It was the open confusion. Gilbert had not learned to hide his weaknesses. On this plane, he didn't appear to even understand many of them. "Gilbert, can you hear me?" She glanced at Mandorin. Gilbert's eye moved. We can't use the mirror network the way you've used it, or the way I think you've been using it. I'm not sure it's even safe for us." The eye rounded. "Without you. But we can't get in. I understand that you're buying us time, our version of it, but the time won't matter if we're stuck outside." As she spoke, the light of the words on her skin dimmed. "Can you use the mirror network to build us a passage?" And build yourself a mouth, she thought, trying not to let anxiety tumble into frustration. The eye in Mandorin's forehead narrowed. "Can you hear anything?" she asked him. "No, sorry. Don't give me that look. I'm trying. This is nothing like the heart of the green." The words dimmed again. Kaylin held out a hand, and Mandorin dropped the portable mirror into her palm. "Records. Winding Path Basement." Portable mirrors were considered conveniences for relaying information to records. The small glass surface was not considered useful for studying that information except in a pinch, which this was. Kaylin wasn't certain what the mirror would show, and was almost disappointed to see a small, hand-sized version of the basement as she had first seen it, what felt like months ago. Records, bodies. The image in the mirror moved exactly the way it would have moved on a normal day. She felt disappointment deepen, and panic grew.
"Do not drop the mirror,"
the Archon told her. His voice, however, had lost the sharpness of edge.
"Put it down, Private. Put it down carefully."
"But it's not
put it down."
She swallowed, nodded, and bent at the knees, placing the mirror's non-reflective back against uneven stone. That done, she stepped back. Shadow fell like a silent tidal wave. She stood beneath it, raising her arms to cover her face, which was both instinctive and less than useless. But the shadow didn't hit her, didn't crush her, and didn't sweep anyone away. It didn't break stone or fence or lamppost. As if the mirror were the very bottom of an impossibly large funnel, the shadow condensed to a point, its height vanishing as the mirror absorbed it. The eyes that Kaylin always found so disturbing did not likewise fold themselves into the mirror. They remained arrayed around the group, encompassing Tila and Tane as well. Kaylin was knocked off her feet as she turned toward the two hawks. She covered 3 yards, maybe 4, as she tucked her shoulder and rolled, drawing daggers as she gained her feet. She turned. The Archon was in full draconic form. He stood in front of something that looked vaguely like a mirror, if mirrors were made of polished obsidian. The street to either side of that obsidian surface was no longer visible. "Next time you could give me a bit of warning?" "I did not think it wise for you to stand in the middle of the mirror as it transformed. I may have been mistaken. This is, I believe, Gilbert's version of a mirror." If it was taller than the Archon in his draconic form. It easily dwarfed Kaylin. "What do you see in it?" "The basement." "Good. Stand aside." Kaylin shook her head. "Don't argue with a dragon, Kitling." "Fine." Kaylin didn't waste her breath. She conserved it and sprinted. She leapt into the mirror, trusting Gilbert not to kill her, eat her, or send her somewhere she couldn't afford to be, trusting him to somehow preserve her, as he'd somehow preserved Katea, a different orphan from a fief that would, if this worked, no longer exist. She thought she could hear his voice, although she couldn't understand his words. She definitely heard the Archon's, reminding her that he had been designated her commanding officer. She didn't sit still in time to hear his command, nor did she try to explain why she had to go through first, because she couldn't. In theory, a dragon was a better advance force than a mortal. Everyone in this group was a better advance force than a mortal. But she could see the net of Gilbert's eyes tightening around them. She could see the way their rounded surface reflected runes. Her runes. She could see, as she moved through this passage, eyes that extended into the distance, and they seemed infinite. But they formed runes, words, hers. Because Gilbert, as he was now, couldn't speak. No, that probably wasn't true. Kaylin, as she was, couldn't hear him. "Be ready, Kaylin," the familiar said. She burst into the basement and nearly tripped over a body. The body was Sanabalis. He was in mortal form. He wore gray dragon armor and he appeared to be bleeding. He also seemed to be wheezing. Bellisdeo, almost in mortal form, was encased in armor the same golden hue as the Archon's. She was on her feet and armed with what appeared to be Magaron's weapon. Her eyes were blood red. Kaylin couldn't see what she was fighting. Whatever it was, it drove her back. The sound of metal hitting something was loud and clear. Beyond the combat, Kaylin could see 3 men. They were no longer laid out in a row against the ground. They stood at 3 points of a carved stone triangle facing in toward its center. Kaylin landed and leapt instantly to her right. The Archon came crashing down in the spot she had briefly occupied. He roared. The floor shook. Mandoran and Anarian followed, and behind them came Tila and Tane, both of whom were on their feet. Kaylin felt magic's edge. She knew how they were on their feet, and she knew it wouldn't last. Tane at least found a patch of convenient wall near Sanabalis and braced himself against it. Tila intended to fight. What she intended to fight wasn't clear, at least not to Kaylin. She couldn't see it. Maybe the Archon could, maybe Mandoran and Anarian could. She could take care of herself in most of the fights her job made necessary, but this wasn't one of them. Let the immortals do what they did better. To the familiar she said, "Hide me. It is already done. But Kaylin, be wary. What you face here is not a feral or its distant, more powerful cousin." She headed directly for the 3 men who were, as Gilbert had said, not dead. Something whistled past her theoretically invisible cheek. She felt the sting of a cut and raised her hand. It came away bloody. She didn't swear. She headed straight for the center of the triangular formation and stopped. There were 3 stones where the 3 living men were standing. They existed in the same place as the men, although the men didn't appear to be made of stone. The effect was disturbing. The men seemed to be breathing, but slowly, as if air was scarce. The stones appeared to be faintly pulsing in time to their labored breaths. Kaylin didn't have time to examine them more carefully, or at all. Something struck her arm, her right arm, and this time she could see the welt that crossed it, and the blood that followed. She couldn't dodge what she couldn't see, and clearly whatever attacked her could see her. The advantage in this space was not hers. The Archon breathed fire. Bellis Deo did not. The fire didn't appear to hit anything, even the stone that made up the basement, and stone was not generally proof against focused dragon fire, failed to melt or char. And yet the female dragon's sword hit something. Bellis Deo could sense what Kaylin couldn't see. Yes, she is not you. See what you can see. I can't. And her eyes opened. Her eyes, that is, if she'd had 100 of them. It was not like being trapped in the maelstrom that had greeted her on the winding path. For one long moment she could see, and she could process everything, every iteration of Bellis Deo, of the Archon, of the rest of her companions, fit together, overlapping in a way that felt right and made sense. Each image was distinct. There was no blur. Yes, Kaylin. Gilbert's voice. It was a whisper of sound, a thin thread. It belonged to no one in the room. I cannot do more. It is here. It is in these layers that you must find the aberration. You can't? Silence. Bellis Deo's sword flashed. The Archon breathed again. Tila threw something. 24 times that looked like a spell. She could see Anarian and Mandoran. Unlike every other person in the room, they had a certain solidity, a singular, uniform presence. Their movements, their actions, were perfectly in line, perfectly synchronized, as if they existed across all possible slices of time in exactly the same way. There was no flickering. There was absolute uniformity. The only thing she couldn't see in the room was herself. Mandoran turned toward her. His eyes widened as they met hers and narrowed as he spoke. And she could hear his voice. She might not have been trapped in this strange state at all. Move it, Kaylin. He was armed with daggers. Anarian had a sword. So did their opponent, who might have been a ghost. The visual impression of his existence was so vague. She could see the pale, luminescent form of something that might once have been Barrani. It was amorphous, but sharply lit and strangely compelling. The only thing about him that appeared solid at all were his eyes. They were Barrani eyes, except in one regard. They had no whites. Where whites would have been, there was shadow and the edge of chaos. Kaylin. Anarian's sharp, clear voice. Kaylin turned once again to the three men, to the stones and to the center of the triangle they formed. Like Anarian and Mandoran, the men were sharp, singular. They did not have the range of motion or action that anyone else displayed. They didn't sit or stand or slump or bleed. She walked into the center of the triangle, hoping to find the answer to the problem there. It was just stone floor. It didn't glow. It didn't contain some sort of magical pillar. It did contain the faintest trace of a caster's identifying sigil. She adjusted her vision, effortlessly looking out of different eyes. The sigil grew brighter and clearer as she worked her way through each viewpoint. Each eye offered a slice of event, a moment in time. She only had 100. She could have had 1,000,000 more. The sigil grew brighter and brighter still. She stepped slightly back, glancing again at the three men, and she realized that there were not 3 men. The 3 she recognized were the strongest visual image, but superimposed on them were other faces, bodies she hadn't seen and didn't recognize. This was not the first time men had been laid in this circle, not the first time this had been attempted. But the other faces were made of stone, They were somehow anchors for the person who had cast this long and complicated spell. Gilbert said, "I cannot do what must be done without destroying everything this room contains. If I do what must be done, I will destroy you, this building, the entire mirror network." "And what about your rooms, Katea?" Kaylin was afraid for the child. Severn, by remaining behind, had given her a singular gift. He had lessened the one fear he could lessen. It wasn't a gift that he could have given so many years ago. And he said, "You would have stayed with Katea, but Kaylin, you're the one with the marks. I'm just Severn." And he was chosen, Kaylin. She nodded and turned away, or turned toward. There was no away in this room. Every eye saw something slightly different. Every eye opened on a layer of time. The events that destroyed the city occurred here. She only needed to find the right time, the right moment. The eyes that were open would not close, not without help. Even this she understood. They would not close without help. They had not closed the first time without help. She'd closed them then. She could close them now. It had taken hours the last time. Gilbert could exist at any point at any time, but Kaylin couldn't, and she didn't have hours. She frowned. She couldn't see herself. She couldn't see every iteration of herself that must exist. She was grateful to Gilbert then. As she stood above the trace of sigil, the proof of a cast spell, she closed the eyes that did not lead to the beginning of the spell. She closed the eyes in which the Barrani, for he was that, or had started out that way, was nothing but a ghostly impression. She didn't need to touch the eyes to do this. She knew how to close them, having done it once before. She'd done it once so that he could function properly at her speed in her time with Katea. She hadn't realized then what she was doing, and knowing it now changed very little except the fact of it. She could close the eyes. She could narrow the view. She could find the moment in which the spell itself was taking shape and form. She didn't need to understand the spell. She only needed to stop it, to unwind, rewind, and find the right moment. "Mandorin." He looked up, his eyes widening, and nodded. His leap took him across the room. His landing, less graceful, almost knocked Kaylin off her feet. Anarian moved to intercept. Of the two, he was the better fighter, and if he carried the brunt of the battle, he didn't carry it alone. But he could see blindingly clearly what the others could only barely follow. Kaylin understood how Belisteo had come to be injured, how Magaran had almost lost his arm, how Sanabalis... Ouch. She could see it all, as if each moment were captured in records, and she could see the moment at which the three men in the circle lifted their heads, opened their mouths, and spoke. Their voices were louder than the Archons. They were almost on a level with angry Belisteo and angry Emperor. The edges of sound trailed from one eye to another as she followed it back and back again, and froze. She was almost there now, almost at the moment of the spell's culmination, and she suddenly realized it was not where she wanted to be. She wouldn't survive it. She would be pulled from the here and now of Kaylin Neya into whatever plane awaited the Barrani Arcanist. She didn't even understand how the Barrani Arcanist remained trapped, if barely, in these ones. Oh, yes, she did. Gilbert. She needed to shift her view to a different eye. She needed to stop the linear backward progression, and she was running out of eyes. "Yes, I am sorry, Kaylin. I borrow the power of the marks of the chosen, but they are not infinite, as you are not infinite. I have tried to isolate the exact event in this location. This type of precision was not, ever demanded of me. The ancients wished to preserve the possibility of life, but the fact of life was of less concern." She nodded. He wasn't offering a guarantee, but life didn't. It offered chances. She hesitated. Mandorin turned his back toward her, bending slightly into his knees, waiting and watching. "Can you see it?" she asked him. Her voice sounded wobbly and stretched. "Yes." His didn't. "But can you reach him?" "No, not yet." She didn't ask how he could see the Arcanist without being able to interact with him, especially not when interact meant kill. She needed to close or at least narrow the remainder of Gilbert's open eyes, because it was becoming harder and harder to focus, harder to find the moment in time because there didn't seem to be one. "Gilbert. Kaylin." She stumbled. "Kaylin." Mandorin's voice was beside her ear. One of his arms was under her arm, shoring her up. How long ago was it?" Mandorin's answer made no sense. Literally, it did not resolve into syllables. She wanted to cry. She felt like she was fumbling the only chance she was going to get, and the cost of that fumble, the cost of it. No, think, damn it, focus. She tried. She moved viewpoint, moved vantage. She looked through every eye that remained. The Arcanist would not resolve. The center of the triangle, which contained the very real nucleus of a magic which made her entire body scream in pain, would not solidify in any of Gilbert's remaining open eyes. "Breathe, Kaylin." "Severn, breathe." Gilbert couldn't see what caused the break. He can't see it now. It exists outside of his sphere of influence. She knew this. She didn't resent hearing it. Severn's voice was calm but not distant. She felt his concern, his worry. But there was no fear in it. Not like her fear. "You can feel the magic. You can feel it strongly enough. You're almost there." And he believed that she would get there. There was no doubt in his voice. She stood on that belief because she had none of her own, and it helped. It gave her space to think. Again. The voices of the three men were becoming stronger. Stuttering between them, other voices joined in. Kaylin pulled herself up and away from Mandorin, which took a great deal of effort. She turned, and this took effort as well. It was almost as if she was becoming fixed or frozen, as if time was hardening around her and anchoring her in place. And it wasn't the right place. Not yet. The other voices drew her attention because she couldn't see who was speaking, if the staccato sounds could be called speech at all. She turned, stumbled again, and this time righted herself with the nearest object that wasn't Mandorin's arm. It was stone. It was stone that felt warm. It was stone that was in motion, vibrating as if struck. It wasn't stone at all. Across town, Eventon was attempting to use the stones in his garden, or what remained of his garden, as an anchor for reality. She wondered if those stones were like these. These were almost like bells, resonant when struck, the sound growing louder before it died into stillness or the silence of the city, which was never truly silent. "Yes," her familiar said quietly. The garden stones resonated with the names of the elements. These stones didn't, couldn't, but they spoke with the voices of men, of mortals. Not all. Of people like Kaylin, or Tila, or Bellis Deo, or Magaron. Why these three? 3 were needed, the familiar replied. This is not the Keeper's Garden. The 3 were meant to anchor one small space for one brief moment. But why not immortals? Why not the Barrani whose name he owned? The wild elements agreed to the cage of the Keeper's Garden. The 3 who are here chose to be here. Those whose name he might have known would almost certainly not. She turned then and threw her arms around the stone she'd used to shore up her weight. Her teeth rattled with the vibration she both absorbed and muffled. The light in the room shifted. Kaylin didn't turn to look at the triangle's center, but she didn't need to turn. She had Gilbert's eyes, and she could see everything. Chapter 29. Mandoran's eyes widened. He abandoned his daggers, abandoned his position, and, to a lesser degree, abandoned Kaylin. Kaylin grimaced. She didn't have Mandoran's true name, or the true name of any of his cohort, but she could practically hear Tila scream at him. She knew why he was there. He threw himself around the second stone, just as Kaylin had thrown herself around the first one. Throughout, the men in the triangle stared straight ahead as if they lacked solidity, as if they were simple illusions. But nothing was simple. The room shuddered again. The pain caused by magic increased. Kaylin clung tighter, not to still or muffle the vibrations, but to stop herself from screaming. She bit her lip, tucked her chin, and cursed in slow, deliberate Leontine. It helped. There was something in the center of the triangular formation after all. She couldn't tell Anarian to hug the bell. He wouldn't survive it. She opened her mouth and closed it with a snap, but not before a single word managed to escape it. Tila! One of her oldest friends, in all senses of the word, heard her. Or maybe she heard Mandoran. She flickered as she crossed the floor. She didn't close the gap in any consistent way. She ran, she walked, she vaulted, she edged around Anarian. All of her possible movements were traced across the air and across Gilbert's remaining open eyes, because each of his eyes could see her, and she wasn't exactly the same in any of them. But she was Tila in all of them, and she understood exactly what needed to be done. The Barrani hawk reached the third stone, skirting the sides of the implied triangle, and threw her arms around it. Kaylin heard her grunt. She heard it clearly. But she was no longer looking at Tila. She was looking at the center of the room. A dense, almost sparkling haze was beginning to form there. It implied shape, form, and solidity, without possessing any of these things. It made Kaylin's eyes ache. No, not hers. Gilbert's eyes. Gilbert's eyes hurt. Gilbert's eyes watered. Kaylin opened the two she'd been born with. She couldn't remember closing them, and it was very, very disorienting. Her two eyes saw less than any single eye of Gilbert, but they saw what they saw more clearly. Kaylin's back was toward the other two stones, but she could see Bellis Deo, the Archon, Anarian. Behind them, Magaron, Sanabellus, and Tane. She couldn't tell if Sanabellus was still alive. Not with her own eyes. Gilbert's could see Sanabellus so clearly she might have been standing beside him. But Gilbert's eyes couldn't check a pulse. They couldn't touch anything, but they could, apparently, feel pain, and they could transmit that feeling to Kaylin, who was already in enough of it. Grinding teeth, cursing in Leontine, she kept her hold on the stone, but shifted, turning her body, and therefore her head, her physical eyes, not Gilbert's, toward the center of the triangle. Standing there was a Barrani arcanist. He was striking because his hair, like the consort's, was a white, long spill from head to mid-thigh. It was not the usual Barrani black. His skin was pale. He looked almost alabaster. His lips, his cheeks, the contours of his closed eyelids were so still. He wore a circlet, much like the arcanist Everum's. Kaylin couldn't tell what color the gem had once been. Now, it was scorched, cracked. She had seen this happen once to Ruby in the circlet of a different arcanist. Gilbert's eyes couldn't actually see the arcanist. Kaylin's now could. But Anarian and Bellis Deo continued to battle with someone or something Kaylin still couldn't see clearly. Mandoran, Tila, can you see him? Tila lifted her head. Her eyes narrowed.
Yes, Kidling. Can you— He's not corporeal, Mandorin said. What else do we have to do? Kaylin shouted. She had to shout to be heard over the growing noise of stones, people, combat. She had to shout to be heard over her own fear. Gilbert has to see him. And Gilbert couldn't. But Mandorin could. Look at him, Kaylin shouted. I am looking at him. The Barrani, who was not quite Barrani, shouted back. 2 of his eyes were blue. 1 was a golden orb. She understood finally as she met its lidless stare that the thing that shed light at its heart was a word. A true word. Mandorin, look at him with all of the eyes in your head. I can't. His blue eyes widened. Kaylin turned the rest of Gilbert's open eyes toward the arcanist they couldn't see. Mandorin turned the single foreign eye in the same direction at the same time. Light blinded every one of Gilbert's eyes that Kaylin could use. It might have blinded the one in Mandorin's forehead, she didn't know. She couldn't see out of that one. She couldn't see out of the one an Aerian carried either. But the voices of the 3 stones converged into a single resonant voice, a high cascade of syllables that sounded almost like the notes of a song. She nearly joined it was that compelling. She could feel it as much as she could hear it, probably because the entire front of her body was now plastered against the oddly warm stone surface. She couldn't mute it in any other way. Almost. She didn't want to. Almost. But her familiar bit her ear. At this point she was almost numb. His teeth couldn't compete with the pain the magic was causing. Or they shouldn't have. But he wasn't just a translucent lizard. Kaylin lifted her head. She tucked her chin the way she always did when pain was harshest. Tears trailed down her cheeks. She was certain that blood also trailed down her ear, her neck. It was a different kind of pain. It braced her. Arms shaking with both tension and the vibration of the stone around which her arms were wrapped. Kaylin understood that when the stone stilled, when this eerie, unintelligibly beautiful song faded, it would be too late. She wasn't the Archon. She wasn't an ancient Barrani. She wasn't Gilbert or Tara or even Helen. She had straightened the lines and shapes of true words. She had touched them, intuiting meaning slowly and with effort. She had held them together. She had carried them, and was still in some fashion carrying them now. She had even spoken them. She had never spoken them without the aid of someone who was an ancient, powerful immortal standing almost literally over her shoulder and speaking them into her ear. The small, ancient, powerful immortal sitting on her shoulder was only biting at the moment. It was possible that Gilbert was trying to speak. It was possible that he was standing over her shoulder and screaming in her ear, if he could even find it right now. She met Mandorin's borrowed eye, swallowed, and spoke the word that gave it its light. Or she tried. Kaylin understood that this word at the heart of Mandorin's borrowed eye could be spoken because she had seen Sanabalis do it. She had seen the Archon do it. True words tugged at her memory. They always sounded familiar. They sounded like something she should recognize, should be able to repeat, should understand. But her own fledgling attempts to speak them had always been a fumbling disaster. It had taken months to be able to think and hold the name of fire for long enough to light a bloody candle. She didn't have months now. You do, Kaylin. It was the familiar. If you require them, you do. I don't have time. No, you don't understand where you are or what Gilbert has done. You have time. You have all the time in the world. What? You have time, Kaylin. The path that makes your minutes and hours was broken here. It is twisted and stretched, and
It is now a contained anomaly. What will it cost? She felt his approval and hated that it made her feel better. She wasn't a child anymore. She shouldn't need approval. To succeed, you have all the time in the world. They do not. To take the time, you will have to do what the arcanist has done. Step out of time. Uproot yourself. What if... Yes. Think of the life you live now as a cloth. Your arcanist has slashed it. There is a long cut, but it can be stitched or mended. There are two sides from which you can mend it. One requires speed, and one does not. But if you mend it while you are entirely uprooted, you will not be able to return. But won't I cause the same disruption as the arcanist? No. There is a difference. She swallowed. Gilbert is here now. Gilbert is aware of you. She did not want Gilbert to destroy her. He will have no need. You will be adrift from the thing he is meant and was created to safeguard, and there will be no tear. What happens to you after is not his concern. Understand what he said, Kaylin. He could repair what has been broken here, as can you. But you are needle and thread. He is torch and sword. He will destroy anything that is dependent upon the cloth, and he does not wish to do so. He is trying to preserve you. Why? Because Katea was correct. Find a way. Something hit her in the face. She didn't lift her arms because the stone was still vibrating. It was only the muffling that suspended or stretched the moment itself. Her cheek stung. It burned. Yes. It was Nightshade's mark. Your brother is going to be so pissed off. He laughed. The laughter was wild, loud. It was almost the type of laugh she was used to hearing from Mandorin. You stand on the very precipice, and that's what you think of? That my brother will be angry with me. She thought her cheek would blister, and she held on to the sensation. She had always been and remained to this day afraid of Nightshade. Yes, Kaylin. Nightshade understood the value of fear. I will not allow you to do this. Don't, she told him, weary now. Help me, or leave me alone. Help you? Yes. She could see the cold expression on his perfect face. She could see the color of his eyes. She couldn't touch him, but he was here. She accepted it. She felt the pain recede. She was right, too. Her cheek was going to blister. But she understood what she had to do. She called in Farian, the Barrani whose ambivalence was 1 part gratitude, 1 part disgust, and 3 parts resentment. He was the only one whose true name she held against his will. Lord Kaylin. I know. I'm in the center of the storm, and I need your help. He was instantly wary, instantly cautious. The high halls was mobilizing around him, but he had frozen, and when he moved toward the consort. I am never far from her now. He said it with pride, with yearning, and with, yes, a tingle of fear. The Barrani did not trust. What help do you command? Just stay here. Stay here, speak to me. He was confused. He was suspicious. He was, however, willing. He didn't fight her at all. She then reached farther, to the west march. Lyrian. Kaylin. She could see in the distance the exterior of the Holion Alsanis. Yes, the Holion has summoned me. Sidarius is concerned, and the Holion cannot calm her. What has happened? Mandorin, Anarian, and Tila are with me, and we're—" She gave up on words. She let him see. He didn't ask what she wanted or needed. He didn't ask what she commanded. If she held his name, it was, in the end, with his permission. All of the power she had over the Lord of the West March was theoretical, and they both knew it. This annoyed Nightshade. For once, he kept his criticism to himself. The Lord of the West March smiled. She felt the warmth of his expression. "When?" he asked. "Will you visit?" "Not right now." The smile deepened. She held on to it as she reached for the last of the names she knew, the last of the things that were true and prickly and binding. High Lord. His was not a name she called. It was not a name she approached. On most days, good or bad, she buried the knowledge as far away from conscious thought as she possibly could. Lyrian had chosen, as Nightshade had chosen, to gift her with knowledge of his name. The High Lord was more complicated. She felt his eyes open and look inward, and they burned like green fire. He did not seem surprised. No. She wanted to apologize for bothering him, even given the circumstances. She wanted to let go of what she'd touched and back as far away as possible. The only person who agreed with this choice was, of course, Infarian. But it was too late. "Show me." The words were a command, and she obeyed instantly, had started to obey before she'd really registered the silent words. His touch was not gentle. "My sister will be angry," he told her, "if I lose you." She saw him so clearly she thought he must somehow be here, in this room, in this fight. Infarian was annoyed and awed. "You feel the presence of the High Lord?" Yes. But she felt the pull of all of them. She felt their weight. It was a weight she had taken on in ignorance the first time. It was a weight she had required to save a life, a weight she had given willingly, and a weight she had taken without permission. She held onto all of them. She wove them together. They were her tether. She turned to Mandorin once again, and she looked at the word that he carried. It was not part of him, but at the moment it was not separate. She listened. She listened to the voice of the stone. She listened to the sound of Anarian's sword, of Bellisdeo's sword. She listened to the crackle of the Arkan's fire, and Arkan's magical focus. And then she cut herself off from each, one at a time, concentrating until the only sound that remained in the room itself was the quiet, constant hum of a single word. She strained to hear it, because she couldn't move, and neither could Mandorin. Her voice was thin, weak when she lifted it. It was hesitant, which annoyed at least 3 of the people whose voices she could not and did not want to silence. She knew that hesitance was very much like silence. It was like the wrong word, the wrong language. She strengthened her voice. She began to struggle with syllables, with stringing them together in a continuous shift of sound, with speaking as if the spoken word had meaning. And this annoyed only one man. "Shouting," he said, "is not a sign of strength. It is a sign perhaps of bravery or foolishness, but not strength. You say it." She felt his annoyance. It was bad, but she understood as well that the High Lord couldn't see the word. He could see what she saw, but only to a point. It was like Tila and Mandorin or Anarian. They were willing, sometimes eager, to explain, to let her see, but their explanations made no sense to her. Tila couldn't process them. She let panic go. Of all the weight she carried, it wasn't one she could afford. She looked through Gilbert's eyes, the ones that were open. Gilbert's eyes couldn't see the word there either, which made no sense. "It is your word, Kaylin," the familiar said.
It is a word absorbed from you.
The word hung in the air at roughly the same height Mandoran's forehead had been from the ground. She listened again. She strained to bring the sound closer. The word drew closer instead. In shape, in size, it seemed simple, but as it approached, she saw that it was more complicated than it had appeared at a distance. The single line that underlay the whole wasn't actually a line. It was a composite of strokes, of lines that appeared to move in the same direction. Closer, she could hear it. It was like a chorus of sound. She had one voice and she faltered again. She could not repeat what she heard, not all of it, not all at once, if ever. But if this was like a chorus, there had to be a melody, and that she thought she could follow.
Kaylin.
Severn's voice. It was thinner, quieter than it normally was. All of their voices were. She wanted to tell them to shush, to let her listen. She didn't because Kaylin realized that's where it would start. These were the voices which connected her in some fashion to a world outside of Gilbert's eyes and Gilbert's power. If she lost them, she would never find her way back. They couldn't see what she saw. They couldn't hear what she heard. But they could see some part of her, and at least one of them could see it more clearly than she could see it herself. She willed them not to let go of it. She couldn't see cloth, as the familiar had described it, and that made her task harder. But she looked at the word, and only at the word, and she felt her panic recede. The marks on her arm were visible, even though her eyes were closed. They were the only other thing she could see. No, that wasn't true. She could see the arcanist. His eyes were closed. He looked waxen, graven, a thing of stone. She wouldn't have said he was alive because she could see no hint of breath, no motion at all. She could see no sign of life in him. This was significant. Had she been able to feel the beat of her own heart, it would have been fast. But she felt oddly disjointed now, as if her own body was no more alive than the arcanist's. Her eyes were closed, of course. She shouldn't have been able to see him. Yet his image filled her vision, as did the glowing marks on her skin. But she had always been able to see words. How had she taken Infarian's name? He hadn't chosen to expose it or offer the knowledge of it to her. She hadn't carried and completed the name that would define both his place in the world and his power in it, as she'd once done with the High Lord. She had taken it because she could see it. She could touch it. She hadn't had to speak it at all. How had she preserved the one rune from the Lake of Life that she had given in the end to Gilbert? She had grabbed it. She had held it. She had placed it on the only easily exposed skin available. Her forehead. The words she had forced herself to speak with Tara as a crutch had never been hers. The words that she had placed in the core of Helen were not words she'd spoken. They were not even words she had her own words to express. She had a thing or two to say to the ancients, none of it particularly polite. Why had they chosen someone to speak the remnants of their old stories when that person couldn't speak the language? Because she thought speaking it wasn't necessary. They were simultaneously her words, and yet not. She was part of their telling, but they were not, had never been, her story. She didn't need to be anything other than what she was, whatever that was now. She fell silent, staring at the arcanist. Loathing, and she really did hate arcanists, fell silent as well. She did not understand, and would probably never understand, the why of what he had attempted to do. And it didn't at this moment matter. She understood her own why. It was in this room, Tila, Tane, Bellis Deo, Magaron, and yes, Anarian, Mandoran, the Archon, Sanabellis. It was Severn and Katea. Lyrienne, the High Lord, Nightshade, even Inferion, although he despised her. Beyond them, the halls of law, Marcus, his pride lay, Caitlin, Joey, and the mother she felt she knew, although she'd never met the woman. The Hawk Lord, Marin and her foundlings, Eventon, Helen, the Emperor, dear Matt. She didn't even grimace thinking his name. All the things she loved, all the things she hated, all of the people. She reached out and caught the floating word at the heart of Gilbert's eye in both of her unseen hands. If she understood what had happened, it was one of her words, anyway, one of the ones she carried as both responsibility and bane. She felt its edges as sharp, painful things. She felt the whole of its weight. And then she turned toward the Arcanist, made hollow by his own action, fractured by it, so that part of him was fighting Anarian and possibly killing dragons, while he somehow remained here. She whispered Severn's name over and over, listening for him as she'd listened for him for 8 years of her childhood, hearing him in the echoes, in fear, in hope. The other voices were there, but so muted she could barely touch them. "It is different," the familiar said. "You gave Severn your name." She placed the word she carried against the forehead of the Arcanist. In the darkness of her closed eyes, the word seemed to melt into his forehead. Its golden glow spread from there across the surface of his alabaster skin, changing white to something warmer, something that might actually be alive. "Kaylin, no!" She felt Severn's panic, a sharp tug, an instant, almost overwhelming pull. Not yet. Not yet. It was gone before she had to fight it. The Barrani Arcanist opened his eyes. Barrani had beautiful eyes. She thought this without desire, without warmth. The length of his lashes, the color like a dusting of perfect snow, the width of his eyes and the shape of them, the placement across the bridge of an unbroken, perfect nose. They were beautiful. They were nothing like her eyes, and they were a shade of purple Kaylin seldom saw. Purple was the color of loss, of funeral grief. The Barrani offered it to very, very few. Grief. As his eyes widened, as his face took on lines of expression, they darkened as well, becoming a much, much more familiar midnight. She might have taken an involuntary step back, in part because it was the only smart thing she could do. But he began to fade from view almost before the color of his eyes had fully made the transition. Kaylin. She felt the same visceral pull she'd felt the first time, but this time she obeyed it. She had nothing left to fight with, and even if she did, she had no desire at all to fight. She couldn't see. She couldn't see, and if she'd had the strength, she would have panicked. But Severn's voice, no, all of the voices she'd gathered and touched, came rushing in to fill the void left by darkness. She could hear. She felt heat above her upturned face. She felt stone, suspiciously warm stone, against her arms and chest, and remembered the stone bell. It was still now. It did not vibrate, nor did she hear the oddly staccato voices of the 3 men. She heard blades clashing. And then she remembered. She remembered the eyes of the Barrani Arcanist. He would die here no matter how powerful he was. She was certain of it. If he was forced to actually face the people in this room, the least of whom was exhausted to the point of diminished vision and apparently clinging blindly to a rock, he wouldn't last 5 minutes. But his grief, not rage, cut her. She knew what would have happened had it not been for Gilbert. But she thought that maybe the destruction the Arcanist had caused was unintentional, And maybe if his only desire was to somehow be free, if he had somehow met Gilbert on his own, he might be at peace. It was a stupid thought, and pointless, because he'd be at peace now regardless. Kaylin. She tried to speak, but apparently she'd been screaming because her throat felt raw and scraped, and she could barely hear her own voice over the rest of the almost overwhelming noise in the basement. Kaylin, you need to let go. She recognized Anarian's voice. Are my eyes open? She asked him. Yes, I can't see you. Let go, Kaylin. Pause. Your cheek. She smiled. Yes, your brother is in his castle. She groaned as Anarian apparently attempted to remove her arms, or her skin. You need to let go. The Archon says we need to break these stones. She tried to look at Anarian's face, which she assumed was in roughly the same direction as his voice, and she saw one thing. Gilbert's eye. Gilbert's only remaining eye. The others she could no longer use. She couldn't really see out of this one either, and realized that it was probably still embedded in Anarian's forehead. He lifted her. He carried her. She cried the whole way because her skin hurt so much. She wished she'd removed all her clothing before she'd arrived in the basement, which was not technically legal. The eye began to move. She could see no word in it. It was a simple and small golden orb with a pupil that seemed to have depth. It reminded her, in a tiny way, of the small pond at the heart of the keeper's garden. She tried to speak but failed. She closed her eyes. She wanted to beg Anarian to put her down, but before she could, he did. And she watched this lone part of Gilbert, whose shadow, whose presence she couldn't otherwise see, move to what she assumed was the exact spot on which the Arcanist had been standing when he'd cast his spell. She didn't know what Anarian was doing. She'd have to ask him later. But the sound in the room grew sharper and more distinct, which was not in her present condition a gift exactly, as Gilbert's remaining eye grew less distinct. She could hear dragon roaring. She'd learned to differentiate between discussion and argument while living in the palace. Most native Draconian spoken in the palace, on the other hand, was the latter. And she thought with increasing confusion that one of the two voices, 3 voices, raised in argument was the Emperor's, which made no sense. It was the last thought she had before she slid into a very blessed unconsciousness. Chapter 30. Afterward, she heard the rest of the story, because she didn't really make it back in a condition to witness it for herself. The Arcanist had appeared in the center of the room. The fighting nearest the stairs stopped instantly, which did not mean that the fighting had stopped entirely. Given the other occupants of the room, the rest of the fight wasn't particularly long. It was Mandorin who told Kaylin that Gilbert's eye, the one remaining eye in Anarian's forehead, had left Anarian, and it was Anarian who told Kaylin that he thought Gilbert had used what power he could summon, through that tenuous connection, to patch the rend in time, to change the things that had happened, to bring the rest of the city back. Anarian very deliberately ignored Kaylin's face for 20 minutes, or longer, of their first visit. When he couldn't keep that up, his eyes were drawn instantly to her cheek, which was blistered and puffy. Nightshade's mark was, of course, still there, and Anarian understood exactly why her skin was blistered, and it reminded him of the very core of his anger at his brother. Since his brother was actually alive, worry had given way to the usual resentment. The two of them were going to have to talk, but Anarian was unwilling to risk visiting Castle Nightshade again. I called him, she said quietly. I needed his help to keep myself here. Mandorin said, "That's better than your usual attempt at lying. Half of it is probably true." When she winced, he added, "You're not going to make anyone believe that he burned part of your face at your request, except maybe yourself. The rest of us are actually Barrani. We know how it works." She realized with some surprise that Mandorin was almost as angry as an Aerian. Tane had cracked ribs and a pierced lung. It was Tila who passed that news on. Tane was apparently recuperating in a building that wasn't sentient and didn't also contain Mandorin and an Aerian. "Did I really hear the Emperor?" Kaylin asked the Barrani hawk. "I'm certain even the dead heard the Emperor. That's a yes, by the way." She wilted and fell asleep. She slept on and off for 3 days. During that time, Helen visited frequently with food. Marcus's wives, led by the indomitable Kayala, visited, Marcus in tow. It was always funny to see Marcus surrounded by his wives. He was like a kitten. She was never stupid enough to say this in his hearing, though. Moran visited while Marcus was present, chatted amicably with his wives, and gave Kaylin a very, very thorough medical inspection. She treated the burn on Kaylin's cheek as well. Since she was not actually in the infirmary when she did this, Kaylin had hopes that her demeanor would be substantially different. Clearly, exhaustion had made her stupid. Moran told Kaylin, and Helen, in no uncertain terms what she expected of Kaylin's convalescence. Kaylin didn't pay much attention to most of it, but Helen certainly did, and Kaylin tried to remember that she had wanted Moran to live here. Caitlin visited, with food, and flowers for Helen, just because. The Hawk Lord did not visit. The Archon did not visit either, but that was probably for the best. Katea, drawn and silent, her expression the forced smile of a child who has nowhere else to go and knows it, visited. She came in with Helen and left with her. Helen informed Kaylin that Katea would be staying temporarily. Well, technically Helen asked if Katea could stay, but she asked in a tone of voice that made it clear there was only one acceptable answer. Since it was the answer Kaylin would have given regardless, this was fine. Katea, however, was not, and Kaylin could not force herself to stay awake for long enough to do anything about it. She did ask Katea about Gilbert, heard Helen's very sharp intake of breath, and let the matter drop. Bellis Deo came by with, of all people, Sanabellis, who was not dead, but looked almost as if death would be a mercy, his color was so bad. Bellis Deo's eyes were a shade of orange that shifted perceptibly to gold when she saw Kaylin. "This is the first time you've been awake while we've been here," she said by way of explanation. Kaylin deliberately didn't ask her about the Emperor. She did ask about the Archon, and both of the two visitors winced. "Lenogorous is not, perhaps, in the most social of moods," Bellis Deo said. "I am sure he will recover. Lord Diamat inquires after your health." Her smile was slightly edged as she added, "His concern almost appears to be genuine. He just wants us back in class. Of course." Severn didn't visit, and that was worse. On the morning of the 4th day, she had a visitor she hadn't expected. "You should have," he said, standing on the steps leading to the front door. Yes, maybe she should have. The mark on her cheek was no longer quite as puffy and sore. All the rest of the pain caused by magic faded when the magic itself did. Trust Nightshade to be an exception. She was more or less on her feet, although Marcus had told her not to come into the office for a week, with pay even. She was restless, and therefore chose to dress for work. If work clothing wasn't exactly lounge-around-at-home clothing, she took comfort in it anyway, and it wasn't like Helen was going to judge it. "I should hope not," Helen's voice was not accompanied by her avatar. "I do not think I will be allowed entry without your direct intervention," which made it pretty clear where Helen's physical representation actually was. Kaylin moved, crossing the floor and the halls to reach the stairs almost before she took the time to think. The small dragon flew from the left side of the pillow, his de facto perch for much of Kaylin's convalescence, to her shoulder. He wrapped his tail lightly around her neck. Squawk. Her home was not a place she'd ever expected to see the Fief Lord. Home wasn't a place she'd ever intended to invite him. But she didn't want Helen to reduce him to ash or send him to another dimension either. They'd gone through a lot to actually bring him home. Which was not, of course, his experience of events. He had lost a month to the defense mechanisms of Castle Nightshade. He had not lost decades, if indeed Gilbert's approximation of the time they had spent together had been accurate, in the heart of Ravellon. Whatever had happened in some future, it was gone. It was in the past. And that was ironic. She wondered if that's what had happened to Gilbert, but shook her head as she looked down the stairs. If Gilbert was gone because things had been changed, Katea wouldn't be here. And Katea was here, waiting for Gilbert with increasing impatience, which everyone expected, and diminishing hope, which was heartbreaking. Helen was standing in the doorway. The door was open, but Helen hadn't actually moved aside to allow Nightshade entrance. Kaylin could see her back. She could see the delicate lines of shoulders that were not quite elderly. She could see the stiff, straight fall of Helen's arms. "Helen?" Helen didn't turn. Kaylin came all the way down the stairs. She intended to join Helen, or to at least stand beside her. But Helen lifted an arm to prevent this from happening. "What did you say to her?" Kaylin demanded. "I merely told her I wished to pay my respects to both you and my brother." There was a glimmer of dark amusement in the words. That and anger. "Helen," Kaylin repeated. Even when the ancestors had attacked them all, she had never seen Helen behave quite like this. Helen turned her head. Only her head. Her eyes were jet black. Her face had lost most of the lines that implied smile or laughter. "Is that really all you did?" Helen turned back to her clearly unwanted visitor. "I am not unwise enough to attempt to cause harm in a building of this type. I was perhaps under a misapprehension about the building's exact nature, as all of my knowledge comes, indirectly, from your first encounters with it." "Her name is Helen." Silence. Kaylin folded her arms. "Helen, please. He is not going to hurt me. He's not even going to try." Helen did not appear to hear her. "Anarian lives here. Nightshade is, as far as I know, his only surviving family." "Did I not tell you," Helen replied, relenting enough to speak, "that I would not allow those who intended you harm across this threshold?" Yes, you did. But he has had plenty of opportunity to cause me harm in the past, and he's failed to take advantage of any of them. I don't know what he's done. You do not understand the nature of the harm. Would he kill you? No. He would no more destroy Milianos, his sword. Both you and the sword are of value." Nightshade stiffened. His eyes were as dark as Barrani eyes could get. "I do not intend to destroy him," Helen continued. "I do not wish to hurt Anarian, and his anger with his brother stems at its base from attachment. Anarian can't visit his brother in Nightshade." "I fail to see how that is my problem." "It'll be my problem if Anarian leaves the house. He's been able to move freely only when I'm physically with him. If you want me to see less of Nightshade, this is the safest place for me to be. I don't ask that you let him do whatever he wants solely because he's a guest." Which, to be fair, Kaylin knew would never happen. "But you're here. There's nothing you're not aware of." And he did help me," she added. Helen's eyes narrowed as she glared at Kaylin's blistered cheek. "We had different ideas of what I was supposed to be doing during the confrontation. And his ideas were clearly of more value to him than yours. Helen, he's Barrani. He's a Barrani Lord. So, if I recall correctly, is your Tila. You didn't see Tila when I was in training. It is in no way the same, as you are well aware," an Aerian said from the top of the stairs. Kaylin had no idea how long he'd been standing there. He spoke in very stiff High Barrani, and his eyes were as dark as nightshades, if for entirely different reasons. Kaylin placed a hand on Helen's shoulder. "Helen, please." Nightshade was, if anything, more annoyed. "Do not beg a building such as this. You are lord here, or you are prisoner. Choose. That's not the way Helen or I work. It's not the way we need to work. Then you are subject to its her whim." His eyes narrowed and he turned away from the door. "This was an abominable idea. I have no idea why I am here. I almost cannot believe the centuries I spent attempting, in some small way, to retrieve the brother I could not believe was dead." He headed down the stairs. "Helen, please." Helen exhaled. It was a sound that was vaguely reminiscent of dragon. "Nightshade." As he continued to walk away, she said, "Kalarnin." She spoke without force, as if it was merely a mortal name. He stopped. An Aerian had come down the stairs. He'd reached the doors. Helen's ability to shield his presence extended to the fence line, but he was understandably reluctant to test this. Kaylin glanced at his expression. It was nowhere near as shuttered as Nightshade's, and yes, there was anger in it. Anger, she thought, and bewilderment. "They need to talk," she told Helen. She spoke very quietly, but without hope that either of the two men would fail to hear her. "Then perhaps it would be best if they used the Twilight Room. I do not like this, Kaylin. I understand that you accept certain attitudes as inevitable cultural behavior, but Lord Nightshade is unlike the other Barrani you have invited as guests." "I am not more of a danger than Lord Tila," Nightshade said, voice sharp, eyes narrow. Helen's eyes rounded. They were still obsidian, but the expression itself was more human. "Lord Tila," Helen replied, in a voice that was about as soft as her eyes, "does not trouble herself to hide her thoughts when she enters Kaylin's home." "My thoughts," Nightshade said, "are not your concern." "No, but Kaylin is." Before Kaylin could move, Helen reached up and gently touched the mark Nightshade had placed on Kaylin's cheek. Kaylin was surprised. It no longer hurt, and she didn't resent it nearly as much as an Aerian, Mandoran, and Helen did. "No, you don't," Helen said. "At least teach your Helen that she is not to reveal the thoughts you are wise enough not to put into words. But none of our anger is as deep as Tila's." Helen shook herself, and as she did, she resumed the most familiar of her forms. "An Aerian? The Twilight Room." An Aerian nodded grimly. "Will you require refreshments?" "I'm not sure yet. Should I inform Mandoran that the meeting will be private? I believe he is concerned." Nightshade's anger turned on edge and gave way to a bitter amusement. "Yes," Kaylin answered before an Aerian could. "Tell Mandoran exactly that. It's not like he's not going to know if an Aerian needs backup." Helen led the way. Her voice, however, remained behind, and when the Barrani and her own avatar had cleared both the foyer and the visible upper hall, she said, "He feels that he owns you." "He can't own me. For one, it's illegal. For two, he's wrong. I'm not responsible for how he views me. I can't change it. I'm responsible for how I view me, and I'm telling you it doesn't matter. He does not have friends, Kaylin. He has lieges and servants. He does not understand family as even Anarian understands it. What you want will never be of value to him in the way that what he wants is. I cannot read him, she added. But he is powerful, and that attitude combined with power is not safe. No, probably not. But he did spend centuries trying to find a way to reach or free his brother, and I actually really like his brother. She exhaled. I don't know how he feels about his brother now, but he's capable of more than you fear. I know he is. Perhaps, but you are not his brother. I do not like this, she added, belaboring the obvious. But I have grown fond of Anarian, and Anarian is his brother. The discussion wasn't over by dinner. It wasn't over by the time Kaylin went to bed, nor apparently was it over when Kaylin woke the next morning. It wasn't over when she'd finished breakfast either, and Mandorin, her only company at the table, was distracted by it because he couldn't hear most of it. Helen can, Kaylin reassured him. Anarian's not in any danger. Not physically, no. He exhaled and changed the subject in a particularly Mandorin way. Moran's not going to be happy that you're walking around the house like that. I didn't break a leg, Kaylin replied. There is nothing, besides a small burn, wrong with me. That's not what she thought. Believe that I know what she thought. Kaylin grimaced. But I'm well enough. She stood. You're going to see Katea, yes? I don't suppose Gilbert showed up while I was sleeping? Mandorin shook his head. The Tha'alani Cast Lord did, though. Is she still here? No. Where are you going? We promised that we would do one thing for her if she would help us, Kaylin replied. And I am going to do that one thing, if it kills me. The wing of the halls of law occupied by the swords never looked as messy and cramped as the Hawk's office. The choke point was a desk, a very tidily kept desk, behind which Jared sat. Jared was a giant of man, shoved into a chair. Time had made him balder and a little wider. It hadn't made him more patient. This was because patience was his single saving grace, and he couldn't possibly contain any more of it and still be part of reality. She cleared her throat when he lifted an inquisitive brow. We're hoping to speak with a Corporal Crevel? Corporal Crevel. You mean Crev? Kaylin nodded. Idiot broke his arm in the panic. His left arm. He's in the back writing reports. Jared frowned. Heard you done yourself an injury, too. What are you doing in? I'm avoiding Caitlin and Moran. Mostly Moran. So you're not on duty today? No. Kaylin lifted her right hand, and Katea's arm came with it. She'd taken hold of Kaylin's hand when they'd entered the halls of law, even though she felt self-conscious about doing so. She was 10, not 4. I'm taking a friend on a tour of the halls of law. What did she do wrong? Jared asked, smiling. Most of the smile was for Katea. Katea smiled back at him, but she continued to hide behind Kaylin. He doesn't bite, Kaylin told her. Much, Jared added. Sets bad precedent in the office. I've got a Leontine for a sergeant. Biting is pretty much standard operating procedure. Do you mind if we look around? Does it matter? Jared's patience was not immediately obvious to people who didn't know him or hadn't worked behind his desk. He wasn't particularly gentle, and his kindness was the gruff variety. Not a lot, no. I promise I won't break anything. Don't. What? Don't make promises you can't keep. And I hope you're good at ducking. To Katea, he said, most of the swords here today are sitting at their desk until they've finished writing out their reports. We had a bit of excitement in the city last week, and they'll use any excuse they can to avoid the paperwork. It makes them cranky.
If everyone already knows what happened, why do they need to write reports? Katea asked. Kaylin was a bit surprised, but it was a bloody good question. She let Jared handle it.
Because the Lord of Swords is not a patient man, and he can only be in one place at one time. When the paperwork isn't done, he gets cranky. I'd rather deal with cranky rank and file than cranky Lord of Swords.
But why does...
Because if the Lord of Swords doesn't have those reports when he makes his own report to the Emperor gets cranky.
Katea nodded. No one, no matter their rank or lot in life, wanted the Emperor to get cranky. Given Marcus and his visceral resentment of paperwork, Kaylin was surprised to see that Jared's remark was true. The desks here were occupied by people who, while frustrated or grim, were writing. All of the swords had been mobilized during the incident. The reserves had been called out and shift work had been abandoned. But the swords, like the hawks, were down in numbers. Almost no one who worked on the force resented being called up in an emergency. Emergencies caused panic, and the swords were trained to contain it, and to insert themselves as de facto leaders into any group large enough to turn mob without warning. Almost no one, however, enjoyed it when paperwork was considered that emergency. In other words, if there was a bad day to bring Katea to the office, this was it. Kaylin drew Katea aside and said, "I'm not sure this is a good day. No officer I know is in a great mood when they're chained to a desk with a non-life-threatening injury and being forced to write reports." Katea nodded as if she'd actually listened to and heard the words. But her hand tightened around Kaylin's, and Kaylin correctly interpreted this as, "There are no bad days." Corporal Crevel was maybe 15 years older than Kaylin at first glance. Then again, his shoulders were hunched and his hair looked as if he'd tried to extract chunks of it in frustration and had mostly failed. Kaylin started toward his desk, and Katea's hand tightened. She stopped and turned to look at the girl. And then, seeing her eyes, which were watery but still managing to keep tears in the right place, she looked away. She hadn't rehearsed what she'd meant to say, which would have been smart, and found even the basics of general introduction had deserted her, because she was thinking like Katea. She was thinking of what she might have said to her own mother if she'd somehow had a chance to go back in time to a point when that mother was still alive. She inhaled, exhaled, and walked over to Crevel's desk. Crevel looked up when her shadow darkened the paper on which he was, admittedly, resentfully writing. His fingers were ink-stained, his nails were short. His slightly narrowed gaze wasn't hostile. He recognized Kaylin's tabard. He didn't immediately recognize Kaylin, but seemed to think he should. After a moment, his eyes cleared. "Private Neya," he said, abandoning the paperwork with almost palpable relief. Any excuse that didn't involve more death was going to be grabbed with both hands if it tried to escape. "The same. Rumors of your demise were greatly exaggerated." "Evidently." She smiled, held out a hand. He shook it. She introduced both Mandorin and Katea and continued. "Caitlin says you've had some recent good news?" He smiled broadly. The smile shifted the lines of his face and possibly also explained the dark circles under his eyes. "Yes, 3 weeks ago, actually. But in keeping with my wife's family traditions, it won't be public knowledge for another year." "Why?" Katea said, "Because so many babies die early. It's bad luck." Corporal Crevel looked surprised. "I'm sorry, my manners are appalling." He offered Katea his hand. There was a moment's hesitation before she took it. To Kaylin, he added, "Missing persons?" "Missing persons wasn't much help," Kaylin replied. Katea said, "No one is looking for me." She tried to smile. It took just enough effort that she lost control of her eyes, a control that had been shaky to begin with. Tears began to stream down her face as she forced her hands to her sides, where they balled in helpless fists. Crevel frowned. "Are you all right?" he asked the girl. He lifted his gaze to Kaylin, which was a silent repeat of the question he'd asked. Kaylin had nothing to give him. She wanted to explain, and given the recent events with large chunks of the city disappearing, she might have made the explanation stick. But then what? According to Caitlin, they already had a child, a newborn daughter named Kateya. Kateya nodded. She didn't speak for a long moment.
"Can you tell me what you saw?"
"What I saw?"
"When the city disappeared."
Kaylin threw him an it's-your-job look, but Crevel, frowning, nodded. "You might want to grab a chair," he added. Most of them were filled at the moment. Kaylin left to find a chair and was surprised when Kateya accompanied her.
"He liked to tell that story sometimes,"
she whispered.
"I've heard it all my life."
Not exactly the stuff of bedtime stories, in Kaylin's opinion.
"He loved being an imperial sword. It is what he did. He said it was important to know what you stood for. He would tell me stories about being a sword. I thought maybe I could be one when I grew up."
She paused in front of an empty chair, one of 4 against the wall nearest the sword's duty roster.
"But there was no emperor. There were no swords left."
She smiled brightly, or tried.
I know I can't hug him. I know he can't hug me. I know I can't apologize or tell him that I always loved him, or tell him that I understood why he left. And I want to do all those things. But he's not my father. He will be. But he's someone else's father now. We're strangers."
She exhaled and then turned, leaving the chair to blindly throw her arms around Kaylin.
"I love him, but he doesn't even know me."
Kaylin held her.
"And it has to be enough to know that he's still alive. When the halls of law were lost, he said it broke something in him."
"He said that to you?" Kateya snorted.
"Not to me. He was never that honest with me. He treated me like I was a kid."
Kaylin did not point out that she was technically a child. She also didn't point that eavesdropping was rude, because rude or no, it was pretty much human nature.
"Help me with the chair,"
Kateya said, voice momentarily muffled.
"I can't. He won't."
Hugging her tightly, Kaylin said, "Do you want to leave?" Kateya shook her head.
"He loved his job."
"Doesn't look like he loves it much right now." That got a small laugh out of Kateya, which was probably as much as she could manage. Kaylin disentangled herself from the girl and helped move the heavy chair to where the corporal was waiting. Kateya brought it in close and crawled into it. As it happened, Jared interrupted them before Crevel could start. "Bad news for the private," he said, waving Crevel back to his report writing. "Oh?" "Moran wants to see you." "I'm going to kill Clint." She turned to Kateya and her father and said, "Can you wait here for a few minutes? Moran's annoyed language isn't suitable for children." "Or anyone, really," Crevel agreed. As she walked away, Kaylin could hear Corporal Crevel answering a young girl's questions with growing excitement and pride in what he did. It wasn't a bedtime story. It wasn't a hug. It wasn't a declaration of forgiveness, and it wasn't and couldn't be a homecoming. But it was all she could get, and Kateya wanted it desperately. A story about the end of the world that she'd heard so often growing up it was probably memorized. A story about the end of the world that wasn't the end of any world but her own. Moran's eyes were ash gray, which was not the color Kaylin had been dreading when she entered the infirmary. She motioned toward the chair the Hawks privately dubbed the torture mill, and Kaylin meekly sat in it. "You didn't come here alone." Kaylin shook her head.
The small dragon squawked. Moran frowned in the general direction of the noise. Kateya is with her father? Kaylin was surprised. In retrospect, she shouldn't have been. Moran was living with them after all. Of course she knew. Helen was worried, the sergeant explained. She examined Kaylin's cheek. Marcus is worried. I've avoided the office. And how did I know you were here? She took the much more comfortable chair opposite Kaylin's. What are you going to do with Kateya? I don't know. Marin would take her, but the Foundling Hall is always crowded and it's always short on funding. And we have room, and Helen would never let anything bad happen to Kateya. What does Kateya want? I don't know, she won't say. Kaylin exhaled. She's waiting for Gilbert. My guess is that she thinks if she doesn't make a choice, there's still a chance he'll come back. What do you think? Kaylin examined her palms. I think Gilbert's not human, or Leontine, or Barrani, or even Helen. I think he had to injure himself, possibly profoundly, in order to spend time with us at all. I think... She exhaled. I think Gilbert, or something like him, was probably responsible for what happened to our city in the future we didn't reach. All the deaths, the absence, I mean. I don't believe that Kateya could be happy with Gilbert. But it's what she wants. And if I was certain that she couldn't be happy, that she couldn't survive... But you're not. No. Gilbert kept Kateya alive. He found her, he brought her here. His time with Nightshade, time which will no longer exist, had a profound effect on him. I think there's a possibility she could. She's too young to know what she wants. Then we're all too young to know what we want. We don't know how things will turn out. We don't know what will happen in the future. But he was there when she needed him. She had no expectation that he would be. She thought she was going to die. She didn't. And she was right. I mean, she was wrong, but she was right. Gilbert did need her, or rather, we needed her to be with Gilbert. I think he kept her as a reminder of what would otherwise be destroyed. But Gilbert has not returned, Moran said quietly. No. Until he does, if he does, she'll stay with us. Moran nodded. So you called me in here to give Kateya some time alone with a man who thinks she's a stranger, yes. She wrapped her arms around her upper body. I envy her. I envy her, and I almost pity her. She shook herself, adopting a harsher expression that was more at home in the infirmary, where it was admittedly necessary. Kaylin rescued Corporal Crevel an hour later, and hated to do it. She watched from a distance as Kateya continued to pepper the poor man with questions. She was sitting almost unself-consciously close to him, but she was young enough that he didn't appear to notice. Kaylin, she said when Kaylin approached. Corporal Crevel's daughter has the same name as me. I hope she grows up to be a 10th as lovely, was the corporal's gallant reply. I'm sure she will, Kaylin replied. She held out a hand. Kateya hesitated briefly, and then took it. Her grip was both shaky and strong. Epilogue. Kaylin didn't see Severn again until she resumed her regular duties. She tried, once, to reach him in other ways, but he was silent and withdrawn. So she paused to dump her bracer into the oblane on her way to her first official day back in the office and on the beat. The duty roster was up, and she was penciled in on her regular Alani beat, with Severn. He made it with seconds to spare, and he met her eyes for the time it took to blink, which is to say she almost missed it. The walk to Alani was beyond awkward. Kaylin had a million questions she wanted to ask, but settled on one at random. Where have you been? He glanced at her.
After a long beat in which she thought he wouldn't answer at all, he said,
"Is there a way for you to take your name back?"
She missed a beat. She didn't miss a step. "Killing you."
That seems a bit extreme.
She shrugged, fief shrug. "It's a Barrani name. What did you expect?" That pulled a smile across his mouth.
"Nothing short of death?"
"Not that I know of, no. I've asked. The Barrani aren't famously good at divesting themselves of power." "Why are you asking?" But she knew. She knew then. Squawk. "Oh, shut up, you." She stopped walking. Severn slowed and turned. People passed by them and between them as they locked gazes. "This is because you tried to use my name against me when I was fighting the Arcanist." His gaze dropped away from hers. "So, you've been avoiding me because of that? Seriously?" His silence was pretty much a yes. "Severn, I know you were afraid for me, but you stopped. You stopped before I even had a chance to fight you off. I wasn't angry that you tried."
"I am."
"Fine, you go ahead and be angry at you, but don't take it out on me." She stomped down the street. He followed.
"Kaylin, not speaking to you right now. We're on patrol."
"Seriously, not speaking to you right now. We don't need to talk to patrol."
"The last time you were in a mood, you kicked Margot's sign over. She reported it."
"Fine."
"Kaylin."
Severn caught up, reached out and grabbed her arm. She yanked it free, stomped forward, stopped, wheeled, and almost ran into his chest. "How?" she demanded. "Was that different? How was grabbing me by the arm different?" "Kaylin, I mean it. How is that any different than using my name against me?"
"You know why it's different."
But she didn't. Not really. If I knew why, I wouldn't be asking.
"It's different because when I grab your arm, you yank it back. It's different because you have a choice in that. It's different because I know I can—"
He stopped. Kaylin folded her arms. "Listening," she said, as if listening took colossal effort.
"Kaylin, I hear you all the time. If I listen, if I don't, I hear you when I'm sleeping. I hear your worries. I hear your anger. I hear your hope. I hear you."
"Yes, and?"
"You have some chance of beating me in a fight if we go all out right now, if I don't use your name to control you."
Her arms tightened.
"All right, not a great chance, but better than none. When I use your name, if I use it that way, you've got no chance at all. I do not want to lose you. I do not want you to walk senselessly to your own death. I don't care if that's your choice. But it's been made clear to me that your choice has to count for something. My choice can't be your life, and
He exhaled.
It was too hard. I don't know that I have the self-control for this."
"And if I trust you?"
"Do you?"
All of the past stood between them now, although they were practically touching. She looked at Severn, at his scars, at his brow, at his clear, clear eyes. They looked almost gray, an effect of the early morning light. A hint of a smile turned the corners of his mouth, but it was a bitter smile. "I trust you with my life," she said, and looked away.
"It's hard enough," he told her. "It's hard enough without the constant—"
"Constant what? Danger?" His laugh was low and short.
"No, Kaylin. Not danger, not magic, not chaos, not the possible end of the world. Ever since you left Nightshade, I've faced that one way or the other."
He lifted his chin, looking skyward. He slid a hand to the back of his neck. She watched the tension ease out of his jaw, although it remained in the corners of his mouth and eyes.
"I'm sorry."
"Without what?" she said in a softer voice.
"Desire."
When she failed to answer, he added,
"You asked."
She had.
"And now you're panicking." The rest of the tension left him then. It flooded into her instead. I don't want to frighten you. At 13, she would have said, you don't scare me. She was old enough now that she didn't bother with bravado. I'm not. You're not. She exhaled. I know. He lowered his hand. I will not say I'm waiting for you. I'm not waiting. You're my partner. You're my backup. My life is in your hands. Mine is in yours. Yes. He hesitated. But you're the only person I see when I look toward the future. That may change. It may have to change. But regardless, you're my partner. Except when you feel guilty and ignore me. Except then. I knew, she said quietly. Because of the name? Partly. I don't want... He lifted a hand, pressed a finger against her open mouth. I know. But here's the thing. You have to know. Whether it's yes or no. You have to know. She nodded, closed her eyes. Next time, tell me. I mean, if you feel guilty, apologize. That's what most of us do. But don't just disappear. He didn't tell her that she knew where to find him, because that wasn't the point. He didn't tell her anything else, not in so many words. And the truth was, she was afraid. She was afraid of being wanted by Severn. She was afraid that she couldn't reciprocate. She was afraid that she could. She was afraid that things would change. On the one hand, she was unlikely to be able to break his jaw if she froze or panicked, and that was something. You have to know, Severn told her. You have to know that this is something you want, and not because I want it. Not because what I want overwhelms what you want. When they reached Alani Street, he knocked over Margot's sign before Kaylin could. Helen was waiting for Kaylin at the end of the day. She nodded at the familiar draped across Kaylin's shoulder. Have they finished? Kaylin asked as she removed her boots. I am not certain they will finish before the end of the week, if you refer to Lord Nightshade and an Aerian. But they're both still alive, that's something. The only person who has lost his temper so far is an Aerian. It has caused negligible damage. She seemed much more relaxed than she had when Nightshade had first entered. I am, dear. I do not trust him where you are concerned, but he feels a very strong attachment to an Aerian. That stung a bit, which was stupid. Kaylin let it go. An Aerian feels a surprisingly strong attachment to you, Helen continued. So does Mandorin, but I believe Mandorin blames this on Tila. Tila, yes, I know. She still thinks of me as a child in need of protection. Barrani children are not often protected in the way mortal children are, Helen said, correcting her gently. Bellis Deo has also had one visitor. The Emperor? No, dear. Lord Sanabellis. And Katea has had one visitor. I am afraid, Helen continued, voice soft, that I have been forced to confine him. He accepts this. Have you told Katea? Kaylin asked, looking up the stairs. In answer, Katea appeared, clutching the rails at the height of their rise. Is it? The name wouldn't leave Katea's mouth. Helen smiled, although the smile was troubled. That's a yes, Kaylin said. If they expected to be led to the parlor, they were mistaken. Helen walked to the kitchen, and from there to the doors that led down. Kaylin had always had a particular dislike of basements, but it had definitely grown stronger in the past week or two. The stairs, however, did not contract or expand under her feet. No doors magically popped into existence. Helen held a lamp, and the lamplight cast perfectly normal shadows. Did he do something wrong? Katea asked,
her voice echoing. "Not on purpose," Helen replied.
"Is he in a dungeon?"
This was asked with less dread. "Yes." Katea's eyes widened. She glanced up at Helen, but there was no fear in her expression. There was a little bit of wonder. Katea had clearly never seen a dungeon before. Whether or not Helen had transformed the hall to which the stairs led to better conform to Katea's bright imagination, Kaylin wasn't certain. But the hall certainly looked like a storybook dungeon, replete with flickering torches. There was a barred gate at the end of the short hall. Fingers were wrapped around 2 of those bars and looked like mortal fingers, normal hands. But they were very clean and very unblemished, and anyway, they weren't the thing that caught attention. The eyes were. Kaylin thought she would recognize those eyes anywhere, even when there were only 3 of them. "Katea," Gilbert said. His voice echoed far more than Katea's had, and for longer.
"Can he come out?"
Katea asked Helen. "Not safely, dear. I'm sorry."
"Can I go in?"
Helen was silent. Gilbert's hands loosened. "Tell her," he said. Helen nodded. "Gilbert's presence here is destabilizing. What the Arcanist failed to do, Gilbert might do by accident, as he is now. If he adopts the form with which he was created, he will cause no damage, but he will not be able to interact with you. I told you I would come back."
But when you were here,"
Katea began. She faltered. Helen said nothing. "Helen, can't you do something?" Kaylin whispered. Katea had normal hearing, after all. "I am doing everything I can," Helen replied gently. "Is it safe for Katea? Is it safe for her to enter?" "It will be safe for Katea, yes." "What are you not saying?" Helen exhaled. She knelt beside Katea, whose eyes had not left the bars behind which Gilbert stood. "Gilbert is here because he promised he would return. He wants you to know that you saved this city. You saved the swords because he found you, because he remained with you, and because he listened to you, he could hear everyone and everything else. He understood how very, very little room he had to maneuver in if he did not want to destroy the anomaly in the usual way."
"Why can't he tell me that himself?"
she asked. She was still looking at Gilbert. Gilbert's eyes closed. "He wants to see you," Helen replied. "And so, he is here."
"Gilbert,"
the girl said, shaking her clenched hand free of Kaylin's almost numb one. She propped her hands on her hips.
"What did I tell you?"
"You told me that I am lonely," Gilbert replied.
"And what else?"
He smiled. "That you would never leave me alone." Katea nodded. "If you come with me, you won't be able to visit any of the friends you've made here. You won't be able to visit your parents or your city."
"They're not my parents,"
Katea replied.
"They're not my parents anymore anyway."
Helen, silent, waited. Kaylin frowned, but Katea said,
"I shouldn't be here, should I? I shouldn't still be here."
Gilbert did not answer. Kaylin stared at Helen. "Helen, if I understand everything that has happened, Katea should have been swept away when the damage was repaired," Helen replied. "She should have ceased to exist. I am not Gilbert. I cannot speak with certainty." "But she is here," Kaylin said. "Yes, dear. And she is staying here." "I think," Helen said quietly, that decision is not yours or mine to make." "No,"
Gilbert said, as if no one else had spoken. This is not where you should be.
I should be in the streets of Nightshade, with the Fearals.
He nodded. She was afraid. Anyone with half a brain would be afraid. Kaylin started forward. Helen caught her shoulder in an iron grip.
I should be dead.
If I understand events, yes, Gilbert replied. But I do not want that. I can see no way in which your lack of death causes instabilities.
Because it doesn't? Or because you don't want it to?
Helen exhaled. Her grip on Kaylin's shoulder tightened, which Kaylin would have bet was impossible. There would be bruises later.
What happens if I stay here?
Katea asked quietly. Helen said, If you remain within the house, no material damage should be caused. You would be contained in an entirely different way, as Mandoran and Anarian are contained. Helen was lying. Kaylin could tell, although she wasn't sure what the truth was. On the surface of it, the words seemed reasonable, even believable. Katea hadn't noticed.
Will Gilbert be able to visit again if I stay here?
No, dear. It was very, very difficult for Gilbert to arrive here at all. I am uncertain how he did. But Kaylin thought she knew. A very small part of the many, many words that constituted Gilbert was of this time. It was a Barrani true name. Katea turned from Gilbert behind bars to the woman who was, effectively, his dungeon.
I'd like to go in now.
Kaylin opened her mouth. She thought Helen would break her collarbone, but she forced the words out anyway. Katea, you don't need to go. You can speak to Gilbert here. Gilbert's not human. He can't speak with you without injuring himself or limiting himself. You don't belong with him. Katea turned back. Her eyes were wet.
I don't belong anywhere else. I would be dead if not for Gilbert. Gilbert found me. Us. A home.
She was pale. Some combination of white and green that made her look the very color of fear.
I was alone. I was alone after my father left. I understand why he left. I truly understand it now. I understand what he lost because I've seen it.
You haven't. You haven't seen your mother yet. The tears fell.
I can't. What I want, what I need, she can't give me, and I can't ask.
She swallowed, reining the tears in.
I'm grateful that I saw my dad, but he already has my mom. He already has me. They don't need me. They don't want me. They don't even know I'm lost. I could tell them, I'm sure.
Sure of what? That she could make the corporal and his wife believe her? Katea's answering smile was tremulous, thin, but like a knife's edge, it cut.
Gilbert,
she said quietly,
is lonely. You have Helen.
She looked past Kaylin to Helen and said,
Thank you, Helen.
Helen's smile was warmer, fuller. In response to Katea, the cell door clicked audibly. Katea, Kaylin said.
Thank you, Kaylin. Can you say goodbye to the others? You don't have to do this. I know, she said. But the only person who needs me now is Gilbert.
Kaylin understood, because she had been where Katea was standing, emotionally at least. She had been alone and without purpose or value. She had made a life for herself as enforcement for a man she hated, because the only alternatives were to become a corpse or a victim. A different kind of victim. And it had seemed to that Kaylin, the desperate, broken girl of years ago, that she would never, ever have a family again. that there would never be a place for someone like her. She would have no friends, no purpose, no reason for existence. And she wanted to tell this girl, this Kateya, who had not sunk to theft and blackmail and assassination, that years from now she would have friends and a home and purpose again, that life, even the worst life, didn't have to remain forever shrouded in darkness and fear and loss and self-loathing. "No," Helen said, "but you had no one who needed you after the deaths of your girls, or so you thought. And Kateya is correct. If we, Gilbert and I, were not created to be as free-ranging as you and your kind, we live. We breathe in a fashion, and we know loneliness and even despair when our lives become devoid of purpose. I do not know what has happened in Ravellon. I do not know why Gilbert chose the long sleep, if indeed he so chose. But he said himself that he had not expected to wake again. And yet he did. His nightshade is not your nightshade, but the memories remain for Gilbert. And memories are precious, Kaylin, for ones such as us. But they are not fully sustaining in the end. Kateya understood that Gilbert was alone. She herself was alone. And if those states are not materially the same, there is enough overlap. Kateya was not, is not, wrong. She released Kaylin's shoulder, which was good because her arm was now numb. "Kateya!" The familiar, silent until now, bit Kaylin's ear. She turned to glare at him. "You don't understand." Squawk. Kateya ran back, threw her arms around Kaylin and hugged her ferociously.
"He came back for me,"
she whispered. She was trembling, yes, and afraid. But beneath both of those things there was another truth.
"He came back."
Kaylin returned the girl's hug. The small dragon warbled at Kateya, leaning down until their noses touched. He then exhaled. Kaylin had no time to move, no time to eject him, no time to shove her hand between the girl's face and the small dragon's breath. She tried anyway. Kateya, however, did not seem to be harmed by the silver mist she inhaled. Kaylin watched in shock, in anger, as scintillating particles of color blanketed in gray disappeared into the girl's mouth and nose. She watched in horror as they emerged slowly in the very normal brown of her eyes. She turned to Kaylin, and her eyes widened. The fear left her face because there was no room for anything but wonder. She spun and stared at Helen, her eyes widening further. Whatever she saw when she looked at Helen delighted her, and Helen returned her smile. She turned last to Gilbert, who waited, his knuckles white where his hands gripped the bars of a door that was no longer locked. Her smile reasserted itself, but it was wider, brighter. She walked toward the cell door and struggled to open it. Kaylin moved forward, but Helen lifted an arm and Kaylin froze. "You want what's best for Kateya. Kateya's a child. You were a child when you made the decision to flee to Barron. It's not the same, Helen. No, it is not. Kateya's death might well have been yours, but her life from the moment of its prevention has not. You think to prevent her from making a mistake, and that is commendable. But Kateya is not you, and her life not yours. In this she has the right to choose. She is not a babe in arms. She is not a child who can barely walk and stumbles constantly. She is not, you will say, adult, but she understands what is happening. Respect her choice."
Kaylin swallowed the rest of the words. Katea was walking into the unknown, yes, but she saw a home, a family of a kind, in the multiple veils of the darkness that were Gilbert. There was no certainty that she'd survive, but there was no certainty that she wouldn't either. Gilbert, she said. Gilbert's third eye, the middle one, rose to meet Kaylin's. The other two were focused on Katea as if nothing else in the universe existed. You'd better keep her safe. You'd better keep her happy. Gilbert smiled. That is a threat, yes? Kind of, yeah. Katea had finally managed to pull the door open. Gilbert released the bars. He could not cross the threshold. No, Helen said quietly. He can't. In truth, it is not quite safe for him to be here at all. He can only be here because Katea is, Gilbert said, and because I promised. He knelt in form and shape very much the man Kaylin had first met. He opened his arms. Katea ran into them. Kaylin had watched Gilbert carry Katea as if she were weightless, and she probably was to Gilbert. He lifted her now as if she were precious. Thank you, Helen. Thank you, Chosen. I do not think you will see us again. Where will you go? Kaylin asked. Gilbert smiled. Home, I think. She would have asked him where home was, but the shadows he cast grew thicker, darker. They rose above his shoulders like the arch of wings, and like wings they snapped open. When they folded gently around Katea, until Katea could no longer be seen. She could be heard. She was giggling. That tickles, Gilbert. Apologies. It was the last thing he said before he dissipated, taking Katea with him. This is Christine Vam. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Cast in Honor by Michelle Sagara. This program was produced by John Marshall Media. Executive producer Suzanne Mitchell. Text copyright 2015 by Michelle Sagara. Production copyright 2015 by Harlequin Enterprises Limited. Used under license with Harlequin Books S.A. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.